Good morning, everyone. Welcome to round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. My name is John Ratcliff. You join me for an exciting day of racing here down in Winchester, and already we're kicking off the action nice and swiftly. Now, as you know, here down at Forest Edge Kart Club, not the best signal, trying our best to get everything sorted, but it looks as though we managed to just about get the stream started as we kick the racing off. Already heading out there on circuit and already starting the first race of the day are our junior Rotax drivers. I'll quickly run you through the starting grid for this one as they head round lap number 1. It was Jesse Whitmore on pole position, Michael Gurney alongside him, then Charles Green and Jensen Collins, Milo Manderson, Daniel Gurney, Leo Barsterfield, Finley Hans, Rebecca Chalice and Daniel Moore your top 10, then Spencer Trahorn, Luca Cook, Aidan Clark, Travis Rose, Jarek Metters, Matthew Grove, Dylan Morton, Madison Chappell, Callum Sims, Harvey Murden, Ethan Griffiths, William Harrison and Lewis Joyner. So 23 karts on the grid for this first heat of the day for juniors, and of course they are the first heat of the day because we have so many entries. And that'll mean that later on this afternoon they'll have a B final and an A final as well. So as they come through to finish the first lap of the race, then let's have a look how they're all starting to settle out there. And of course, Charles Green has had a wondrous start. The SC plate holder, so the winner of round number 4, already takes the lead in this one. And if I remember correctly, if I can scroll all the way down to my junior Rotax notes, he did take the win in the A final at the last round. Yes, he did. So he's taken round 4 final win, round 3 final win, round 2 final win. Okay, he's won every single final so far this year. That would have been easier if I just gone back through to the start. Every single final this year. Charles Green has won it. Oh my goodness. We've got a car really off on the exit of the last corner, hiding behind the starting gantry. See who that is who's not come through. It's William Harrison on the number 93. Who's had quite the excursion there off onto the grass, and already we're starting off the morning hopefully not as we're meaning to go on. A few contact warnings already coming through in this race. Spencer Trahorn with 1, Milo Manderson with 1, Callum Sims, Aidan Clark and Ethan Griffiths all with a contact warning already in this one. But lovely, all the cameras working. And everything is going to go well today. I can feel it. We're not going to have any issues. Hopefully I haven't commentators cursed that one. But already kicking off with the first heat of the day. And Charles Green has already pulled out a 2.6 second lead in this race. So 31 entries today in Junior Rotax. So of course if you're watching from home and you're cheering on someone in Junior Rotax, if you don't see them out in this race, they're going to be out in some of the following ones later on this morning. There goes the SC plate across the line to start lap number 5. The 82 of Milo Manderson has broken away decently in second place as well. Biggest battle near the front of the order is for third place. The 50 of Jesse Whitmore currently holding on to that. Now he of course started from pole position, so he's been shuffled down the order ever so slightly. But he's holding on well there. He's under pressure from Daniel Moore, Daniel Gurney and Leo Barsterfield. Contact warning though coming through for Leo Barsterfield. Well, 2 on my timing screens. Whether that's a repeat or not though, we shall wait and see. But either way, needs to be a little bit more courteous out there on circuit if he wants to make sure he doesn't get any penalties by the checkered flag in this one. So 7 minutes plus 1 lap, it looks like, for these heats today. Yeah, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the heats and 11 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals later on. So quite a considerable extension in time. And that will make it interesting for the finals later on. Almost a completely different style of racing when you get into those longer finals later on. Whereas in these heats, the starts really matter. If you can get yourself a good race start, then you can sort of just defend for the rest of the race and try and hold on. Move down the inside of the last corner. It's going to be a double loss of positions there for Jesse Whitmore on the number 50. I think Leo Barsterfield had already got through. Daniel Moore and Daniel Gurney getting through then at the final corner as well. So great bit of battling at the front end of the order in our junior Rotax class. Fastest lap from Daniel Moore. So he's got to the front of that little train from third backwards now. Although he has the fastest lap, with a good 2 seconds between himself and Milo Madison in second place. I think third place will be the lofty heights for him in this race, but already breaking away nicely from that secondary pack. As all down the inside into the Haynes loop then. I think that is actually, that's Dylan Morton getting through on Leo Barsterfield, that is. Top rated novice at the moment, Lewis Joyner. Well, actually, Lewis, the only novice left in this race, courtesy of William Harrison exiting stage right on your cameras at the start of this one. So Lewis Joyner under no pressure of losing that top novice position in this first race. There goes Charles Cheesy Green across the line once more. And actually, to be fair, Daniel Moore is catching Milo Madison at some rate here. Already that gap is down to only, or less than 1.2 seconds. There's still over a minute to go. There's potential here that Daniel Moore could be on for stealing that second place away from Milo Madison. Daniel Moore, a good 3/10 faster than the next fastest driver out on circuit. That being Jarek Metters, who is in 8th place at the moment. Actually, tell a lie. He's third fastest on this one. Currently, Travis Rose is second fastest. He's down in 14th at the moment. So remember, random grids for all of these heats. Of course, it's then sort of acclimatized. Is that the right word? It's made fair across all of the heats so that you start in a similar average position across all of them. And then obviously those results finalized and averaged out to create the grids then for the finals later on this afternoon. Less than 20 seconds left to go on the clock now. I can see Charles Green coming through into sector number 3, and I can see the last lap board being prepared as well. But I will say, that battle for second place, Daniel Moore is now right on the rear bumper of Milo Madison. He's closed that gap down to 0, and no, the last lap board didn't come out. There was maybe a second on the gantry there, but Charles Green has extended this race by a lap, and he's not going to care too much. He's got a 2.5 second gap at the front of the field, but Daniel Moore will need to go give him a big hug after this race, because he's given him now twice the amount of time to try and make a move here on Milo Madison. I think he's already done it up into the bus stop chicane. Number 43 and the number 82 look to be swapping places on this penultimate lap of the race, and he has managed to sneak through. So across the line they come then. Final lap board is now out in this first lap of the day. Dylan Morton, Leo Barsterfield, nose to tail. And then we've got a group of 3 here coming onto the last lap. There's a move down the inside into the Haynes loop. That's going to squeeze the driver on the outside out wide, though, and he's going to lose out because of that. So that's 2 positions lost there for the number 98 of Daniel Gurney. Spencer Trahorn and Ethan Griffiths sliding through. Spencer up into 8th, Ethan up into 9th, then relegating Daniel into P10. It was a bold move into the first couple of corners from Spencer Trahorn. I thought Ethan Griffiths was going to get both of them, but Spencer manages to close the door on the exit and holds onto position. Here is Charles Green, though, across the line. He takes the win in the first heat of the day, starting as he means to go on here at the Forest Edge Kart Club round number 6. Charles Green, as I mentioned, has won every single final so far this season here at FEKC. And he's got heat number 1 in the bag already then. Daniel Moore and Milo Madison, your top 3 in that one. Dylan Morton, Leo Barsterfield, your top 5. And Jarek Metters, Jesse Whitmore, Spencer Trahorn, Ethan Griffiths and Daniel Gurney. And Callum Sims, Travis Rose, Aidan Clark, Finney Hands, Luca Cook, Lewis Joyner, Madison Chappell, then Harvey Murden, Rebecca Chalice, Michael Gurney, Jensen Collins and Matthew Groves. So 22 of the 23 drivers who started that race made it to the finish. We sadly, of course, lost William Harrison on the second lap of that race, exiting stage right on your start-finish camera. But first race done and dusted then. Sorry it was a little bit slow to get the stream started there. The internet was not wanting to play ball. But one race now already out of the way. Now, if I can get this loaded quickly enough, we've got quite a few still left to come. definitely over 30, potentially still over 35 races left to come here today. So don't go anywhere. Make sure that you're sharing the live stream with any friends and family that want to keep up to date with the action here at Forest Edge Kart Club. We're into the second half of the season now, so I will start to talk a little bit more about championship permutations and how things are getting along in terms of championship points. But we'll get into that later on in the day. My name is John Ratcliff. If you didn't catch the start of the stream, I'll be guiding you through the action throughout today's running here for round 6. And if you enjoy the commentary and want to go and drop me a follow on socials, at Ratters Media is where you need to go on Instagram and TikTok. I would really appreciate that if you enjoy the shouty man for today's action. Well, we'll be back in a moment. Of course, Junior Max Heat number 1 now done and dusted. Race 2 of the day is going to be the Heat 1 for the Honda Cadets. But just as we get the stricken kart back from the circuit, we'll go for a short break before we see those Hondas head out on circuit. On circuit go the Honda Cadet drivers then. Let's run you through the grid for this first race of the day. They're going to be coming around doing one more warm-up lap, and then they'll come through and line up on the starting grid. Of course, the Honda's one of our classes here to have a grid start rather than a rolling start. Let's have a look then for this first heat of the day in the Hondas. Now, we were saying about Charles Green and the juniors being pretty dominant throughout this season. Another driver who's been very dominant, but in the Hondas, of course, is Arthur Way. Now, I'm just been a little bit thrown off here. I don't think Arthur Way is on the entry list here. Let's double check this entry list. I don't think he is. So Arthur Way, leader of the championship by quite some, quite some way, is not here today. He's 100 points clear in the championship going into today, but he's not here for round number 6. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Special delivery of a bacon sandwich. Thanks. So the drivers come round onto the starting grid then. So this is a big opportunity for someone to get a lot of points here and take the final win. Now, I will say at the last round, Arthur Way did miss out on winning the final. It was Alex Gaskin who took the win in the final. Now, he's here in this one. He's starting on pole position in the number 23. Alongside him is Oliver Ratton. Then it's Stanley Keeley, James Devereaux, Oliver Spence, Daniel Barton, Seth Jones, Kobe Wood, Oakley Poulter, Max Smith, Leo Webb, Callum Williams, Logan Hart, Max Craven, and Henry Duncan. So 15 karts on the grid for this one. Alex Gaskin coming into this round with a final win, and he starts from pole position on this random grid, and he gets a good start here. Already sized through into the lead of the race. The drivers in behind, all just trying to slot into position. Someone trying to hold it down the inside. Really squeeze that driver out to the curb, and they are round on the exit. That's the number 58 of Daniel Barton, who's gone for a spin there. I'll try and see who it was who forced him a little bit wide. It was an attempt to go side by side there into Johnny's. And on the opening lap, that's always a bit of a sketchy place to be. And of course, the driver who was on the outside, the number 58 of Daniel Barton, is the one that loses out because of it. So Daniel Barton dropping all the way to the back of the pack already, but it's getting pretty feisty at the front. Off goes your pole sitter and round he goes back on the circuit, and that's a big crash. That's a big crash there into the final corner. I really hope both of those drivers are okay. That was totally unsighted into the final corner there. They both look as though they're moving. Let's hope that they're all okay. So that was a big spin for your pole sitter, the 23 of Alex Gaskin. Now the 73 it was of Oakley Poulter who has gone into him. We've gone to red flag conditions here. You could just see that happening as he came off onto the grass. Lost purchase of grip on the tyres there. And as he spun back round, he spun back onto the circuit, back into the racing line. Nothing that Oakley Poulter could do there. Totally unsighted and went straight into the side of the number 23. Well, both drivers seem to be up and out of the car and seemingly okay. But we've gone to red flag conditions here to make sure that all the drivers are safe and sound. But we'll go to a quick break then while we make sure that all the drivers are okay. And I'll give you an update as soon as I can. bit of an unexpected stoppage there early this morning. Now, both drivers involved in that incident in Honda Cadet seemingly all okay. Now, they've been taken off in the ambulance, and the rest of the Honda Cadet drivers have gone round to re-grid. So they're going to be out next. We're going to have a heat in between, though, and that's going to be the Rotax Cadets. Let's see if my live timing wants to update on your screen. There we go. So the Rotax Cadets out on track then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Elijah West, your Southern Champs winner from 2024. He lines up on pole position with Freya Bond alongside him on the front row. Then it's Arthur Kaiser and Oakley Riggs on row 2. Bertie Clark and Jack Blackman on row number 3. Then it's Ronnie Faulkner and Ethan Coutland on row 4. Rio Peacock and Travis Skiddings on row 5. Then Jack Daniels, Edison Burrows and Harry Reid are your 13 drivers on the grid for this race. Now, I will say, expect Elijah West to run away with this one from pole position, as he's already chopped across and taken the lead of the race. They're 3 wide on the exit of the first corner, though. Somehow they just about managed to sort themselves out by the time they get to the apex of Haynes Loop. As I was going to say, I kind of expect Elijah West to run away with this one, because he wasn't at round number 1, and then since then he's only had one race, which was Heat 1 at the last round, where he didn't come either first or second. Now, that was a P12, and I remember it was awful. I think there was some mechanical issue for Elijah in that one, because he then went on to win Heat 2, Heat 3, and the final at the last round. And he is still in the lead of the race, so they come down into sector number 3 then. But Elijah West is only in 6th place in the championship, and that's because he was disqualified from Heat 3 and the final at round 2 due to a non-compliance. So that, of course, rather than netting you whatever points it is for last place, it nets you 0 points. So that ruins your championship charge, as it should if you are not complying to the rule set. Now, we've got a spinner down in the first sector out of the Haynes Loop. Yellow flag into the Haynes Loop. That was the 73 who had gone for a little rotation. Now, whether he'd been helped into that or not, I'm not sure. And that was Harry Reid, your novice plate, who went for a little spin then. Harry Reid rejoins the action and carries on, but he's going to be a little bit off of the rest of the pack now. Top 4 come through under the gantry, and it's Ethan Coutland in 4th place, who has the fastest lap of the race now, 47.51. But already Elijah West extending that gap to Freya Bond to just under 1 second. Now, Freya Bond currently 2nd place in the championship, and it is Ethan Coutland who has that fastest lap, who is your championship leader coming into round number 6. Has 1 race win so far this season in Heat number 3 at round 2, but yet to take a win in the final. Now, of course, in the last 3 finals, Elijah West has taken those honours, round 3, round 4 and round 5. So Ethan will be hoping that today is the day he finally takes that elusive win in the final. But he's going to have his work cut out for him. He's battling through the pack nicely. Still in 4th place at the moment. Still just can't quite find a way through on Oakley Riggs. No, sorry, it's now Freya Bond that he's stuck behind. Oakley Riggs has managed to get through on Freya, and Oakley then takes the fastest lap as well. So we're about halfway into this first heat of the day then for the Rotax Cadets. 31 of Oakley Riggs has been a good challenger throughout this season at the front of the order in the Rotax Cadets. Now, has he closed the gap? Yes, he has. Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coutland both considerably faster than Elijah West. I say considerably, it's about 0.3 of a second on the last lap. But he's closed that gap from 1.2 to 0.9 seconds. So Oakley and Ethan closing in on Elijah West, and Ethan has managed to get past Freya Bond then. There's a good second and a bit back to Jack Blackman in 5th place. So I think Freya, if she can just keep up the pace and hold position there, will be on for a good P4 to kick off the day. Now, the most ideal would be to try and sit in with Ethan Coutland and Oakley Riggs, because they're going to be on the back of the leader very shortly. And if a bit of a battle kicks off there, she could be in and amongst it and ready to pick up the pieces. But she does need to be a bit careful. Jack Blackman is in a bit of no man's land there in 5th place. Has no one behind him piling on the pressure. And thus can be full focus ahead on that rear bumper of the number 24. Ethan Coupland and Oakley Riggs, first drivers down into the 46s. 46.93 for Oakley, 46.82 for Ethan. Now within 0.4 of a second on the leader, and already making the move into the bus stop chicane. Through goes Oakley Riggs into the lead of the race then. So, disregard everything I said before this race of Elijah West driving away with this one. That has not happened. Oakley Riggs has chased him down, and Oakley Riggs takes the lead of the race. Elijah West now under pressure from Ethan Coupland as well. So top 3 line astern as they head on to lap number 7. Through the Haynes loop they go. Into Johnny's. And Oakley is already building a bit of a gap here. Where has this pace come from? From the 31 and the 43? And to be fair, it's just a little bit of a lacking of pace from Elijah West, which is an unusual thing to say. Maybe it's just the curse of Heat 1 for Elijah West. As I mentioned, it was a very poor first heat. As there's the move for 2nd place. Up at midgets, down the inside goes Ethan Coupland. Elijah West relegated to 3rd place. I mean, if 3rd place is the lowest of lows for today for Elijah, I don't think he's going to be too fussed about that one. But line astern, through they go onto another lap. And now we could see a little battle for the lead here. Less than a minute and a half to go in this Heat 1 for Rotax Cadets. Through they go into Johnny's. Ethan Coupland for Coles Racing already all over the back of Oakley Riggs. And there's battles going on up and down the order. The 19 and the 67 come across the line. That's Arthur Kaiser and Edison Burrows battling over 11th position. And they did identical laps on the last lap. So that is quite the ding-dong battle there for those two, just outside of the top 10. We've got 4 drivers line astern, and that's from 6th place downwards. So that'll be Travis Giddings, Bertie Clark, Rio Peacock, and Jack Daniels. And Ronnie Faulkner's not far behind them either. 38 seconds left to go as they cross the line. So this will be the penultimate lap of this race. Unchanged in that front pack. It is changed in that pack I just mentioned, though. Bertie Clark has got through into 6th place. Rio Peacock's following him through into 7th. And Travis Giddings has lost out from that. 6th place to 8th on lap number 8. Elijah West, though, has found a bit of extra pace here. He might think about the move down the inside. He does go for it. Late on the brakes to the inside. Almost forces Ethan Coupland off onto the grass there, but Coupland defends it well. Chops back across as they come down into climber. Retakes 2nd place, but that gives a bit of breathing room to Oakley Riggs then as they head on to the final lap. No need to defend for Oakley. He's got a good half a kart length to a kart length on Ethan Coupland now. But does he know that? Might feel it's the last lap. I need to chuck the anchors on and defend here. But it is only heat number 1. In that defensive prowess will need to be shown a little bit later on in this race. There's Arthur Kaiser and Edison Burrows coming to your shot again. Edison trying his absolute best to find a way through on Arthur, but unable to do so on that penultimate lap of the race. Is this another move at the same place? Yes, it is. Elijah West down the inside again for 2nd place, but this time he gets it done. Ethan Coupland can't defend this time. Ethan tries around the outside down into climate to set up the inside to the final corner, but too late on the brakes. He won't be able to hold on to it. Oakley Riggs takes the first win of the day in Rotax Cadets, with Elijah West gets 2nd place. Now he smashes the steering wheel in frustration, but I think to salvage a 2nd place from that, when the pace just wasn't quite there in the early parts, I think he should be pretty happy with that. Retakes 2nd place from Ethan, and Ethan has to settle for 3rd. As I mentioned, Ethan, the leader of the championship, he needs every point he can get here. Has to settle for 3rd, though, in that first heat of the day. Freya Bond and Jack Blackman were your top 5. In that big angle of 4 in behind them, it ended Bertie Clark in 6th, Rio Peacock 7th, Travis Giddings and Jack Daniels. Then Ronnie Faulkner rounded out the top 10. Arthur Kaiser managed to stay ahead of Edison Burrows, despite some battling through the final corner. And then Harry Reid comes across the line as your final finisher in that race. Well, Rotax Cadet first heat is done then. And of course, now we will see the rerunning of the Honda Cadet race. Hopefully it all goes a bit more to plan this time around. So Honda Cadets will be out next for their first heat of the day. Out on track go the Honda Cadets once again then. So the drivers who were involved in that incident in the first attempt at this first race will be back out there on circuit. We'll wait and see whether the damage was too much. It was quite a sizable impact, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're not out in this race, but we shall wait and see as they come round to do their warm-up laps. And of course the Hondas taking to the grid for a standing start. Yeah, so 15 drivers signed up for this one. It looks as though 14 drivers are out on circuit. So I want to say potentially, let's have a look then. Who? Alex Gaskin it is, thank you. Alex Gaskin, who was involved in that crash in the first race, he's not out there, but I think the driver who collided with him is out on the track. So 14 of the 15 out there on circuit, and that pretty much means that everyone gets bumped forward one grid position, because of course Alex was going to start on pole position. Now that's far from ideal for him with the random grid slots. The race he was able to get a pole position for, he now effectively loses that and gets 0 points from it, which is never ideal. But of course at the end of the day, the fact that he's okay is the main thing. So Honda Cadet 160 is their first heat of the day. It'll be Oliver Ratton and Stanley Keeley on the front row then James Devereaux and Oliver Spence, Daniel Barton, Seth Jones, Kobe Wood, Oakley Poulter, Max Smith, Leo Webb, Callum Williams, Logan Hart, Max Craven and Henry Duncan. And we're off and racing already. Poor start from Oliver Ratton. And that allows for Stanley Keeley to side through and go round the outside already before they even got through into the Haynes loop. No, it's the 46 of James Devereaux who's made it to the front by the time they get to Johnny's. So James Devereaux from third place on the grid then, already into the lead of the race. Through the bus stop chicane then, Oliver Ratton piling on the pressure as they head up into midgets. He got a good exit from the bus stop chicane, but unable to make the most of it and take away that leading position. Of course, he had that off of the race start, but a poor start. It was a quick one on the lights, as it often is here at Forest Edge. Side by side for fourth place, the 11 and the 41. Seth Jones getting through on Stanley Keeley. So after a decent initial start, as there was a bit of pod-to-pod rubbing there between those two. Who was it that lost out? I think it was the 11. It was of Seth Jones. Stanley Keeley and Seth Jones going side by side, and Seth Jones dropping a few positions because of that one. So I was going to say Stanley Keeley getting a good initial start, but just losing out through the rest of that first lap of the race. So Devereaux takes the lead. He's still holding on to it ahead of Ratton. Ratton's got a good exit out of the bus stop chicane though. Would he think about it this time? No. James covers the inside. Oliver Spence now with them as well. And Oliver Spence had the fastest lap of all of them on that last lap around this Forest Edge kart circuit. Still Linus Cernan. Now they're bringing fourth place in with them as well. That's the 58 of Daniel Barton, who gained 2 places on that last lap. Courtesy of Seth Jones and Stanley Keeley going bumper to bumper. They've dragged the 41 with them as well, so that is Stanley Keeley. They've now got 5 drivers in a train here for the lead of the race. James Devereaux parking the bus already, not allowing anyone through. He's still got just less than 5 minutes left to go in this race. As it all gets a little bit close at the bus stop chicane. All crossed up was the driver in the middle of that. I think that was Stanley Keeley. Gets a poor exit. That's going to open up the inside. They go 3 wide into the right-hander. Somehow, they all make it out of it. I think Stanley Keely's made up a couple of positions from that. He goes into 3rd place. 58 of Daniel Barton stays in 4th. Biggest loser from that is the 90 of Oliver Spence, and he chucked his hand up with frustration there. I think he was the one that was on the outside of all of that as they headed into midgets. It was a bold attempt down the inside initially, and then someone decided to make it 3 wide. I have a feeling that might have been Stanley Keely. But either way, it's worked out for him. He's into 3rd place, and I can't see any penalty on the timing screen. Top 2 have broken away ever so slightly, though, because of that battling for 3rd place. So Devereaux and Ratton seemingly working together at the front of the order. And they were fastest on circuit on the last lap. Daniel Barton has been the first driver to drop into the 48s, though. That was on the lap before last. Doesn't look like he's holding that pace either. Stanley Keely starting to pull away from him. Stanley Keely into the 48s on that last lap. Same for James Devereaux. And now it is the 58 of Daniel Barton, seemingly being the cork in the bottle here in 4th place. He's got Oliver Spence, Seth Jones, Kobe Wood, and now Max Craven all right in his wheel tracks. But already in this one, Stanley Keely, Daniel Barton and Oliver Ratton all getting a contact warning for their troubles. That's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. All getting a bit too close to comfort. Understandably so, though. Great battling already in this Honda Cadet race. Round the final corner they come then. Great to see them on the edge of grip as they slide through. Great exit from the 58. So Daniel Barton has found pace once again. He was a whole second faster than your 2 leaders on the last lap. Daniel Barton has suddenly found ridiculous pace once more then. He's on the back of Stanley Keely. And if he can show this pace consistently, he needs to get through on Stanley ASAP. Start pressing on towards the leaders. Devereaux and Ratton still working together here. They're already on the back of the leaders. And Stanley Keely pointing forward, wanting to work together, but nope. Daniel Barton doesn't listen. Down the inside goes Daniel, up at midgets. That loses them quite a bit of time, though. Poor exit from both of them there. Now under pressure, trying to squeeze through is the 90 and does get through. Oliver Spence with a bold move, but a bold re-overtake once again from Stanley Keely. They're 3 wide on the exit. Seth Jones trying to get involved. Not happy with that is Oliver Spence. He's chucking his hands up in frustration, but round the outside goes Seth Jones. And he takes 5th place away from Oliver Spence. So initially what looked like a move for 4th place has actually turned to be losing a position for Oliver Spence. Down into 6th he goes. 1 minute and 45 still to go on the clock for this one. Seth Jones getting a contact warning. Daniel Barton getting a 2nd contact warning. So he needs to be very careful there in 3rd place. Leaders still line astern at the front of the order. Has it all changed in the background there? Where has Stanley Keely gone on the 41? No, he's still there in 4th. They've just dropped off at the back of the top 3 ever so slightly. Daniel Barton is still closing in here. Oliver Ratton has gone to the lead of the race, though. Through he goes across the line. The 22 to the front. With just less than a minute left to go, they do need to be careful. Daniel Barton is still closing them down. It was another 0.4 of a second that he took out of that gap on the last lap. And he's now only 0.6 off of the battle. Good to see Callum Williams and Leo Webb as well as they come around the final corner. They're having a good little battle over 13th place. 2 of our novice drivers. Still getting up to speed with their kart, still getting up to speed with the circuit, but still going hammer and tong out there on circuit. It's great, great to see. Round the final corner they come then. 25 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. And although Ratton's got through, Devereaux isn't letting it up. They both cover off the inside. To the outside goes Daniel Barton. He makes the switchback work. Through he goes into 2nd place. So as Devereaux takes the lead of the race, Ratton gets forced out wide. And Daniel Barton says, thank you very much. I'll take that 2nd place for myself. So Devereaux back to the lead. Barton to 2nd place. Ratton now in P3. And it's a change of the lead as well. Through has gone Daniel Barton down in sector number 2. So Barton, we said, was closing with some fantastic pace here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. He now takes the lead of the race at the all-important time as we head on to the final lap then. Out of the final corner, slightly poor exit. Devereaux was trying to nip at the heels there at the 58, but not able to make anything work. Seth Jones has got through into 4th place. Kobe Wood into 5th. So something has happened in that secondary pack as well. 2 places gained for Seth Jones, Kobe Wood and Max Craven. Stanley Kearley and Oliver Spence have both lost 3 positions on that last lap. So the 41 and the 90 have come together there on the penultimate lap of the race. And 2 drivers that were looking very quick earlier on in this race have now lost quite a few points there, dropping into 7th and 8th. Up into the final sector come our 3 leaders, and it looks as though Daniel Barton has been able to build enough of a gap here on this final lap. It's Devereaux versus Ratton for 2nd place here. Devereaux's holding on as they come through into the final corner. This is the last opportunity for Ratton. He's not going to take it. Daniel Barton will secure maximum points from heat number 1, and cool as a cucumber, doesn't even need to celebrate across the line. He's done what he was planning to do in that race. Takes maximum points. Devereaux and Ratton round out that top 3, as I mentioned, with Seth Jones, Kobe Wood in 4th and 5th. Now, Stanley Kearley and Oliver Spence managed to get back through on Max Craven there. So that ends 6th, 7th and 8th respectively for those drivers. Then Max Smith and Henry Duncan, your top 10. Followed by Logan Hart, Oakley Poulter in 11th and 12th. And then we're soon to see Callum Williams and Leo Webb come through to finalise the 14 finishes in that one. So that one went a lot better than our first time of asking for the Honda Cadets. They get through as always. A bit of a wide moment into the last corner, but the 33 holds onto it. Callum Williams secures 13th for himself, and Leo Webb follows him across the line. Now that's it. Good to see all drivers making it to the checkered flag this time of asking, though. So Honda Cadets, we finally get their first race done and dusted. So we've skipped forward a couple of races then with the Rotax Cadets done. It'll be the Rotax Inters who'll be heading out soon. Their first heat is coming up next. Rotax Inters out on track then. We'll be getting their first race underway very shortly. 11 drivers on the entry list for this class going into today's round. Let's run you through the grid for this first race. Fenton Stoneman and Nathan Rond are on the front row, with Elliot Dimilov and Tyler Banks on row 2. Then Ethan Cousins and Daniel Wisnauskas on row 3. Marley Fisher and Matthew Lilly are on row 4, with Jack Baker, Harrison Stacey and Oliver Dan, your 11 drivers on the grid. Let's see if I can quickly get up some notes as they come round to start the race, getting into their 2x2 formation. So Ethan Cousins, Warwick Milam are not here today. They're your 2 championship leaders. Now, I know Warwick Milam is at Kart Masters this weekend. I imagine Ethan Cousins is also up at PFI for the British Karting Grand Prix. So Fenton Stoneman and Daniel Wisnauskas, 3rd and 4th in the championship, could get some good points for themselves here. Off we go then. Fenton Stoneman leads us under the gantry and leads us down into the Haynes Loop as well. Stoneman holds on to it at the front of the order, side by side. In the background, though, it's over around 7th and 8th place. They managed to sort themselves out, though, before they get into Johnny's. They file back into single file position. And through we continue on lap number 1. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, remember, for these heats. So nice and short and sharp. Into the bus stop chicane they go then. 2nd place under a bit of pressure here. Has to file over to the inside and try and fend off the place. That'll be Nathan Ron and Elliot Dimilov, I believe. Fenton Stoneman is still in the lead as they come into the final corner. Is he, though? Actually, tell a lie. It's the 67 of Nathan Rond who's had a great start. That's me getting confused by the Sodi for test driver. I'm so used to that being Ethan Cousins or Warwick Milam. Now my brain escapes me as to which one of those was the Sodi for test driver. But Nathan Rond taking that position for himself. Nathan Rond got a great start from P2 then, chops across, took it away from Fenton Stoneman. It's Fenton Stoneman who's defending from Ethan Cousins, so ignore me. Cousins is on the grid. My brain clearly not quite working yet this morning. It is only Warwick Milam who we've lost from this grid to Kart Masters. So second, third and fourth in the championship on the track at the moment. Second place in third place in this race, third place in second place, and then fourth place in fifth place on the track at the moment. Right, out of the final corner they come then. 48 of Fenton Stoneman sitting in second place. Well, scratch that. He tries it down the inside into the Haynes loop. A little bit too late, though. And Nathan Rond closes the door. But we now got 4 drivers line astern. Rond, Stoneman, Cousins, and Banks. So Tyler Banks getting himself involved as well. Tyler Banks, I've definitely seen Tyler racing here in the past, but I can't see him on my standings. So we'll see how Tyler does as he mixes it in with the big guns here in the Rotax Inters at the Forest Edge Kart Club. And is it all chopping and changing? Move down the inside. There's the SC plate of Ethan Cousins through at Climate. He takes second place away from Fenton Stoneman then. And so it is Warwick Milam who usually is in the Sony for test kart. As Nathan Ron slips back to P3. So Fenton Stoneman's got through earlier on in that lap. Ethan Cousins has then gone through at the final corner. So Nathan Rond goes from first to third on that last lap of the race. And now he's under a bit of pressure from Tyler Banks. However, it's Jack Baker who has the fastest lap of the race. First driver into the 43s, and he's setting purple sectors on this lap again. So Jack Baker on the number 71, he's already getting involved with this scrap at the front of the order. Impressive stuff from Jack Baker. Now, I want to say I've seen Jack at some other kart clubs, potentially the Wilton Mill Kart Club, and he's been rather quick there. He's showing he can do it down in the South Coast as well. The 71 takes fourth place away from Tyler Banks there through Sector 1. And he set another fastest lap on the last lap. 43.78 for Jack Baker. Still the only driver in the 43s. Impressive stuff from Jack. Now, whereabouts did he start in this race? He was down in 9th place on the race start. We're only just hitting half race distance. And he's already into 3rd place. He's got the move done on the 67 of Nathan Rond. And now Jack Baker only has clear air between himself and the 2 leaders, who continue to battle as they head on to lap number 6. Now, game plan, I think, for Nathan Rond and Tyler Banks is to try and hold on to the back of Jack Baker's kart and see if they can get dragged along. Another fastest lap from Jack Baker on the last lap, 43.67. Still the only driver in the 43s. Closest is Ethan Cousins in second place with a 44.02. And Jack has already closed that gap. Now we have 3 drivers line astern for the lead of the race. It's Stoneman ahead of Cousins with Baker right in the wheel tracks. 2.5 minutes left to go then as they head on to lap number 7. Now how is this one going to play out? Late on the brakes there from Baker. Nearly careens into the back of Cousins. Manages to use a bit of rear rotation there to get it stopped a bit quicker. Doesn't go clattering into the rear end and giving himself an unnecessary nose cone penalty. That would be a far from ideal way to end the first race of the day. Second place has been taken by Jack Baker this time, though. That would have been down at the bottom section of the circuit at Winger's Dip. So Jack Baker's been scything through incredibly well in this race. He's already up 7 places, P9 to P2. Must have been a bit of a scrappy overtake, though, on the SC plate of Ethan Cousins, as they both lost quite a bit of time. There's a good 3 or 4 kart lengths now between Stoneman and Baker. But if the first part of this race is anything to go by, that gap will be closing pretty soon. 10:30 now down here at Winchester on the south coast of England. Lovely and sunny already. Luckily, it's not quite as hot as it was earlier on in this week. It would have been very difficult, not only for the drivers, but also us here in the box. Rather warm with all the windows, but it's still pretty toasty. But lovely weather conditions for a bit of kart racing. And where better than the Forest Edge Kart Club. On to lap number 9 they now go. And look at that. Now that Jack Baker is in and amongst it, they've all gotten a little bit faster. Jack Baker, 43.67. Ethan Cousins matches him on that last lap. So Ethan clearly learning a bit, sitting right behind Jack Baker. And Jack unable to close the gap as considerably as he was earlier on in this race. Both Ethan Cousins in third and Jack Baker in second have a contact warning, so they need to be a bit careful. Late dive to the inside there from Jack Baker. Doors closed by Fenton Stoneman. He saw that one coming a mile off. Jack Baker trying everything he can to force his way through. Down the inside he goes to the final corner. They're going to be close on the exit though. Stoneman trying to get back through. He's going to force him to the inside here and does close through into the first corner. No, he doesn't. Jack Baker back down the inside. Late on the brakes. Does he fend him off on the exit? Yes, he does. Into Johnny's. Jack Baker has the lead of the race. That was all going to get feisty there through sector number 3. Jack Baker wasn't wanting to wait around to find a way through here. He gets it done immediately, but back down the inside into the bus stop goes Fenton Stoneman. Fights it back through. And Jack Baker, what can he do to answer that one? Timer hit 0, and we now have the top 5 in a line here. They're line astern as they head through down into the final corner. Jack Baker not quite close enough to send a dive into the last corner then. 1,100 metres left to go in this first heat of the day for Rotax Inters. This could prove a very exciting class throughout today's racing if this is what it's already like in heat number 1. So Stoneman leads Baker, then Cousins, Rond and Banks as they head down into sector number 2. Checkered flag is already being prepared here at the start-finish line, but who's going to see it first? Stoneman leads us into the bus stop chicane, but Baker is all over the back of his car. Baker might think about it into the right-hander, but not close enough. He's going to have to get a good exit, though, down into Climate to make this one work, and I don't think he's close enough. He'll think about the dive into the last corner, but will it be a little bit too little too late? It will be, and Fenton Stoneman will take maximum points from the first heat of the day. Baker comes in behind him, then Cousins, Rond and Banks. 0.7 seconds separating the top 5. What a race there in Rotax Inter. There was a group of 4 there in behind. That was Matthew Lilly, Harrison Stacey, Elliot Dimilov and Oliver Dan. There was only about 6 tenths separating those 4 as well. So great battling throughout the field in Rotax Inter. They're going to be an exciting class all day, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think you're going to want to miss any of their races. So Stoneman, Baker, Cousins, Ron, Banks were your top 5. Then Marley Fisher, Daniel Wisnauskas, Matthew Lilly, Harrison Stacey, Elliot Dimilov and Oliver Dan. All 11 starters making it to the checkered flag. That's what we want to see. Up next, race 5, Senior Rotax Heat 1, out on circuit soon. As if by magic, already out on the circuit go our senior Rotax drivers for their first race of the day. Aaron Full, it is on the number 28, who's going to line up on pole position. Zach Burke is alongside him. Then Mason Perrin, Tom Parry Williams on row 2. Then Ben Hicks and Bobby Rozier on row 3. Dominic Cousins and Matt Jones on row 4. With Daniel Fazzone and Oliver Smith on row 5. They round out the top 10. Then it's Cameron Crockett and Toby Street. Elliot Rice and Neville Tatum. Then Finney Patterson and Aaron Asarkas. Then Ben Ballou and Sam Harrison. Emily Davison and Michael Pugh round out the top 20. Followed by William Ray, Ethan Lomax, Liam Nate, Ryan Mills, Kieran Ives and Aidan Blair. 26 drivers entered today. 26 drivers on the grid for this first heat. It always gets a bit feisty in Senior Rotax, and I have a feeling we might see that again here today. Aaron Full, a very, very quick pedaler in the Senior Rotax class, and he leads us to the start lights. Over the curb on the inside there from the 55, and that unintentionally allows him to block the inside line there quite nicely. So Zach Burke holds on to second place. They'll fan out as we go into Johnny's, and there's a big hit for the number 40, but somehow he holds on to it. That's Toby Street, who got it all crossed up with a bit of side pod to side pod contact there with 2 or 3 different drivers. But I think they all made it through, Johnny's. They did. I can't see anyone spun off onto the grass on the exit. There is someone on the exit off of the bus stop chicane. They kick up a load of dust, but they managed to rejoin. and fend off from a few drivers there. So as they head round the final corner, Aaron Full still in the lead of the race. Zach Burke is still in second, but I feel as though it might have changed a bit in behind that. There's the 51 getting forced out wide of Daniel Fazzone. Now, someone needs to know in the live chat if Daniel has Italian heritage or whether it is just Fazzone. I don't want to be rude to him if it is pronounced very fancy, fancy with the Italian tongue, but it might just be an English lad with a double Z in his name, which is pretty cool in and of itself. Aaron Full with the fastest lap though on the first lap, half a second already, that gap in the lead. But if Zach Burke and Mason Perrin can work together here, and it looks like they have done, and it looks like they have closed the gap. So through the final corner, they come once more. Top three line astern now. Attempt at the inside line, but that'll change to the outside for fourth place. That's Tom Parry Williams trying to get through on Ben Hicks. It's not going to work. Hicks stays there. And now Parry Williams under a bit of pressure from Bobby Rozier. Rozier's just got a contact warning. So has my best mate, Daniel Fazzone. So has Kieran Ives and Finley Patterson as well. It looks as though potentially some drivers haven't come across the line to finish that last lap. So maybe some drivers stricken at a point of the track, or maybe my live timing not fully updating, but we'll wait and see as they come through to finish yet another lap. Change to second place. Mason Perrin has got through, and Perrin has great pace down the inside. He goes to the lead, then into the Haynes Loop, and Mason Perrin to the front of the field. A name I don't recognise here at Forest Edge. Mason Perrin has showed up and shown the boys and girls how it's done. Perrin with the fastest lap. Perrin now with the lead of the race. Full dropped to second, Burke to third, and now Full gets dropped to third as well. Down the inside goes Zach Burke, up at Midget's corner, and that's going to be even more of a positive for Mason Perrin in the lead, as he's given an even bigger gap at the front of the order. Half a second separates those two as they come across the line. So we've got the leading three line astern. Then we've got 4th, 5th and 6th, which is now Bobby Rozier, Ben Hicks and Dominic Cousins. So Rozier has sided through those three. And we've got two drivers who have come together just outside of the commentary box window into the final corner. It's the 92 and the 77. Tom Parry Williams and Aranas Sarkas have come together in that one. So I think it was a poor last lap for Tom Parry Williams. He'd already lost 4 places. And then as came together with Aranas Sarkas. I don't know whose fault it was in that one. Sarkas rejoins. Parry Williams sadly does not, though. He parks it up and walks to the nearest safe place. Gives the thumbs up. He's all okay, which is good to see for Tom. Sadly, you won't be seeing the checkered flag in this one. And Sarkas is effectively out of this race as he tries to plod on. As I mentioned, didn't see what happened, so not sure how that one played out, but either way, the 92 has pulled off to the side of the circuit. They're on lap number 6 now, and remaining relatively similar that lap at the front, that gap, sorry, at the front of the order. Mason Perrin just slowly but surely eking it out. As Bobby Rozier in 4th place now has the fastest lap. He is well and truly broken away from Hicks and Cousins. He's pressing on very nicely. He still was the fastest of pretty much anyone out on the circuit on that last lap. Not faster than his fastest lap. Only person faster was Ethan Lomax in 9th place. He's in a bit of no man's land himself, to be honest, between Ben Ballou, who's now in 10th, and Elliot Wright in 8th place. Now, Ben Ballou, didn't he start quite a way down the order in this one? Started in 17th place, did Ben. So he's already up from 17th to 10th. Your 2023 Southern Champs winner. Making places up nicely in this one. Your 2024 Southern Champs winner, Matt Jones, is in 7th place. He's on the back of Ben Hicks and Dominic Cousins now, so he is battling through nicely. He had the fastest Sector 2 of the race on the last lap, did Matt Jones. So he is starting to drop into the rear view mirrors. Obviously, they don't actually exist. The figurative rear view mirrors of Ben Hicks and Dominic Cousins now. As onto the back of 3rd place is Bobby Rozier. So Rozier putting in some great pace still. Aaron Full is under pressure. Aaron Full is down to 4th place, late on the brakes from Bobby Rozier. Aggressive move to the inside there, and he makes it work through sector number 1. So Aaron Full, a driver we're so used to seeing at the front of the order, is dropping back ever so slightly in this first heat. So Bobby Rozier now the driver that finalises those top 3 positions. Just over a minute left to go, though. It's going to be challenging for him to get any more. In behind, that was a move for 6th place. So I believe that is Matt Jones getting through. It is. So Matt Jones through on Ben Hicks for 6th. SC Plate making up a few positions and making up a few more points for his championship tally. Now, as they go through onto the last few laps of this race, let's see if I can scroll through my notes and find out what is going on here. So Matt Jones is your championship leader. He's had a great last few rounds. At round 4, he took the win in Heat 1 and the win in the final. And at round 5, he won Heat 1, he won Heat 2, he won Heat 3, and was 2nd place in the final. So a very impressive round 5 for Matt Jones. Now, this first heat doesn't seem to be starting quite as well as it did at the previous round. But there are some very quick drivers in this one, so I don't think surprising. Either way, a top 6 is still a lovely result to kick off the day with. For the championship leader. Mason Perrin still at the front of the order. Still has about a second over Zach Burke. But Zach Burke under a lot of pressure now from Bobby Rozier. Timer hit 0. This will be the penultimate lap of the race that they've already started. Through into the bus stop they come then. Has that place been made already by Bobby Rozier? I think it might have done. And there's a move in behind as well. So that'll be Dominic Cousins through on Aaron Full. Yes, it is. So changes in both of those positions. Rozier through on Burke. Cousins through on Full. And on we go, on to the last 1,100 metres of this race. Ben Ballou trying to make up position as well. That's such a late move from Ben Ballou. Nearly goes over the back of the driver ahead of him. That would have been Ben Hicks. So he was trying to get through for 9th place there was Ben Ballou. A little bit too bold on the brakes there, down into the Haynes loop. It didn't work out, but luckily didn't end his race there for Ben. So Ben versus Ben, and it goes the way of Ben that time of asking. Mason Perrin leads us through on the final lap, though. He's built out a lovely gap over these last 2 laps. Mason Perrin's going to start off, kick off a fantastic day for the number 78 then. He takes maximum points and shushes the camera as he comes across the line. He's very happy about that result, and as he should be. What a start to the day for Mason Perrin. Bobby Rozier, fantastic drive there to 2nd place. Bobby Rozier starting that race in 6th, so good drive through from him. Zach Burke finishes in 3rd place with Dominic Cousins, Aaron Full your top 5. Then Matt Jones, Elliot Rice, Ethan Lomax, Ben Hicks and Ben Ballou your top 10. Michael Pugh, Oliver Smith, Neville Tatum, then Cameron Crockett, William Ray, Kieran Ives, Niam Nate, Sam Harrison, Finley Patterson, Daniel Fazone your top 20. Then Aidan Blair on the novice plate there in 21st, then Toby Street, Ryan Mills, Aaron Asarkas. So, of course, Ryan Mills was the last driver who finished in that race in 23rd. Aaron Asarkas clearly rejoined after that incident, but then had to head back to the pit lanes with a bit of an issue. Tom Parry Williams is currently collecting his car. I can see, you should probably be able to see that on the camera as well there on the number 92. And sadly, we lost Emily Davidson on lap 2 of that race. Didn't see what happened to her. 3 drivers in that one not making it to the checkered flag. But senior Rotax, again, another very exciting class here at round number 6. Definitely one you're not going to want to miss throughout the rest of today's action. So as we bring Heat 1 of Senior Rotax to a close then, that's race 5 of the day done and dusted. It'll be the Superkarts out next, and don't forget, their heats and finals slightly shorter than the rest of the karts out there on track. And they, of course, don't actually have to circumvent the bus stop chicane. They fly straight past on their own circuit because the Superkarts are pretty quick here. They need somewhere to open up the taps and get on the gas and get up the gears. And that's exactly where they're able to do that. So their first heat of the day will be out on circuit in only a moment's time. And that will be 5 minutes plus 1 lap in length. We've got 10 Superkarts out on circuit. And they'll be coming out in a few moments once we have been able to save a few stricken Senior Rotax karts. So as the plume of smoke dissipates on the exit of the dummy grid, it can only mean one thing: Superkarts out on circuit. 10 drivers out for this first heat of the day. It looks as though we got one of the drivers coming up as a... And no, because there's only 10 drivers in this, I think, and there's 11 on the timing, so hopefully that TX number will update itself in a moment's time. So on the grid for this one, then, for heat number 1, we've got Matthew Duncan and Daniel Hammett, as I've just broken the box that I'm standing on. Callum Smith and Mark Smith are on the second row of the grid, with Fraser Everett and Martin Smith on row 3. Daniel Buckland and Aaron Powell are on row 4, with Graham Payne and Frank Bourne, the 10 drivers on the grid for this one. Now, of course, our Superkart drivers will come through, round the cut through, and will go onto the grid for a standing start. Now, usually it's only the Honda Cadets and the Superkarts which we see for standing starts, but I do believe with our special guest today that they'll also be doing a standing start for their races. So, of course, the 210 National O-Plate being held here today at Forest Edge. They'll be out in only a few races' time for their first heat of the day, but the winner of their final will be taking an O-Plate home for themselves. They are retro gearbox karts that we'll see out later. But let's keep an eye on the modern gearbox karts for now then. Superkarts ready for their sixth round of the year then. So who's leading us to the lights there? Matthew Duncan and Daniel Hammett on the front row as the engine revs rise. We're underway in racing, but not so much for the 86. Daniel Hammett bogs massively off of the start there, and he's already dropped to 7th place. I tell a lie, down to 6th, sorry, for the number 86, Daniel Hammett. It looks as though the fastest Sector 1 has come from Mark Smith. So potentially driver on the second row of the grid already in the lead of the race here. Oh, that was close between second and third. Thinking about a move up into midgets. Not quite late enough on the brakes though. Has to relinquish the position. So it's the 73 of Matthew Duncan who started on pole position, who's still in the lead. Followed across the line by Mark Smith, Callum Smith and Martin Smith. So we got triple Smith in this one. And they're second, third and fourth so far. Already taking back a place then is Daniel Hammett. He's through on Fraser Everett for 5th place. Now, the usual name we see at the top of the order in Superkart, Spencer Chappell, not actually here today for round number 6. Now, he is, what is that, a good 75 points in the lead of the championship is Spencer Chappell. But this is an opportunity today for someone to get a win. Now, often it's a great battle for second place in the Superkarts because Spencer Chappell is so far down the road that we don't even get to ever commentate over a win, an exciting battle for the win in Superkarts. But maybe today is the opportunity for that to happen. Matthew Duncan just about holding on to the lead. There's a double overtake and off go the leaders. Off go the 3 leaders and out of the race. Someone has managed to side through from way down the order here. Off go all 3 leaders. Matthew Duncan, Mark Smith and Callum Smith definitely off. Potentially Martin Smith and Daniel Hammett off as well. So Aaron Powell on the 85 has somehow been gifted the lead here. Flat tyre for the number 86 of Daniel Hammett, your pole sitter. Oh, sorry, second place on the grid was Daniel Hammett. That was a huge off up at midgets. It was an attempt down the inside for the lead of the race. Sorry, the attempt down the inside for second place from whoever was in third. It was too late on the brakes. They then went into the side of second and first place, and it all hell broke loose there up at midgets. Of course, that's the fastest section of the circuit there at the end of the long back straight. And yeah, chucked on the anchors a little bit too late, lost control, and off they all went. Now, looks as though they're all up and out of their karts and all okay. But that's going to be no points from this first race for those drivers at the sharp end of the order. So that's going to blow this wide open in terms of the final later on today. As some drivers who, I don't think they're going to mind me saying, maybe wouldn't have really been at the sharp end of the order now find themselves there. Aaron Powell in the lead. Callum Smith in second place. So he was the only Smith to really properly survive from that, I think, on the number 77 there in second place. Mark Smith still running in sixth, but a considerable way off of the order. So out of the race went Daniel Hammer, Matthew Duncan, Martin Smith, and Frank Bourne, actually. But Frank Bourne was on an earlier lap, so he was involved in a separate incident. So it was Daniel Hammer, Matthew Duncan, Martin Smith, and Mark Smith who were involved in the unfortunate incident there in the Superkart first heat of the day. But wow, yet to see quite a sizable crash like that in Superkarts. And a scary one to have it as well, as I mentioned. Fastest section of the circuit. Never a nice place to come together. But Aaron Powell takes the lead of the race, and to be fair, has got some good pace on him. 38.14 for Aaron Powell. It looked as though Callum Smith was chasing him down relatively quickly after Aaron took the lead, but no. He's found some good pace. He's extended that lead to a nice gap now and starts the penultimate lap of the race as there's only 20 seconds left to go on the clock. So Callum Smith and Fraser Everett are your top three. Graham Payne and Daniel Buckland your top five. And now it looks as though Mark Smith has also retired from this race. Tried to continue on, but clearly too much of an issue there for the number 96, and he's had to retire the kart before the checkered flag in this race. Here comes the 85 of Aaron Powell round the final corner. Then he'll start the last 1,000 metres of this circuit. I will say the 55 Fraser Everett. I remember seeing Fraser in the warm-up laps earlier on and thinking how uncomfortable he looked in that seat. His knees are pretty much up where the shifter is. So poor Fraser's really crammed into that car. Now whether that's just the fact that the car's just a bit small for him, or whether he needs to change that seating position somewhat, I'm not sure. I've not raced one myself, but Fraser looking rather uncomfortable there in third place. But it's Aaron Powell who takes maximum points from the first heat of the day. Probably a little bit unexpected there for Aaron Powell. Aaron started in 8th place in that race. So 8th to 1st in the first heat of the day for Aaron Powell. Made up a few places, don't get me wrong. But also gifted a few from that crash on lap number 3. Callum Smith and Fraser Everett, your top 3 then. Graham Payne and Daniel Buckland, your top 5. And those were the 5 finishes in that race. Mark Smith, Daniel Hammer, Matthew Duncan, Martin Smith and Frank Bourne all not making it to the checkered flag in that one. But wow, quite the interesting Superkart first heat of the day then, ladies and gentlemen. That'll, as I mentioned, really change up things when we go through into the final, when obviously all of the points are worked out through the heats, that then creates the grid for those finals later on. So we'll wait and see how that all chops and changes through the rest of the heats today and then into the finals. But race 6 of the day done and dusted then, and we've almost done a full rotation of all of the heats. We've only got 2 more left to go of heat number 1s. Firstly, it'll be our special invitational class for this weekend, the 210 Nationals who tour around the country. Today, they're here at Forest Edge. Hopefully they enjoy the fantastic facilities here at the Forest Edge Kart Club and love being along for the ride. And great to see as well, 19 entries of them out on circuit, and I believe whoever wins that final later on today gets to use the O-plate on their kart for the rest of the season. So that'll be the race up next. We've then got the second heat for junior Rotaxes, and then the final first heat of the day. That'll be for the 177s and the 177 Masters. So next up, first heat of the day for the 210 Nationals. So just as we clear away those superkarts that are involved in that incident in Heat 1, for them, they're slightly older brothers and sisters, not in terms of the races, but in terms of the karts, will be up next. The 210 Nationals retro gearbox karts will be out on circuit in a moment's time. firstly then, a warm welcome to the 210 Nationals here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Great to have them along. That's an additional race of the day here for round number 6. Now they head round to complete their warm-up laps, and great to see some proper retro shifter karts out on the Forest Edge circuit. Now, also, hopefully we don't see an incident like we saw in the previous race in the modern shifters. But I guess that's kind of what we've been missing in the modern shifters earlier on, with Spencer Travel running away with it. We haven't seen battles for the lead like we did in that last one. Hopefully that continues for the rest of the day, but hopefully it ends a little bit better and we do see people making it to the checkered flag. And hopefully that's the same here in the Heat 1 for the 210 Nationals. So your grid for this one: Russell Hopes and David Scull are on the front row. Stuart Henry and Chris Callaghan on row 2. Then Tony Berry and Peter Mason on row 3. Then Mark Shepherd and Paul Fowler. Ray Sloan and William Shelley round out the top 10, with Sean Stonier and Dan Berry. Dan is your E-plate holder there in P12. Thomas Stone and Robert Perkins are on row number 7. Then Anthony Cox and Lionel Sifleet on row number 8, that is. Then Michael Owen, Nathan Caddick and Oliver Shelley. Actually 19 karts on the grid then for this 210 National O-plate. Heat number 1 of the day. You've got to try and get yourself a good start. As oh dear, we're going round again. As the universal signal for going round again is shown by the marshals and the drivers. So they'll head through under the gantry and out of your camera shot and go for one more warm-up lap. So as I mentioned, Dan Berry, E-plate holder, I think he's definitely going to be one to watch there in the middle of the pack. Otherwise, I will say as well, usually in a national championship such as this, your top 10 are seeded drivers, which will mean that they have finished in that position in last year. I imagine it is likely the same in this one, and if it is, Lionel Sifleet has that number 1. Thomas Stone has a number 2. Robert Perkins has the number 3. Stuart Henry has the number 4. We're missing the number 5. We've got the number 6 of Paul Fowler, the number 7 of Tony Berry, the number 8 of Ray Sloan. We're missing the number 9 as well, but we do have the number 10 of Mark Shepherd. So potentially those are your drivers to really be watching out throughout the order. But it's Russell Hopes and David Scull who are on the front row of the grid. Oh dear, we're going round again as we have a stricken driver near the back of the order. The E-plate has just about managed to drive round him. But that looks as though, of course, these being retro gearbox karts, they're not going to be the most reliable things in the world. And the number 25 of William Shelley has sadly found that out before the race even gets underway. He pushes his kart to the inside of the final corner. So we're already down from 19 runners to 18 then in this race. So William Shelley, P10 on the grid. William was supposed to be on this one. Sadly, won't be taking to the race start though. And to remind you, as it was for our modern Superkart race, the 210 Nationals also 5 minutes plus 1 lap for their heats. And if I remember correctly, it was either 7 or 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the Superkart finals last time out. Now, we're currently running about 15 or 20 minutes behind schedule for the moment. So you might see this afternoon the finals reduced in time ever so slightly. But we'll wait and see what ends up happening after the lunch break. And I'll keep you updated here on the live stream. Thanks for joining us here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. You're about to see Heat 1 of the 210 Nationals hopefully get underway. Third time of asking on the grid. The 41 of Russell Hopes, the 53 of David Scull, they're looking to the lights at the moment. They're waiting for the thumbs up to come up, and it does come up, and lights immediately go out. No time to get ready, and that catches the 53 of David Scull out. He drops down to 4th place and under pressure as well from 4th place. The 31, that is, of Peter Mason trying to get through, and he will. So David Scull forced down to 5th place already. As plumes of smoke cover the Forest Edge Kart Club, as these old karts oil up around the opening start of this race. Understandably so, as they were having trouble getting that race underway. But we do get it underway, and there's a move for the lead up at Midget's corner. I want to say that might be Stuart Henry who's gone through into the lead. No, it's the O plate. No, there is no O plate. There must be missing another number. What's the number in front of me? It's the 30 of Chris Callahan who has got through. Side by side across the line. That's the 6 getting forced out by the 3, and the 6 gets chopped across to the nose as well. So Lionel Sifley through on Paul Fowler. They're into the first corner. They're scrapping galore. There goes the 27 of Nathan Caddick through on Mark Shepherd into Johnny's. Great bit of movement there in the mid-pack. Top 2 have already broken away nicely. That is Chris Callahan and now Stuart Henry at the front of the order. So as they head through into sector number 3, 30 leads to number 4. Then it's the E-plate of Dan Berry who's got through into 3rd place. Russell Hopes has slipped back now to 6th, so he's lost a few places on that last lap. Side by side across the line from the 1 and the 3. That's Lionel Sifley and Robert Perkins side by side, and Lionel takes 4th place away for himself. This has already been a great run through the order. I said to watch out for what I thought were those seeded drivers, and it looks as though they are seeded drivers. They've been pressing through the order nicely, and so the E-plate holder and the number 1 plate already into 3rd and 4th. Now, where did they start in this race? The E-plate of Dan Berry started in P12. The number 1 of Lionel Sifley started in 16th place. So we're only just about halfway through this race, and they're already up into the top positions. The E-plate now into 3rd, all right, on the back of the number 4 of Stuart Henry. Lionel trying to get onto the back of them. Please let me know, Lionel, if it's Lionel or Lionel. I'm going to go for Lionel because I'm going to assume you're English, and I think that's the right way to pronounce it in the old British tongue. Number 2 of Thomas Stone is pressuring Russell Hopes there through Johnny's. Thomas Stone was a good 1.5 seconds quicker on that last lap than Russell Hopes. So I don't think it's going to take Thomas too long to find his way through there into the top 6. As all move for 2nd place, is that? No, are they getting through on it? Yes, no, they are. They are. That's the number 4, Stuart Henry, losing 2 places there at Climate. As always, has he got a problem? He's slow off of the final corner as well, and the 3 slips through too. So Dan Berry into 2nd place, Lionel into 3rd, Robert Perkins into 4th, and Stuart Henry slips down into 5th place. He was looking comfortable in 2nd for quite some time there, but not anymore. And already less than a minute and a half left to go in this race. Short and sharp are Superkarts races here at Forest Edge, but it makes them very, very exciting. The E-plate and the number 1 plate, Dan Berry and Lionel Sifley, still very close together. Robert Perkins has closed the gap to them as well, but they're all looking forward to the number 30 of Chris Callahan. Callahan about a second slower than Dan Berry and Lionel Sifley on the last lap. Lionel's thinking about it, and he has got it done through sector number 1. Around the outside at Haynes Loop, Lionel Sifley from, what was it, 19th on the grid in this one? 16th on the grid in this race. Lionel already into P2. There's 45 seconds left to go on the clock, and he's only got clear air between himself and your race leader. The E-plate of Dan Berry has now, I was going to say, trying to fend off the 3. He hasn't been able to do it. Robert Perkins is through into 3rd place. So the number 3 takes P3, and there's the move for the lead down at the Haynes Loop. Down the inside goes Lionel Sifley, and he takes it. So Lionel through on the number 30 of Chris Callahan. Chris has held that lead of the race since pretty much the start here. Since lap number 1, certainly. But it doesn't matter. On the penultimate lap of the race, he loses out. And the number 1 showing us how it's done here at Forest Edge as there's a yellow flag down into the first couple of corners. I think that was the 8 who went for a spin there, potentially, of Ray Sloan. Well, here come your leaders into the final corner. The number 1 starts the last lap. 16th to 1st in a 5-minute heat as the drivers get very close there, trying to overtake a couple of back markers. The E-plate of Dan Berry collides with the side pod of David Scull. David Scull's kart just looks like it doesn't have the same the same engine gearing as the rest of them. He's down in the 105s at the moment, where your leader's in the 43s. So either quite the issue for David Scull, or that car is just not up to pace with the rest of the field. We'll wait and see how he is in the following heats to work that one out. But here comes Lionel. What a first race from the number 1. And he's looking on for a good result here at the O-Plate. Puts his finger in the air, takes the first heat win of the day. Robert Perkins and Dan Berry your top 3, with Chris Callahan and Stuart Henry the top 5. Quite sizable gaps between the field, though, in this class. Thomas Stone comes across the line 6th. Nathan Caddick, top novice there in P7. Good race from him on the number 27. Paul Fowler and Russell Hopes and Mark Shepherd were your top 10. Mark Shepherd gaining a place or 2 on that last lap. Followed across the line by Peter Mason, Sean Stonier, then Anthony Cox, Michael Owen and David Scull, the last of your 16 finishes in that race. Sadly, we lost Oliver Shelley and Tony Berry on lap 6 of that race. And of course, we lost the number 25 before the race got underway. So hopefully we see the number 25 out in heat number 2. Hopefully it's an easy fix for William Shelley. But he's missed out on points from that first race. Lionel certainly didn't know. What a race from 16th to 1st. We'll see the 210 Nationals out for their second heat slightly later on today. But we go into the last 2 races of the sort of first round of heats then. It'll be heat 2 for Junior Rotax that'll be heading out on circuit next. Second heat of the day then out on circuit for Junior Rotax. And hello to everyone who's watching at home, wherever you are. Hello to whoever is watching from Indonesia in the chat. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying the action here from Forest Edge. Slightly far away. I imagine a slightly different time zone as well here in Winchester. But the action still hotting up here for round number 6. As I mentioned, race 2 for the Junior Rotax class. They're going to head round the final corner to start off this race. Try and talk you through who's on the grid for this one. False start. Well, that's very helpful for me. Let's try and talk you through then who's on this one. Callum Sims and Ethan Griffiths are your front row. Then Aidan Clark and Oliver Gusman, Harvey Murden, Rebecca Chalice, Freddie Worlock, Jack Price, Daniel Gurney and Danny May Reid, the top 10. Then it's Jarek Metters, Dylan Morton, Charles Green, Chase Rainsbury, Spencer Trahorn, Noah McNicholas, Loka Cook, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Jesse Whitmore, Milo Manderson, Michael Gurney, Tyler Rackham and William Harrison. 24 karts on the grid. And again, to remind you, if you're tuning in to support a particular driver, don't forget it will be a B final and A final for Junior Max, which means we're split into different heats as well. So if you don't hear their name in this heat, they're going to be out in the other heats across today. Round the final corner they come then. Callum Sims and Ethan Griffiths lean us to the line. Poor start, and 3 drivers off already. Big spin out of the final corner. The first corner, sorry. Yellow flag as they all managed to rejoin though. As all round at Johnny's. Well saved there from the 71. That was really smart driving from, I think, is that Jack Price? Yes, it is on the 71. He gets spun round into Johnny's, but heads up driving, turns to the right as he's going backwards into Johnny's to take himself off of the track. And we didn't want to see an incident that we saw earlier on in the Hondas, where someone spins back on the track and then gets collected. Jack Price doing very well there to steer off of the track while going backwards and keep out of harm's way for the rest of the drivers. So to the end of lap number 1 we go then here in heat number 2. Griffiths is in the lead of the race. Oliver Gusman in second. Callum Sims in third, and wide goes the leader. Wide goes Ethan Griffiths, and Oliver Gusman steals the lead of the race on the exit of Johnny's. Up into the bus stop chicane they come then, and what was a line of 3 now becoming a chain of 5. Attempt to second place, late to the inside there from Callum Sims. He's not able to get it enough on alongside. Down into climate they go then. And the door is quickly closed there by Ethan Griffiths. And now, who's that with them? Freddie Worlock's in 4th place. He's got through on Aidan Clark. Aidan Clark's still with them there in 5th though. There's Charles Cheesy Green through into the the lead of the secondary pack there in 6th place. As he squeezes past the 18 of Noah McNicholas it was. Harvey Murden with them as well. We got another yellow flag. Who is that off out of the first corner? It was the number 60 of Chase Rainsbury. So from 14th place, Chase was off. There was also a spinner down into climate. And that's the 36 of Tyler Rackham. Yes, it is. So he comes through to start his 3rd lap of the race. But a couple of calamities in the opening couple of laps of this race. Oliver Gusman still leads though. Freddie Worlock's through on Callum Sims for 3rd place. I was going to say Freddie Worlock also has the fastest lap, but that of course now goes the way of Charles Green. Now that Charles Green has a bit of clear air there, he is dragging Noah McNicholas and now Danny May Reid with him as well. It was a poor previous lap for... Was it Harvey Lee Wintridge or Harvey Murden that was behind? I can't remember which Harvey it was. I think it was Harvey Murden, number 15, who's lost a few places there. He's dropped to 12th place on that last lap. Oliver Gusman has created a monstrous lead, though, at the front of the order. Gusman, after taking the lead a lap or 2 ago, has scythed away. What's that gap now? 1.6 seconds. Freddie Worlock takes 2nd place. Ethan Griffiths is relegated to 4th as Callum Sims follows him through. Here comes Charles Green, though. He's already on the back of that gaggle now. As he drops into the 41s, he drags Danny May Reid with him as well. The 2 drivers to drop into the 41s then. 41.92 for Charles, 41.97 for Danny May. Another driver's off down into climate. Potentially is that William Harrison there who's dragging the car off to the exit. I think it might just be So yellow flag through into sector 3 then. But now, this could be quite interesting. Oliver Gussman is closing down the 36 of Tyler Rackham, who of course went off of the circuit earlier on in this race. What a race it's been. I've just noticed Milo Manderson is in the top 10. Milo started in 20th place in this race, and he's already in P9. Into the bus stop. Two drivers have come together there on the exit. One driver's got stuck on the grass, the other managing to rejoin. Oh, and someone's collected him! Someone's collected him on the exit, and he's out of the cart! He's out of the cart. That was a big hit on the rear bumper of the driver involved in that, and he's on the grass. I have a feeling this could be neutralised, this race, and yeah, red flag as the driver's out of the cart. That was a big hit, and it is Danny May Reid who's out of the cart. Danny May Reid went off with another driver on the exit of the bus stop chicane then. Got stuck on the exit on the grass, and a wide moment from someone else as they came through. I think potentially it's Michael Gurney who's gone into the back of Danny May Reid. And it was a huge clatter into the rear bumper of Danny May Reid. Chucked him up and out of the cart, and now is laying on the floor. Hopefully all okay. I think Michael Gurney, who's hit him, is okay despite the front end impact. And Danny May Reid just on the floor getting seen to by the medical staff. So I'll update you as soon as I can on that situation. We've gone to a red flag once again here at Forest Edge for round 6. I'll give you some updates as soon as I can. That was quite the sizable impact though. So we might be red for a little bit of time. So as the medical staff were quickly on the scene there, which is good to see, they tend to the difficult situation there on circuit. We go to red flag here at Forest Edge, then we'll go to a short break before hopefully we get the action back underway. Well then, after a bit of a longer break in that one, the Junior Rotax Heat number 2 was called there. So if you want to go and see the full results from that second race of the day in Junior Rotax, you need to head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/FEKC, and that'll give you the full results. Now, looks as though Danny May Reid, who was involved in that incident there in Junior Rotax, has been taken off to hospital in the ambulance. Now, that's just for precautionary checks due to, obviously, collision to the rear end of her car, throwing her up and out of the car and causing a bit of back pain. So, of course, better to be safe than sorry. She's been whisked off to the nearest hospital, so we won't see her out in any races later on today. But that race has been called. Finalised results there on results.alpha timing. We move swiftly on to the 177 Rotaxes and the 177 Masters. They're already taking to the race start then. It's Joshua Pickford who leads us across the line and immediately sweeps across into the lead of the race. Now, only 6 drivers here in both the 177 Rotaxes and the 177 Masters. There wasn't too many drivers on the entry list for the last round at round 5, and there's even less here, sadly, at round 6. So it's probably going to be a slightly subdued affair across the 177s. But Pickford started on that pole position. Gary Cox was alongside him on the front row. Chris Thomas and Colin Davis are on row 2. Neil Hemming and Archie Elliott on row 3. Now, I've got to say, I can see an SC plate out there, and there's not one on the... unless my eyes were deceiving me prior. There is definitely. So Archie Elliott is now an SC plate, is not the number 54. He's already got through on Neil Hemming, I believe it is, on the first lap of the race. He now goes down the inside of Colin Davis, down into the Haynes Loop. But Joshua Pickford, after starting off the race in pole position, he's held onto it as they head now through the bus stop chicane. Now, 2 drivers out on circuit, Joshua Pickford and Archie Elliott from the 177s. Chris Thomas, Gary Cox, Colin Davis and Neil Hemming, your Masters drivers here in the 177s. But Chris Thomas closing down Joshua Pickford at the front of the order. Those 2 scampering away, though. They've done almost identical times at the front of the order. 42.2 for Pickford, 42.23 for Thomas. And already Archie Elliott has cleared Colin Davis as well. So now there's a train of 3 building up for 4th place. Davis ahead of Cox, ahead of Hemming. They head through the bus stop chicane once again. Archie Elliott has a lot to do, though, to try and close down the gap between himself and Pickford and Thomas at the front of the order. Davis breaking away slightly in 4th place as the 83 of Hemming is all over the rear bumper of the 14 of Cox as they fly through your camera shot here over the gantry. You see them now heading through the bottom of Haynes Loop. And off they go into sector number 2, down to Winger's Dip. I do have... So we'll keep an eye on these cameras at the front of the orders. You were just saying that wasn't your screen going black. That was me trying to switch over to the other cameras. And they take a good 15 to 20 seconds to update, and by that time they've already gone through that camera shot and they're already at a different one I need to switch to. So sadly it doesn't quite work in terms of camera switching, as we thought maybe at the start of the year we would be able to do so. But with how the cameras update on the system, it just doesn't quite work here. The only way to be able to do it is if we put all 6 camera shots onto one screen, but then of course I wouldn't be able to give you any live timing updates. So positives and negatives of both outcomes. I think this is the best one, giving you a full lowdown of the running order out on circuit, a good view up through sector number 3 and down over the start-finish line, and then down through sector number 1, a key overtaking spot through the Haynes Loop. Now, Pickford still ahead of Thomas, but Thomas was 200ths faster on the last lap, and once again is a little bit faster, this time 500ths faster. So those 2 at the front of the order, despite there only being 6 drivers involved in this race, Pickford and Chris Thomas, very close on pace here. Both their respective leaders in their respective classes. Pickford in the 177s and Chris Thomas in the Masters class. But they are inseparable at the front of the order. There's now 3.5 seconds between Pickford and Archie Elliott. Archie Elliott has cleared Colin Davis by over a second now between 3rd and 4th place. And Hemming has got through on Cox and cleared him by a good second now himself. Now I say that, there is the number 83 of Neil Hemming, but where is Gary Cox? Gary Cox has not come through to finish lap number 6. So I think we can imagine he's parked it up somewhere on the circuit. Now I can't see him at my comms box window, which leads me to believe it might be down at Winger's Dip, where he's brought that car to a halt. So it looks as though Gary Cox out of this race. There's a move for the lead though, up at midgets. Chris Thomas down the inside of Joshua Pickford. So Chris Thomas was leading the class anyway out on circuit, but he wanted that overall race win, and he takes it for himself. Away from Joshua Pickford. Pickford all over the rear bumper though as they head down into the Haynes Loop. And this is pretty much what Archie Elliott needs now. He closed in by a few tenths on that last lap as the leaders' tyres squeal as they head through Johnny's for the 8th time in this race. But no attempt at a re-overtake just yet anyway from Joshua Pickford. So around the final corner they come once again. 1.5 minutes still on the clock in this one. I think we'll get probably 3 more laps of this race. They might just squeeze out 4 more from this race. As again through Johnny's they go. Those tyres squealing. Now, all of the top 3 have been down in the 41s at some point in this race. And it seems at the moment, Chris Thomas, the only one who is consistently down in the 41s. And he's now extended that lead at the front of the field. He's gapped Joshua Pickford by a good 3 or 4 kart lengths now as they head through to finish lap number 8. 45 seconds on the clock. This is going to be close, considering drivers in the 41s, 42s. It will be very close. Chris Thomas crosses the line with 41 seconds to go. His last lap was a 41.84. So, of course, at the discretion of the staff here at Forest Edge as to whether we do go for 1 or 2 more laps after this one. It's going to be a difficult one to call, though. We shall see how it all plays out through the last part of this race. So, Chris Thomas leads Joshua Pickford, then Archie Elliott, Colin Davis and Neil Hemming. Your 5 drivers still out there lapping around the Forest Edge kart circuit. As I mentioned, we've lost Gary Cox already in this race, sadly. Around the final corner they come then, and they just don't quite sneak out another lap. Onto the final lap goes Chris Thomas. And race number 9 of today's action starting to come to a close then as we're led around the final lap of the circuit. Now I believe we've got 8 more races before the lunch break. We've got Heat 2 for the Honda Cadets, then Heat 2 for the Rotax Cadets, Heat 2 for Rotax Inter, Heat 2 for Senior Rotax, Heat 2 for Superkarts, Heat 2 for 210 National, then Junior Rotax and 177s as well. But bringing the first heat of the day for 177s to a close, and across the line to take the win is of course Chris Thomas. Great battle through from Chris there to take away the lead on the road from Joshua Pickford. Archie Elliott rounds out that top 3 with Colin Davis and Neil Hemming. Your 5 drivers making it to the flag there. Gary Cox will get saved from the circuit where he's had to park up somewhere around the track. Race 9 of the day done and dusted. Hopefully we don't have as many hold-ups as we've had throughout the rest of the day to get the next 8 of the technically morning's action over. Now I know there's only 10 minutes left in the morning, but prior to the lunch break I should say. Now Honda Cadets, it's been a while since they've been out for their first heat of the day. Their second heat is coming up next, and if I remember correctly it was a pretty good race in the first heat, so you don't want to miss this one. Stick around, the Hondas will be out in a moment's time. Out on track come our Honda Cadet 160 drivers then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Kobe Wood, James Devereaux on the front row of the grid. Then it's Daniel Barton and Alex Gaskin. Then Seth Jones and Oliver Ratton on row 3. Stanley Keeley and Oliver Spence on row 4. Logan Hart and Leo Webb, the first of your novices there on row 5. They round out the top 10, followed by Max Craven, Henry Duncan, Max Smith, Callum Williams and Oakley Poulter. So 15 karts on the grid for this one. Hopefully it will be. The 23 of Alex Gaskin, I was told by the deputy clerk of the course that he was checked over by the medical staff here at Forest Edge and given the all clear. So it'll just be down to how easily fixable that kart was for the 23 of Alex Gaskin. So hopefully he is out in this race on row number 2. It was Daniel Barton who took the win in the first race of the day, just ahead of James Devereaux, Oliver Ratton. That was a great battle between those three in the first race. Now indeed, there is the 23. So Alex Gaskin, after that sizable impact into the final corner in Heat 1 earlier on, which was our first red flag of the day, great to see him back out on the black stuff and ready to grab some points here from Heat number 2. As I mentioned, Daniel Barton on the number 58. He's side through the pack in race 1 to take the win. Can he do it again in Heat 2? We'll have to wait and see. He's got James Devereaux and Kobe Wood ahead of him on the grid. Drivers getting lined up. Of course, the Hondas doing a standing start, just like the Superkarts, slightly less fast than the Superkarts, but still some fantastic racing. It's a poor start from Kobe Wood. Round the outside goes the 58 of Daniel Barton. He almost grabs the inside from James Devereaux, but Devereaux, smart to that one, covers it off at the apex, and James Devereaux takes the lead of the race through Haynes Loop. Into Johnny's they come then. Daniel Barton's close in behind. Some other drivers trying to scrap it side by side into Johnny's. They all manage to give each other enough room, and they all carry on through the first lap of the race. They'll reappear into my view, and already to the lead then is the 58 of Daniel Barton. He's got it into Winger's Dip. James Devereaux is dropping like a stone through the order. He might even drop to P5 here. Yes, he does. Poor exit off of the bus stop chicane. Has he got a problem though? James Devereaux loses fifth place as well now. He drops down to 6th place. So potentially just the dropping back through the order, losing that momentum, has been a difficulty for James Devereaux. Does he have a problem? Now the 22, he does have a problem. Hand is up for James Devereaux. Problem for the number 46. James Devereaux pulls into the pits then. He's out of this race on the 2nd lap. So sadly a problem there for his Honda Cadet kart. And Devereaux, after taking a fantastic early lead there, after getting a great start, to no fault of his own, is going to lose out from some really good points there from Heat number 2. So Daniel Barton is into the lead of the race. Stanley Keeley, I can see, has got through on Seth Jones for 2nd place. So those two have swapped places on this lap. Oliver Spence on the number 90 with them as well. Alex Gaskin involved in that incident in the first heat of the day there in P5. He's got now the 22 of Oliver Ratton behind him in 6th place. Kobe Woods there in 7th. Then Max Smith, Max Craven, Henry Duncan, Logan Hart, Oakley Poulter, Callum Williams and Leo Webb. Now on to lap number 3. Daniel Barton leads us onto it. So while we're missing Arthur Way for today's round, who's usually pretty dominant in the Honda Cadet class, it seems that someone else has come in and taken his place. Daniel Barton scything through the order and already creating a nice gap at the front of the field. It was 0.8 when they crossed the line last time around. Stanley Keeley, the driver, leading that charge towards him, but I think he would have extended that gap even further. 0.9 seconds now as Daniel Barton sets another fastest lap of the race, but to be fair, he's not that much quicker than the drivers behind. The top 7 drivers all within 0.2 of each other in terms of fastest lap, and they were all set on that last lap of the race. So the pace difference amongst the Honda Cadet class, impressively close, and that's providing us with some really good racing. Now Stanley Keeley has managed to gap Seth Jones ever so slightly, and Jones now under pressure from Oliver Spence and Alex Gaskin. And Oliver Ratton is there in 6th place as well, ready to pick up the pieces if it all goes Pete Tong in that group. Wide for Seth Jones there. Was he forced a little bit wide by Oliver Spence? I'm not so sure. Spence will try the up and under on corner exit at the final corner, but it's not going to work. To the inside he goes, though, into the Haynes loop. Late on the brakes from Oliver Spence, and he takes third place away from Seth Jones. It didn't work out first time of asking at the end of lap number 4, but it works very well at the start of lap number 5. Again, another tenth of a second faster, though, was Daniel Barton over Stanley Kearley. So now that gap extended to over 1 second. As here, attempted a re-overtake from Seth Jones. He goes back down the inside at midgets on Oliver Spence. And this is just making it a little bit easier for Barton and Kearley up ahead as they continue to push away. There's the move on the inside from Alex Gaskin, though, at the final corner. And Oliver Spence hits the steering wheel. He's not happy with that one. Was up to third place for a moment there, and now he's slipped back down to P5. And it's once again, as we've seen at rounds prior, Oliver versus Oliver. Oliver Spence just ahead of Oliver Ratton for the moment. But Ratton's going to want to make use of that negative momentum shift for Oliver Spence. He's going to try and find a way to squeeze through. Up into midgets they go once more. Seth Jones still under a lot of pressure here. This time, though, it's from Alex Gaskin. Alex Gaskin, a bit of front to rear pressure, so we say, there from Alex. As he's doing everything he can to find a way through Seth Jones, but it's not working out this time. And he knows if he makes one little mistake here, Oliver Spence will not take no for an answer and will scamper on through himself. But again, another fastest lap from Daniel Barton. Impressive stuff. Fastest Sector 1, though, from Oliver Ratton. So as he closes into the back of that pack, certainly don't count him out. Oliver Spence looking for that inside line up into midgets. Is not going to open up for him. He's got a good exit, though, on Alex Gaskin. Door doesn't open up either. Alex covers the inside. It's going to send Oliver Spence to the outside into the final corner. And again, the up and under at the final corner is a difficult one to pull off, to then send it to the inside into the Haynes loop, and none of them manage it this time. Kobe Wood in a bit of no man's land there, your pole sitter for this race, in 7th place at the moment. Just watching that battle around the outside, tries to go. That was Alex Gaskin attempting it around the outside at Johnny's on Seth Jones, but gets forced out onto the grass, bounds over the outside curb and the dusty grass. And I think he's dropped to the back of the order. Yes, he has. So down to the back. Oh, sorry, that one group, not the back of the entire field. So Alex Gaskin into 6th place then. Oliver Spence and Oliver Ratton managed to get through. Spence has actually got through on Seth Jones as well. He now covers the inside line down into Climate. So Oliver Spence back into 3rd place then. Seth Jones reacclimatises himself in 4th. Now he's under pressure from Oliver Ratton. And Alex Gaskin not losing out too much there, right in their wheel tracks. But that has brought Kobe Wood back into play as well. In behind, the novice battle getting pretty heated for 8th place. Max Smith, Henry Duncan and Max Craven going at it. Max Smith just about holding on through there through Johnny's. It was a poor exit for Henry Duncan, though. That could leave him open to an attack from Max Craven. We'll see how that one plays out over these last couple of laps. Timer has hit 0, so when Daniel Barton comes through, he's going to see the last lap board. Through he comes then to start the last lap of this second heat of the day for Honda Cadets. Is he going to be able to make it 2 wins from 2? He's looking pretty good at the moment. Stanley Kearley's been mightily impressive, though, holding on to that gap. It's still only about 1.3 seconds between Barton and Kearley. So if you can stop Barton from scampering away early at the sharp end of the order. Oh, side by side through Johnny's there. That was Max Craven trying to go around the outside of Henry Duncan. Backing out of it early on, and luckily he did so, because they got a little bit closer comfort there at the apex. Here come your leaders, though, up through the bus stop chicane. Ratton's thinking about a move on Seth Jones, but Jones closes the door up at midgets. That's going to leave Ratton open for a move this time. Gaskin now trying it around the outside. Here comes Daniel Barton to see the checkered flag, though. 2 wins from 2 for the number 58. Stanley Kearney gets second place. Oliver Spence in third. And Seth Jones holds on to it in fourth, ahead of Oliver Ratton, Alex Gaskin and Kobe Wood. Kobe Wood got right onto the back of those 4 at the end there, but couldn't quite make up any more places. Henry Duncan stays ahead of Max Craven and Max Smith there, 8th, 9th and 10th respectively, followed across the line by Logan Hart, Oakley Poulter, Callum Williams and Leo Webb. Callum Williams and Leo Webb just coming around Sector 3 now to finish their race. And of course we lost James Devereaux on lap number 2 there with an issue on lap 1. Scythed into the lead early on there from a P2 start. But again, that front row seems to be a little bit cursed. We saw Alex Gaskin in the first race of the day starting on the front row, out in a crash on lap 1. That race, James Devereaux starts on the front row of the grid. He gets a mechanical on the first lap, has to come back into the pits. And Kobe Wood, who starts on pole, gets a poor start and drops to P7 in that one. So it's clearly curse of the front row in the Honda Cadets. Well, they're done for their first couple of heats of the day. We'll see them out a little bit later on for their second heat and their final. So now that they're done, it will be the Rotax Cadets who head out next for their second heat of the day. Rotax Cadets then heading out onto the circuit. Their second heat of the day will be starting in only a moment's time. Let's run you through the grid then for this race coming up. Jack Daniels and Edison Burrows are the drivers on the front row of the grid for this one. Then Rio Peacock and Travis Giddings on row 2. And it's Oakley Riggs, Freya Bond, Elijah West, Arthur Kaiser, Ethan Coupland, Bertie Clark, Ronnie Fortner, Jack Blackman and Harry Reid. And I rush through the grid and it's a chevron flag, which means we do indeed go round again. So as I mentioned, obviously random grids for all these heats here today at Forest Edge, and that shuffles up the order somewhat. Let's have a look back at heat number 1. Oakley Riggs took the win in that first heat of the day. Where's he starting in this one? He's down in P5 for this one. It was Elijah West in second place. He starts in P7, so directly behind Oakley Riggs. I imagine they'll be wanting to work together early on in this one, try and push themselves up and through the order, and then they'll lead the fighting to the end of the race. Ethan Coupland, third in the first race. He's starting back in P9, so 5th, 7th and 9th. See if those three can follow each other through, but no, we can't get it underway. So we go around again for another warm-up lap here. So clearly something not quite going right here for the race start, and it being deemed not a right to go to the green flag, and thus we get the chevron flag out over the gantry. It's a great battle though between the front three in the first race of the day. Elijah West starting on pole position with a really good initial start, but then got roped back in by Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland. They had a great little battle through the last few laps of the race. Elijah West was able to get back through on Ethan Coupland, but neither of them could quite challenge Oakley Riggs. So Oakley Riggs will be wanting to make it 2 from 2 there. He was up 3 places in the first heat. Ethan Coupland was up 5 places in the first heat. What can they do in this one then? Lights are out and we are underway and racing this time. A little bit slow off the start there for the 67 of Edison Burrows on the outside of the grid. He gets swamped a little bit as they go through the Haynes loop. Still there in third place, he's got Travis Giddings right in behind him. I do believe it is Jack Daniels in the number 15 who has held on to the lead early on in this one though. Through they'll come into the bus stop chicane, back into my eyesight. As all, we got 2 spinners down at the bus stop chicane. One manages to quickly rejoin, whereas one sadly spins himself back round on the grass, loses the engine and has to pull it back onto the black stuff. That's going to lose them a lot of time. I think it's the 66 of Rio Peacock who's taken the lead on this first lap of the race. Yes, it is. So Rio Peacock's through on Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels still there in second place. Elijah West already up to third. Edison Burrows in fourth. Oakley Riggs in fifth. Ethan Coupland in sixth. And it looks as though it was Freya Bond and Ronnie Faulkner who were involved in that incident down at the bus stop chicane. Freya Bond rejoining pretty quickly there, down in 12th place, whereas Ronnie Faulkner has only just been able to rejoin. He's up there at midgets at the moment. So he could actually be caught during this race.
It's Rio Peacock.
Sorry, thank you. I'll get that correctly from now on. Sorry, Rio. Rio's still in the lead of this race. He's got the fastest lap as well. Elijah West, though, is already up to P2. He's through on Jack Daniels. So Rio Peacock under a bit of pressure then from the SC plate of Elijah West. Elijah takes the fastest lap. What is it about Elijah West and Heat 1s? He just doesn't seem to like to turn up for Heat 1, at least in this round and the previous round. And then in Heat 2, he comes out the blocks absolutely flying. How long will it take for Elijah to get through on Rio then? He's already done it up into the bus stop chicane. So Elijah West to the front of the field then, and Rio Peacock is under a bit of pressure. Not quite able to do it down the inside. I think, is that Oakley Riggs who's pressuring him? Yes, it is. So he's got through on Jack Daniels. A 31 of Oakley Riggs pressuring Rio Peacock round the final corner. Oakley trying to set him up for a move into Haynes Loop, but can't quite get it done. This is giving more time for Elijah West to extend that lead. Now Ethan Coupland is trying to follow through as well. He's now on the back of Jack Daniels. Now that would be a tough one for Freya Bond, that incident down at the bus stop chicane. Of course, Freya up in the championship, challenging for the championship overall in the Rotax Cadets. Just trying to double check my list here. Yeah, Freya Bond second in the championship coming into today's round. Change of third place as all gets a bit closer comfort there down the final corner. The 15 chucks the 66 out of the way. So that was Jack Daniels getting a little bit too close to comfort with Rio Peacock. See what the stewards think of that one anyway. Either way, Jack Daniels is through into fourth place. So Coupland was through early on in that lap to third. Coupland quite the distance behind West and Riggs. That was a new fastest lap on the last lap from Elijah West. But it does look, visually anyway, like Oakley Riggs might have closed the gap ever so slightly on this past lap. He does have a contact warning, so he needs to be a little bit careful. And he has, by a good 0.2 of a second. Oakley Riggs closes the distance to less than half a second between himself and Elijah West at the front of the order. And Oakley Riggs takes the fastest lap as well. He will be very happy with that turn of events. And all down to his own pace out there on circuit. He's already closed it once again. You can visually see how much he's closed it. Elijah West checks over the shoulder at the exit of the bus stop chicane there. Knows now that he needs to defend, and he is doing, down into Climber. Big defensive move to the inside. Again defends down into the final corner. Realistically, best form of attack here is defence from Elijah West, but he's not defended hard enough. Oh, closes the door down into the Haynes loop. I thought it was a good enough run there from Oakley Riggs to send it down the inside, but he thinks better of it. There's still 2 minutes left to go on the clock, so he's still got time here to put something together. And Ethan Coupland just not quite able to match the pace of the drivers ahead of him. Oakley Riggs, the first one down into the 46s, 46.97, as all they've just closed down on the back marker of that's Ronnie Faulkner that they've closed down upon. Both of them have managed to get through, and Elijah West has not faltered here in his defence. Holds on still for Oakley Riggs. Oakley thinking about the move again into the first corner. Is he enough alongside this time? Yes, he is. Oakley Riggs down the inside into the Haynes loop. Elijah West with no answer to that one. Tries to hold it round the outside. Can't quite find the grip though, and has to slot back in to second place. So Oakley Riggs into the lead of the race once again. Great battling at the front of the order in Rotax Cadets. We've been treated to a couple of great races already in Rotax Cadets. Now let's see if Elijah West has anything to say about that change at the front of the order. Whether he can reply at all. He's thinking about it into the final corner. Nope. Oakley Riggs closes the door. Penultimate lap of the race is started then by the number 31. Through they go then into the bus stop chicane. Still under pressure is Oakley Riggs, but he looks like he's managing that pace well at the front of the order. Coupland has closed that gap, to be fair, to the leaders. He was faster than both of them on that last lap, so I think we're going to be treated to a really exciting final later on this afternoon. But at the moment, we're still looking at heat number 2. Last lap board is out, and Oakley Riggs leads us onto it. Let's have a quick look back as well. The 29 and the 21. Jack Blackman, Bertie Clark, Rio Pocock and Jack Daniels. 4 in a train here from 4th to 7th place. This is a great little battle as they head on to the final lap of the race. Bertie Clark was all over the rear bumper of Jack Blackman as they came out the final corner. He's just dropped off of it ever so slightly as they headed through the Haynes loop. But looking back to those leaders, Elijah West close but not close enough to think about a late dive here. I think if he can accept 2 P2s from these opening heats, he's not going to be too frustrated with that. But equally, Elijah, with how dominant he is, he's going to want some race wins, but they're not going to come yet today. It's another race win for Oakley Riggs. He crosses the line first in Heat 2, and he's got maximum points from today's action so far. Elijah West and Ethan Coupland, 2nd and 3rd. Bertie Clark and... Was that Bertie Clark and Rio Pocock? No, it was Rio Pocock and Jack Daniels who were side by side across the line, and Rio snatches back 6th place for himself at the line. Impressive there. So Pocock back through on Daniels, and it was Bertie Clark and Jack Blackman who were side by side, sorry. 7.39 behind the leaders for Bertie Clark, 7.40 behind the leaders for Jack Blackman, so 100th between them as they crossed the line. But Clark holding on to it ahead of Blackman. Behind all of them was Edison Boris, Travis Giddings, Freya Bond, Arthur Kayser and Harry Reid, and Ronnie Faulkner there. 13 drivers getting to the checkered flag in that one. So last heat before the lunch break for Rotax Cadets is done. Their second heat done and dusted. 2 wins for Oakley Riggs. Let's see if he can do the same in the third heat and the finals later on this afternoon. Well then, Rotax Inters will be out next on circuit. Now that we've seen the cadets, their bigger brothers and sisters, we'll head out on track in a moment's time. Rotax Inter's on track then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Daniel Wisnauskas and Matthew Lilly on the front row. Marley Fisher and Elliot Dimilov on row 2. Then Nathan Ron and Jack Baker. Tyler Banks and Ethan Cousins. Fenton Stoneman, Oliver Dan and Harrison Stacey, your 11 karts. What a battle it was in this class earlier on today. Let's hope for more of that here in heat number 2. We're underway and racing then. Daniel Wisnauskas leads us across the line. Oh, big slide onto the grass there. That was the 39 of Tyler Banks, getting it all crossed up on the exit of the first corner. Holds onto it though. Rejoins at the back of the pack though, so it's not been a great start from Tyler, who was P7 on the grid. Through the first lap they continue then. Leaders squabbling, change to the lead down the inside. It's a little bit too late though. They squeeze each other both to the exit, and all that does is lose them both a bit of time. Through they come to end lap number 1. And who is in the lead of the race then? It's the number 81 of Marley Fisher, who's taken to the front of the field. Wisnauskas in second. Rond was in third place, but Jack Baker dives down the inside into the Haynes Loop. Takes third place for himself. It's Fenton Stoneman who's then behind them in 5th place. Followed by Matthew Lilly, Elliot Dimilov, Tyler Banks, Harrison Stacey and Oliver Dan. Ethan Cousins has had a calamitous first lap of the race though there. He's down in 11th place. He's got it all to do in this second heat of the day. And that's really going to scupper his average score going into the final later on this afternoon. But look at this then, Jack Baker is already up to second place, and he's got through on Wisnauskas early on in this lap. And Jack Baker now piling the pressure on to Marley Fisher at the sharp end of the order. Through they come into Johnny's. I'm just trying to see if I can get up the Heat 1 results earlier on this morning. Fenton Stoneman managed to fend off from Jack Baker just about. Jack Baker was up 7 places though from P9 to P2. And he's taken the lead of the race here in heat number 2. He has gone through to take the lead away from Marley Fisher. I did want to see, where did Marley Fisher finish in the first race? It was in 6th place, up 1 position from a P7 start. This has been a fantastic race from Marley here in heat number 2. Fenton Stoneman is through into 3rd place. He's got through on Wisnauskas and Rond. It's Wisnauskas the biggest loser though from that one, down from 3rd place into 5th. Cousins has made up a couple of places on that last lap. He gets through on Elliot Dimilov and Oliver Dan. So Dimilov drops 2, Dan drops 1, Cousins gains 2, and Harrison Stacey gains 1 as well. But Cousins now trying to find a way through on Harrison Stacey. But Jack Baker unable to get maximum points from that first heat of the day. He's looking to make up for that here in heat 2. But the driver that withheld him from gaining those maximum points is quickly closing them down. Fenton Stoneman in 3rd place now with the new fastest lap of the race. However, is pretty close between himself and Jack Baker. 44.26, new fastest lap of the race from Fenton Stoneman. Jack Baker on the last lap did a 44.27. 100th difference in their previous laps around this Forest Edge kart circuit. However, Fenton has got Marley Fisher to contend with before he can think about Jack Baker in the lead of the race. He's also got Nathan Rond pretty close in behind him as well. So across the line they go then to start lap number 6. New fastest lap for Jack Baker though. He extends that gap by quite some margin at the front of the order now. It's now a second between himself and Fenton Stoneman. And Ethan Cousins, with that difficulty of getting through the pack, is also finding the other difficulty of contact warnings. Trying to get through the pack is one thing. Trying to get through the pack cleanly is another thing. So it's Fenton Stoneman still trying to find a way past on Marley Fisher. Jack Baker continues to extend that gap at the front of the field. There's a good second gap now between himself and second place of Marley Fisher. Been some great pace in this race from Marley Fisher. Great to see them fighting at the front end of the order. Still there in second place. 3/4 of a second between Marley and Jack now. Marley still with Fenton and Nathan in their wheel tracks. But for how much longer? Another contact warning comes through for the SC plate of Ethan Cousins. And now one as well for Tyler Banks. So although there's been some really good racing here in Rotax Inter, it is getting a little bit closer comfort between a few of them. Under pressure now is Marley Fisher up into midgets. Down into climate they go. Fenton Stoneman trying to find any way to wangle a move. It all gets a bit closer comfort to the last corner though. We'll go up and under on the exit. And Marley Fisher is going to get shoved back potentially to P4 as round the outside tries Nathan Rond into the Haynes loop, but it doesn't quite work this time. And Marley Fisher is able to nullify that one to only one position lost, but maybe there was a bit help there to the outside of the circuit by Fenton Stoneman. As Fenton gets a contact warning, so I think we can say that is fair enough. But either way, Stoneman now into second, Fisher there in third, Rond now in fourth place. Tyler Banks and Daniel Wisnauskas pretty close there for fifth place as well. But they'll come through to start lap number 8 shortly with just over 1 minute left to go on the clock. "20 seconds left to go on the clock then. Battles in for second place. Nathan Rond trying to keep his second place. And I've just seen Fenton Stoneman's rear bumper has fallen off. So Fenton Stoneman's rear bumper is hanging by a needle there. That'll be a mechanical flag. And yes, it is for the 48 of Fenton Stoneman. Your winner in heat number 1 will not see the checkered flag here in heat number 2. We're about to go on to the last lap of the race, though. I think it'll be after the race then that one's called. Fenton Stoneman still hanging on to second place there. The drivers behind will know that he's got this issue, but he probably doesn't. Still thinking about the move there for second place, though. Nathan Rond on the inside. He's pulled over. Fenton Stoneman knows he's got a mechanical, and he pulls into the pits anyway. So Fenton Stoneman out of the race then. That'll be key for Jack Baker. With Jack Baker securing a first and a second place already today. Fenton Stoneman getting a first and now effectively a DNF in this one. That's going to drop him down the order somewhat in terms of the grid for the all-important final. So Nathan Rond up into second place. Marley Fisher up into third. Still battles going up at midgets there. That was the battle for fifth place between Tyler Banks and Daniel Wisnauskas. Here comes Jack Baker though. He takes the win in heat number 2. Nathan Rond, great race across the line in second. Same for Marley Fisher. Finishes in third place there. Impressive stuff. Tyler Banks in fourth. Good run through there from Ethan Cousins. So that was Ethan Cousins getting through on Daniel Wisnauskas that we saw up at midgets. So well done to Ethan Cousins, nullifying what was a terrible race start in that one. Wisnauskas finishes in 6th, Lily in 7th, then Harrison Stacey, Elliot Dimilov, and Oliver Dan, your top 10. And of course, Fenton Stoneman, we lost him there on the last lap of the race thanks to a mechanical. Now, I apologise if there's a bit of background noise. Now, we've had to stick the air conditioning on here in the box. It is ridiculously hot, and I was getting quite faint, actually. So I think we'd rather a bit of background noise than the commentator fainting onto his microphone. So, as I say that, already out on circuit comes our next race. Senior Rotax Heat number 2 is on circuit already. Let's try and run you through the grid order for this one then. Race number 13 of the day. And once again, 26 drivers out on track. Ben Ballou and Aaron Asarkas are on the front row. Neville Tatum and Cameron Crockett are on row 2. Then Oliver Smith and Daniel Verzone, Ethan Lomax, Elliot Rice, Kieran Ayers and Ryan Mills, your top 10. Then it's Michael Pugh and Emily Davidson, Liam Nate and Sam Harrison, Ben Hicks and William Ray, Dominic Cousins and Matt Jones, Tom Parry Williams and Zach Burke, Bobby Rozier and Finley Patterson, Mason Perrin, Toby Street, Aaron Full and Aidan Blair. Now a lot of the drivers at the front of the order in Heat 1 are down the back at the start for this one. Aaron Full on the back row of the grid, Mason Perrin on the second to back row, Bobby Rozier on the third to back row, Matt Jones on the fifth to back row. Let's see how this one plays out. Ben Ballou leads us to the green lights, and he holds on to the lead to the first couple of corners. A couple of slidey sideways action there in the mid-pack, but all managing to hold on to it, all managing to feed through into Johnny's and carry on to the first lap of this race. They'll head through Winger's Dip now, up into the bus stop chicane. And it is still Ben Ballou who holds on to the end of the race, but he is under a lot of pressure here from Aranas Sarkas. But through the final corner they come then. Top 7, I want to say that is. A little bit of a breakaway to then the rest of the pack. And this is where we see the interesting moves to the field as drivers try and make up positions as quickly as they can. Toby Street thinking about a move there on Zach Burke. Has to feed back in though. Aaron Full squeezes through, I think, as they head down into the Haynes Loop. Some contact warnings coming through already though. One for Zach Burke, one for Matt Jones and one for Michael Pugh. Ben Ballou, of course, your 2023 Southern Champs winner here at Forest Edge. He wasn't able to withhold the title this season, as that, of course, went the way of Matt Jones. But Ben Ballou, certainly not a slow coach in any stretch of the imagination. Certainly not here at Forest Edge as well. And he fends off second place of Aranas Sarkas very nicely. They're sort of being left to it at the front of the order as they all scrap in behind. Late move to the inside there. That was for around 7th or 8th place. I want to say that was Daniel Fazzone on Ethan Lomax. 52 down the inside there at the final corner. That's Sam Harrison. As an issue for the 51, that's Daniel Fazzone. Had an issue around the final corner. Puts his hand up. Looks like his car is coasting to a halt there as he tries to make it back into the pits. And just about does so. More contact warnings through then. One for Liam Nate, one for Mason Perrin and one from William Ray. So Mason Perrin, your winner in heat number 1. Trying to get through the order as best he can, but in Senior Rotax, that's a lot easier said than done. Mason only up to P21 right now. As Ben Ballou sets another fastest lap of the race, extends his gap at the front of the order to over half a second. Kieran Ives, though, in 5th place, steals away that fastest lap, but everyone so close on pace throughout the order in this race. Great battle for 3rd, though. Neville Tatum, Oliver Smith and Kieran Ives are going at it. As I said, Kieran Ives has now got that fastest lap. He's trying to find a way through. But will the door open up for him? Yeah, yes it does down at the final corner. Ives down the inside of Smith. And Ives takes 4th place for himself. And Oliver Smith now under pressure of Ethan Lomax. Lomax late move to the inside. There into the first sector. But door is closed by Oliver Smith. There's Aaron Full, I've just seen in 16th place coming through Johnny's. He's still a couple of positions behind Matt Jones, who's in 14th. Bobby Rozier's in 19th. Mason Perrin in 20th. So those are your guys at the sharp end of the order in Heat 1. So that just shows, with random grids here in Senior Rotax, the door is wide open for other drivers to make up good places and get a good start for the final. 15 aggressive from Neville Tatum there to try and hold on to 3rd place. But even more aggressive from Kieran Ives to shut the door down into Haynes Loop. Impressive there from Kieran Ives. Held it round the outside of the final corner and forced his way through down into the Haynes loop. But he's got a lot to do here in the final 2.5 minutes to try and close down Ben Ballou and Aaron Asarkas. They've had a pretty chill race there out at the sharp end of the order. Ethan Lomax did follow through on Neville Tatum. Neville, no, isn't still there. Neville has fallen down to 7th place then on that last lap. So Oliver Smith and Elliot Rice have also got through. Then there's a very small gap back to the next pack, headed up by William Ray on the number 65. Sam Harrison and Michael Pugh round out the top 10. Matt Jones has made up a couple more places into P12. Aaron Full's actually lost out, down to 17th place. As Bobby Rozier and Mason Perrin now find themselves right behind him in 18th and 19th respectively. Ben Ballou starts yet another lap of this race. On to lap number 9 they go now. Move down the inside into Haynes Loop. Bold from the 92, I think that was. Tom Parry Williams trying to find a way through on Emily Davidson. But Emily Davidson, as I've said so many times this race, closes the door. And Kieran Ives, after siding through nicely, actually hasn't dropped Ethan Lomax. Ethan Lomax is still right in the wheel tracks. I feel like they may try and push on together towards the two leaders, but I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late here. And maybe if Ethan Lomax realises that, we'll see some moves for 3rd place. Moves in behind though, that's a P7. And that was William Ray getting through on Neville Tatum. And Neville now under more pressure, this time from Michael Pugh. Sam Harrison, Matt Jones there with a shout, so is Ben Hicks and Dominic Cousins. Liam Nate finalising that gaggle. So that's a huge gaggle there. From around 7th place back down to around 14th. So with about 10 seconds to go then, Ben Ballou crosses the line. Starts another lap. Well, I've just seen Emily Davidson and Zach Burke have got themselves mechanical flags. So both Emily Davidson... So Emily Davidson, who is now in... Where is Emily on the time machine? I can't see her anymore. Oh, she's already come into the pits. That's why. So Emily Davidson into the pits already. Zach Burke's in 16th, though. He is yet to see that mechanical flag and head back to the pits. So both of those drivers, no points from heat number 2. Then effective DNS from both of them. But here comes Ben Ballou around the final corner. He'll see the last lap board first. And Ben Ballou has led a pretty perfect race here. Pole to back flag victory it's looking like for Ben Ballou. Late move to the inside at the Haynes Loop as Matt Jones shoves his way through on Neville Tatum. Matt Jones up into the top 10 then, into P9. But William Ray gets the fastest lap on the last lap. 40.58. Kieran Ives has a 40.59. It's still all wide open for the rest of the heats later on, and of course setting the grid for the finals. But here is Ben Ballou then. Round the final corner he comes to take the win in heat number 2. Aaron Asarkas just about holds on to 2nd place. Ethan Lomax got through on Kieran Ives in the last few laps to get 3rd and 4th respectively. And Elliot Rice rounds out the top 5. So Oliver Smith in P6. William Ray with the fastest lap there in 7th place. And then rounding out the top 10, hopefully my live timing decides it wants to come back. There we go. It was Oliver Smith, Michael Pugh, Matt Jones, and Sam Harrison the top 10. Then Dominic Cousins, Neville Tatum, Ben Hicks, Liam Nate, Aaron Full, Bobby Rozier, Zach Burke, Mason Perrin. So winner from race 1 gets a P18 in race 2. Down to no fault of his own. It's just the pace across this senior Rotax grid is unbelievable. Behind him, Cameron Crockett, Finley Patterson, Tom Parry Williams, Ryan Mills, Toby Street, Aidan Blair. And then sadly we lost Emily Davison and Daniel Fazzone in that race. Of course, Zach Burke, who was in 17th, I think also got a mechanical flag. As that now, it doesn't appear on my timing screen. So, of course, to check the full results, results.alphatiming.co.uk/FEKC to see the finalised results post-penalties or any other shenanigans going on here at Forest Edge. But that's heat number 2 done for Senior Rotax. It'll be on to another heat 2 then. Out next is going to be the Superkarts. They, of course, have a 5-minute plus 1 lap heat, and their second heat is heading out next. Superkarts out on circuit then. Now, other biscuits are available, but definitely needed a bit of a perk me up in the commentary box. So I got the Kit Kat out from the bag, but we're certainly not taking a break here at the circuit. Superkarts, I mentioned that on circuit already. They'll be pulling round to the grid to get their second heat of the day started pretty shortly. Now, of course, we had that monumental crash up at Midgets in heat number 1. Hopefully all of the drivers involved in that will be out in this second heat of the day. Let's run you through what the grid should be then. Martin Smith and Aaron Powell on the front row. Daniel Buckland and Callum Smith on row 2. Daniel Hammett and Graham Payne on row 3. With Mark Smith and Fraser Everett on row 4. Then Matthew Duncan and Frank Bourne on row number 5. Now let's just see whether all 10 drivers are on the grid ready for this one. Yeah, they are. So great to see, despite, what was it, 4 or 5 drivers going out of race 1 due to that incident up at Midgets. They're all involved in this one, and we're already underway and racing. Great start from the pole sitter of Martin Smith. He sides across to the inside line out at Haynes Loop and takes the lead already. But his row mate of Aaron Powell slots in behind him as well. So those two already powering on at the front of the order. So as they head up to Midgets now, top 2 very, very close together. Nose to tail as they head down through Midgets then. Across the line they come. Aaron Powell leads ahead of Martin Smith. Who's got to 3rd place? It's Daniel Hammett ahead of Callum Smith now. 3 places gained for Daniel Hammett. Same for Mark Smith then in 5th place as well. Daniel Buckland's lost a few into 6th. So is Graham Payne in 7th. Matthew Duncan up a couple in 8th. But Fraser Everett and Frank Bourne also losing out a tad there in 9th and 10th. Top 2 still getting very close as they get up into Midgets though. And it looks as though Aaron Powell is still there in the lead of the race. It was, of course, Aaron who started in 2nd place. He's got through on Martin Smith on the first lap of the race. But Martin Smith, I feel like, has a bit more legs up to Midgets, but can't quite get the move done. Now, we've got a few drivers who have now no longer with the pack. I thought the 55 was about to retire there, but Fraser Everett has carried on round there in 7th place. Daniel Buckland also a little bit slow on that last lap. Same for Graham Payne. So whether Fraser, Daniel and Graham have come together on that last lap, or whether there's just an issue. So Graham Payne comes into the pits then. He's out of this race. I also haven't... Oh, maybe Graham Payne has gone through. Sorry, Graham Payne has gone through. It's Frank Bourne on the 35 maybe who's coming to the pits. I'll check when they come across the line anyway. One of them's the 32, one of them's the 35, and they were very far away, so I wasn't sure quite which one it was there. Frank Bourne definitely hasn't come through across the line, though. I think potentially it could be both Frank Bourne and Graham Payne out of this race, then. So yeah, I think Frank Bourne has parked it up somewhere on circuit and Graham Payne has come into the pits. Top two line astern though as Martin Smith retakes the fastest lap of the race, side by side for fourth as well. The 96 of Mark Smith down the inside of the final corner takes fourth away from Callum Smith. So not only have we got a bit of a ding-dong battle for fourth place, the battle for the lead seems to be hotting up as well. So Spencer Chappell, mate, I know we have a little chatter on Instagram and I love you being here and smashing in the Superkarts, but maybe you turning up less often makes it more interesting here in the Superkarts because we don't have you driving away at the front of the order. The Southern Champs winner, of course, in 2024, not here for round number 6, and that's blown it wide open in the Superkarts. The 85 and the 56 still going at it. Powell still leading, but for how much longer? Powell defends down into the Haynes loop. Heavy defensive move to the inside there, into the Haynes loop. And Martin Smith, once again, just has to sit behind for now. So through come those two leaders then, on to lap number 7 of this race. So as they fly on around the rest of this circuit, they head up into sector number 3. So is that Fraser Everett? Okay, no, that's the 42 of Daniel Buckland. So it looks like we might have lost Fraser Everett and Graham Payne then. So Fraser Everett, another driver falling by the wayside in this second heat of the day for our Superkarts. And as the timer ticks down towards 0 then, they've all sort of sorted themselves out here through the second part of this race. Powell still under pressure from Martin Smith. A few tenths of a second separates them and gives that bit of breathing room that Powell needs. As they come around the final corner, they're also catching the 42 of Daniel Buckland. This is going to make it interesting across the last lap of this race. Through Johnny's they come, and then they've caught Daniel Buckland. Has that held them up on the exit of Johnny's? They both just about managed to dart through before they head on down to Winger's Dip. So as they head through sector number 3 then, it does look as though Aaron Powell is going to hold on to it here. What a great race from the number 85, and he takes maximum points then from heat number 2. Martin Smith looked very quick in that one, but just not quite able to find a way through on Powell. Daniel Hammett rounds out the top 3 ahead of Mark Smith. There are only 3 tenths of a second between those two as well. Some great battles out there on circuit in the Superkarts. Callum Smith rounds out the top 5. With Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland, the last of your finishers, with sadly Fraser Everett, Graham Payne and Frank Bourne not making it to the checkered flag then in that one. Well, Superkarts done and dusted for their second heat of the day, and it'll be the older gearbox karts, I believe, who are heading out next for race number 15 of today's action. Indeed, heat number 2 for the 210 National O-Play head out on circuit next. on circuit then are the retro gearbox karts. Their second heat of the day. Of course, we saw Lionel Sifley come through from 19th on the grid to take the win in heat number 1. So could we see some more racing through the pack in this one? I think potentially so. It looks as though we might have lost a driver already, though. I've just seen someone dive into the pit. So already out of this race, I think I might have just heard that was 22 of Sean Stonier, or maybe 52 of Oliver Shelley. We'll keep a double check on who it was that's not made it round to the grid. But Ray Sloan and Robert Perkins are your front row. Then Michael Owen and William Shelley on row 2. Dan Berry and Thomas Stone on row 3. Then David Scull, Chris Callahan, Lionel Sifleet and... or maybe it's Cyfleet. Sorry, Lionel. And Anthony Cox round out the top 10. Russell Hopes, Stuart Henry, Paul Fowler, Sean Stonier, Tony Berry, Peter Mason, Mark Shepherd, Oliver Shelley and Nathan Caddick. Actually 19 karts on the grid for this one. As I mentioned, one driver already into the pits then. And the E-Pay getting slightly confused as to where to go because there is a driver missing. So potentially it was Michael Owen on 3rd place then, was it, on the 72? Now I can't see him out there. So either he's pulled in into the wrong grid slot. I'm not sure. Either way, we're missing Michael Owen from the 2nd row of the grid. Lights are on. Lights are immediately out. We're underway and racing. So I believe it was Michael Owen who went back into the pits then before even getting to the starting grid. But the 18 210 national drivers are released from the starting grid as they tried there to go 3 wide into Johnny's. Luckily, the driver diving to the inside backed out of it early enough, though we didn't have a bit of chaos there at the start of 210 National. But again, just like our Superkarts, 5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for this race. Diving through to 3rd and 4th there. I think that's Dan Berry and Thomas Stone getting through on William Shelley, I want to say. No, it was the number 8 of Ray Sloan who's losing out. So the E-plate of Dan Berry is into 2nd place, behind Robert Perkins in the lead. Then it's Lionel Sifley, Thomas Stone and Ray Sloan, your top 5. It's all a bit wide there for the 31 squeeze. There's a 7 to the exit. Peter Mason and Tony Berry going side by side there for P12. As they head through the Haynes Loop. But Robert Perkins at the front of the order, looking as though he might start to drive away from this one. He's got a nice gap ahead of Dan Berry and Lionel Sifley. Lionel all over the back of Dan. Gets a good exit, but chopped off. The nose cone severely chopped across there by Dan Berry. And Lionel unable to find a way through, but he gets him on the exit. They do make him with a side-by-side contact there. That was lucky not to chuck Lionel across the front nose cone of Dan Berry there and into the tyre wall on the outside. They just about managed to bounce off each other and carry on. There is a yellow flag in the Haynes Loop. Whatever it was has now been cleared. And we carry on for some more racing. We're nearly at half race distance in this one. As the number 1 of Lionel Sifley, after clearing Dan Berry early on in this lap, is quickly closing the gap to Robert Perkins. He was 2/10 quicker than him on that last lap, but his fastest lap is a whole second quicker than that last lap. So I think it will be unsurprising if he takes the lead in this race. So no matter where Lionel has to start on the grid, it seems as though he's able to side through the order and take wins here in the 210. And I assume that's why he has the number 1 plate on his car. Because he is rather quick in these retro gearboxes. Round the final corner they come then. And now Lionel right in the wheel tracks of Robert Perkins. Perkins sets his personal best lap, but that was still a second slower than Lionel went on the last lap. Lionel just beat his personal best on the fastest lap of the race by over a second as well. 42.4 fastest lap of the race. Only Robert Perkins and Dan Berry are then in the 43s. 43.4 and 43.7. Number 6 has given up the ghost, though. That's Paul Fowler. His car coming to a crawl here down into Sector 1 as he tries to tiptoe his way through the Haynes Loop and back to the pit lane. Here come the leaders, though, out of the final corner. Good exit from Lionel, but he nearly gets shoved into the barrier here under the gantry. Robert Perkins, I think, just didn't know that Lionel had got such a good exit there. Chopped across his nose and nearly chucked him into the barrier. They both carry on to fight another day, though. Just less than a minute left to go on the gantry. And Lionel doesn't have a huge amount of time here to make up a move. There we see down into the Haynes Loop. Russell Hopes gets through on Nathan Caddick. That was for 7th place. As there's more side-by-side action. Down into the final corner, the 53 and the 4, that is. David Scull getting through on Stuart Henry. Here are your leaders once more, though. This will be the penultimate lap, I think. And what a job Robert Perkins is doing here. Clearly not quite as quick as Lionel Seifleet, but is defending with an absolute masterclass showing here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. And Robert Perkins trying to deny Lionel of his second win of the day here. The issue they've now got, though, is they are catching a few back markers, which could really make this interesting into the final lap of the race. Blue flags already starting to go out here for Anthony Cox, Michael Owen, Stuart Henry and David Scull as the leaders scamper on through. Does this open up an opportunity, though, for Lionel? They head onto the last lap of the race here. And the number 3 of Robert Perkins is just about holding on for now. Then into the Haynes Loop. He gets a bit of a helping hand there into the Haynes Loop. And up the inside goes Lionel Seifleet. Now, will the stewards say that that was advantage by contact? I'll let them decide that one. There was definitely a bit of argy-bargy at the apex there from Lionel, but he forces his way through on Robert Perkins and looks to secure himself that second win of the day. Up into midgets they go then. Other drivers just heading on to their last lap. But round the leaders come then through Climber. And it looks as though it will be the number 1 of Lionel Seifleet, who takes his second win of the day. What a race from Robert Perkins there. Really, in my opinion, deserved that race win with a bit of defensive masterclass. But sadly, into the Haynes Loop on that final lap. Shifted wide by Lionel Seifleet. And he drops down to P2. Dan Berry rounds out that podium. Behind them, Chris Callahan and Thomas Stone, the top 5. And then it was Ray Sloan, Russell Hopes, Nathan Caddick, Tony Berry and Peter Mason. Then Mark Shepherd, Oliver Shelley, William Shelley, Stuart Henry, David Scull, Michael Owen, Anthony Cox and Paul Fowler. Sadly, we lost him on lap number 5. And of course, we lost that driver at the start of the race as well before we went to green flag racing conditions. Now, I will say that order's changed ever so slightly. Oliver Shelley got through into the top 10. Mark Shepherd dropped to 11th. I think Tony Berry gained a place there to P9. Nathan Caddick up into P8. It all changed in amongst that. I shouldn't have read that so early. On that last lap, it all switched around. But again, you want to see the full finishing results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/FEKC. And I'm not sure how Nathan Caddick has managed to miss the pit lane here. He finished P8 on the road, but he's now facing the wrong way at Johnny's, so he's going to have to find his way back to the pits some other way. But either way, 210 Nationals are done for their pre-lunch break action. I think we've only got a few races left to come here before we head to the lunch break, and then of course after lunch we'll have the Heat 3s and then the finals. So what have we got coming up next? 2 more races to come before the lunch break. We'll have Heat 3 for our Junior Rotaxes, and then Heat 2 for our 177. So don't go anywhere. Junior Rotax Heat 3 is coming up next. Junior Rotax out on circuit then. Second to last race before the lunch break. Now, of course, heat number 2 in Junior Rotax did not end how we wanted it to end. It's never nice to have to red flag a race and see someone firstly not making it to the checkered flag, but also I don't think making it for any more races today. Danny May Reid is supposed to be lining up P21 in this one, but sadly after heat 2 has been rushed to hospital for precautionary checks on her back. So we're all wishing her a speedy recovery from everyone here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. But we move on to heat number 3. Travis Rose and Daniel Amore start on the front row. Noah McNicholas and Dylan Morton behind them. Then Finley Hans, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Derek Metters, Milo Manderson, Madison Chappell, Michael Gurney, Freddie Worlock, Oliver Gusman, Matthew Grove, Jesse Whitmore, Leo Basterfield, Aidan Clark, Jensen Collins, Rebecca Chalice, Chase Rainsbury, Jack Price. I can slow down because they've got a false start. Then Lewis Joyner, William Harrison and Tyler Rackham. So 23 karts on the grid for this heat. Drivers carry on for another warm-up lap. Again, it is random grids for all of these races, so that changes it up somewhat. And in Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax, where it's so competitive throughout the field, it's really difficult actually when you get a lower grid start to fight your way through. By the time you've got through 5, 6, 7 positions, the top 2 may have already broken away by a good 3 or 4 seconds. And it just makes it impossible in short races such as these, 7 minutes plus 1 lap, to actually get up to the sharp end of the order. Right then, Travis Rose, Daniel Amore do not lead us to the start. We get another chevron flag over the gantry and a massive off at the first corner. The race didn't even get started and we got drivers off. The number 93 it is of William Harrison, who clatters into the barrier, and we've gone to a red flag here. He looks to be all okay, to be fair. William's already trying to get his kart out from the barrier. There were 2 or 3 karts off on the grass on the exit, but I'm not sure what happened there. I'd looked away since I saw the chevron flag, and somehow drivers coming together despite the race not starting. Maybe did they not see that we hadn't started the race? I'm not sure what happened there. Either way, barriers now needing to be repaired down at the exit of turn 1, and we've gone to red flag conditions. So the drivers will stop on the start finish straight, and we'll go to a short break while we get this all cleared up. Well then, not exactly how we were expecting to start off that Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Either way, red flag has been put away. Drivers back out and underway. And hopefully we go for a little bit more calm and considered race start in this one. I mean, that one wasn't even a race start. It was still considered a chevron false start. And we had a bit of an incident. So luckily, all drivers all right. I think all drivers still carrying on and going to the race start for this one. But it is Travis Rose and Daniel Amore who do lead us to the race start. Travis Rose holds on to it around the outside. Has Daniel Amore hold on to second place? So I'm not sure. I think he may have been overtaken here. 43 and then the 18. So no, it is Daniel Amore in second. Noah McNicholas in third place. And already one driver pulling into the pits and out of this race. And that is William Harrison. So that was the driver we saw in the barrier before that red flag. He's decided to put his pits. Leader's off. Leader is off on the exit of the bus stop chicane. I believe that was Travis Rose who went for a bit of grass cutting there on the exit. Yes, it was. Daniel Amore now finds himself in the lead. Noah McNicholas in second. Where is Travis Rose going to end up? Travis wasn't that close to other drivers though, so I think that might have just been a mistake all on its own there. Dropping it onto the dusty grass on the outside, losing traction, struggling to get it back onto the black stuff, and drops to 10th place by the time they get round to the start-finish line once again. Yellow flag as drivers are off again, this time on the exit of Johnny's. They rejoin a little bit quicker though, and again, kicking up loads of dust on the exit thanks to the lack of rainfall recently. But gutting for Travis Rose after a pole position and a great start there in heat number 2. Oh, sorry, heat number 3 in Junior Rotax. Drops down the order. He's got a lot to do then if he wants to get back to the lofty heights that he was in earlier on in this race. So now, top 4 starting to break away a little. Amore, McNicholas, Morton and Worlock, your top 4 who are broken away. Who's leading the charge in that second pack? It's Jarek Metters. We've seen him there and thereabouts so far today. But he's up in 5th place already in this race. Let's see if he can press on any further. Around they come, back into your camera shot to start lap number 4. And actually, is that a change to a third? Yes, it is. Freddie Worlock through on Dylan Morton. I wondered why they'd lost a bit of time to Amore and McNicholas ahead, and that is why. Worlock into the top 3. So in behind them, Metters leads the charge ahead of Basterfield, Manderson, Gusman, Whitmore, and Travis Rose still there in 10th place. But Travis Rose, that incident early on in the race has clearly lit a fire underneath him as he now takes the fastest lap of the race. 42.38 for the number 16. He'll feel so gutted that he's chucked it away on the first lap of the race. But he's not going to let it fly by him that easily. And he's doing everything he can to close back down the rest of the top 10. He's not throwing his toys out the pram. That's such a late move to the inside from Travis Rose. That was never on. Door closes from Jesse Whitmore. I think Whitmore would have been a bit scared there as he got to the apex and suddenly there was a front nose cone next to him. But Travis Rose, he's battling nicely and trying to get his way back up the order, but he needs to do it cleanly and concisely to not lose time and to also not get any penalties. Random sends like that are not going to put you in the good books of the stewards. So does need to be just a little bit careful. Daniel Amore, new fastest lap of the race though on the last lap. And he goes even faster on that last lap. Down into the 41s go the entire top 6. They're all getting faster and faster. And Jarek Metters only 100th slower than Daniel Amore on that last lap. Crazy close in pace amongst the junior Rotax drivers. That final later on is going to be sublime, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you're tuned in to the live stream for that one. I think there might have been a bit of swapping there for third place again. I think actually Worlock has just about held on to it, but he certainly hasn't dropped Dylan Morton at all. Morton's still very much there, in with a shout. And there seems to be a great battle from 11th place backwards as well. Harvey Lee Wintridge, Finley Hans, Madison Chappell, Jack Price. Those four line astern for 11th place. And I think they're about to head up into the boot section. There they are. Headed up by the Coles Racing driver. But as they carry on to lap number 8 then. Still drivers going faster and faster. Daniel Moore with yet another fastest lap of the race. 41.5 now the time to beat. Late move to the inside that is, on the 24 and the 25. Finley Hans getting through on Harvey Lee Wintridge. I think Lee Wintridge lost a couple of places. He did. Hans such a send to the inside. Sorry, it was on Madison Chappell, my apologies. Chappell forced to the outside. Hans gets through and Aidan Clark slips through as well. So they relegate Madison Chappell down to 15th place. Aidan Clark needs to be a bit careful though. He has got a warning in the last couple of laps. Minute and a half left to go on the clock of this race. Battling in the mid-pack that I'm watching out the window. 82 of Milo Manderson, the 50 of Jesse Whitmore, and the 16 of Travis Rose then. Rose trying to find a way through. Whitmore defends down into the first sector. And Price can't find a way through. Oh, sorry, Travis Rose can't find a way through. Milo Manderson holding on ahead of them. In 8th place there. He's looked pretty quick throughout today, and banking another top 10 will be good for him in terms of points. Heading towards the final later on this afternoon. 45 seconds on the clock. It's going to be close here as to whether we get 1 or 2 more laps. No, yeah, 2 or 3 more laps. So my first guess was correct. Maths never my strong point at school. Pretty close together. This is for 4th place. So that's Jarek Metters, who's got through on the last lap on Dylan Morton. So Morton's been pressuring Worlock ever since Worlock overtook him on like lap 2 or 3 for 3rd place. But neither of them a match at the moment for Jarek Metters. So Metters scampers on by into 4th place and now focusing ahead on 3rd. There's a move in the background though. I think that's Morton losing out to Leo Barsterfield. But back down the inside goes Morton at the last corner. Bold re-overtake there from Morton. And that leaves the 61 of Barsterfield open now to an attack from Gussman. Those three having their knives sharpened going into heat number 3 here. Not wanting to give the others an inch on track. Aidan Clark's got another warning here. The number 31. Doing something that the stewards are not agreeing with out there on the black stuff. Last lap is on the board though, so checkered flag being prepared already for Daniel Moore. He heads through Clymer and into the final corner. The 43 is going to take a very decisive race win here in Heat 3. Noah McNicholas finishes in P2. Nearly a photo finish across the line, but it is Jarek Metters who gets it at the line. He just about gets through on Freddie Worlock there on the last lap and relegates him to 4th place. Dylan Martin finishes in 5th. Leo Barsterfield, Oliver Gussman, Milo Manderson, Travis Rose and Jesse Whitmore, your top 10. Then Jack Price, first of the drivers outside of the top 10. Followed by Finley Hans, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Aidan Clark, Matthew Grove, Chase Rainsbury, Tyler Rackham, Madison Chappell, Rebecca Chalice, Lewis Joyner and Jensen Collins. The last of your 21 finishers there. Of course, we lost William Harrison after that incident on the attempted first race start. He's had to go back to the pits. Hopefully the damage not too bad. Hopefully we'll see him out for the last of the Junior Rotax Heats and their finals later on this afternoon. But I do believe one more race before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Out next are going to be the 177s and the 177 Masters. So as the 177s scythe through on their warm-up and formation lap, let's talk you through the grid for this one. Colin Davis and Chris Thomas, two Masters drivers on the front row. Then it's Neil Hemming and Archie Elliott on row 2. Gary Cox and Joshua Pickford there on row number 3. We had a great battle in the first race between Chris Thomas and Joshua Pickford. Archie Elliott coming through from the back into P3 as well. Another quick driver. Let's see what he can do from slightly higher up the order. But it didn't matter between the 177s or the Masters. They were all having great battles in and amongst each other. So let's see how this one plays out then in their second heat of the day. Colin Davis and Chris Thomas will come through the cut through and lead us to the lights then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. And the last heat before the lunch break then. Chris Thomas chops across the hole onto second place there. Archie Elliott might lose that because of it, and he does. Tries to go back down the inside of Johnny's though. Bold there from Archie Elliott. Thank goodness he backed out of that one, because that would have been a huge crash if he hadn't have done that. As Neil Hemming was always going for the apex there. So Hemming takes the place away then, third on the road. Archie Elliott relegated down to P4. I can't quite tell, is it Gary Cox or Joshua Pickford that's in 5th? Wait and see as they come through sector number 3. It is the 56 of Joshua Pickford who's got through on the 14 of Gary Cox. So that's a change of position on that first lap as well. Through they go into the Haynes Loop for the second time of asking. And the 71 of Colin Davis under a bit of pressure here from Chris Thomas. Now, how will the 177 drivers get on, starting a little bit lower down the order? There wasn't a huge amount of difference in pace between the 177s and the Masters in the first race. There's a move, though. Archie Elliott, that is, back down the inside of Neil Hemming. And I think Joshua Pickford is going to follow him through as well. Yes, he does. So both 177s through up at midgets then. The SC plate of Archie Elliott to 3rd. The 56 of Joshua Pickford to 4th. I think they'll likely work together here to try and chase down Chris Thomas and Colin Davis as Chris Thomas sets a new fastest lap of the race. The first driver down into the 42s. 42.94 for Chris Thomas. So he's obviously out in that clear air out front, but don't get it twisted. He's got Colin Davis right in behind him. He's checking over the shoulder. He's got a lot to think about there at the sharp end of the field. He's not just driving off into the sunset for an easy Sunday drive. He's putting down some great pace, is Chris Thomas, after making that overtake a lap ago. And he sets another fastest lap then. But, however, that's immediately taken away by Archie Elliott. So a 42.53 on the last lap for Chris Thomas, a 42.62 for Colin Davis, a 42.41 for Archie Elliott, and a 42.46 for Joshua Pickford. So both the 177s in the 42.4s, the two drivers ahead in the 42.5s and 42.6s. Not a huge amount of difference when Archie Elliott is still a second behind the leader, but just enough here to slowly and surely scrape away at that gap and just close in over the second part of this race. We're already heading towards 3 minutes completed then as they cross the line to start lap number 5. And again, new fastest lap for a 177 driver, but this time it's Joshua Pickford. 42.2 for both Elliott and Pickford on that last lap. It was also a 42.2 for Chris Thomas, but only a 42.4 for Colin Davis. So they're all getting faster lap on lap. But it looks as though Colin Davis not quite able to speed up as quickly as the drivers around him. With Thomas matching the times of Elliott and Pickford behind though, he's keeping that gap at pretty much a constant level. It was a second when they crossed the lap, when they crossed the timing beam last time around. And now it's 1.1 seconds. New fastest lap for Chris Thomas. 42.22, so the pendulum swings back the way of the Masters drivers. Particularly Chris Thomas on the number 16. Great pace then from Chris Thomas as he continues to lead us here through lap number 6. What a day of racing it's been so far here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. It's always an honour to be invited back here to continue these live streams for you lovely ladies and gentlemen, and whether you're at home watching from the comfort of your sofa, or whether you're here at the circuit breathing in the lovely karting fumes. I am very lucky to be involved with this fantastic kart club. It's great to be back again for another month, another round of racing. And what racing it has been, as I mentioned. It's really kicked off in some classes where it can sometimes be a little bit subdued here at Forest Edge. Some of the classes have been kicked wide open, and we've been treated to some fantastic racing this morning. So again, don't forget, if you're enjoying the live stream, make sure you share it with your friends and family who you might think are interested to keep up to date with the action going on today. Make sure you drop a like on the stream as well, because that'll help share it out to other people. And of course, subscribe to the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel as well, so you don't miss any of the future races. Now, I will say I'm not available for the next round. I believe that's round number 7, isn't it? However, I will be back for the final round, round number 8, at the end of the season. So there's going to be a month's break in the streaming, but we'll be back for those the all-important final round where we crown the champion in each classification. Of course, if you have enjoyed the commentary as well, my name is John Ratcliff at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. If you want to go and drop me a follow, that's at Ratters Media. I'd really appreciate the support of both my commentary career and also my own racing career as well. Well, these drivers lead us through onto another lap. Just over a minute left to go then. They're still as they left them, but the SC plate of Archie Elliott has a broken rear bumper. Archie Elliott looks down and sees it. He knows that rear bumper has gone. Joshua Pickford, though, he hasn't been that close to him. So I don't think that's come from any contact from Joshua Pickford, unless it's something I've missed over the last couple of laps. Potentially, it's just from clattering into a curb of some sort. Gotcha, yes, thank you for that. We can see something in the middle of the track on the exit of the first corner, so I think maybe just one of the screws or the rivets or whatever it is called that you connect the rear bumper on with is sitting there in the middle of the circuit. So that's what's happened then to the SC plate, and sadly Archie Elliott, after getting a decent result earlier this morning, was looking on for another good one here in the 177s to no fault of his own. Will be returning to the pit lane out of this race with a mechanical flag. And that's effectively a DNF for Archie Elliott here in Heat 2 of the 177s and 177s Masters. Well, as the gantry timer ticks below 10 seconds, when Chris Thomas comes round once again, he'll see the last lap board for the first time. Colin Davis right in there with him. Colin Davis has actually been a bit quicker over the last couple of laps. He closed in by a 10th of a second on the last lap. This time, just over a 10th of a second. But that half a second gap that Chris Thomas already had is probably going to be a nice enough buffer here for him to hold on. Now, Joshua Pickford hasn't quite been showing the pace that he had in the first race either there. Now comfortably sitting in third, thanks to the retiring Archie Elliott. But the 177s just unable to quite find an answer to the pace of the Masters drivers in this second heat anyway. So, as Chris Thomas leads us down through into Climate then and into the final corner, it's going to be a great win in Heat 2 for the number 16. Colin Davis follows him across the line. Joshua Pickford rounding out that top 3, and Neil Hemming and Gary Cox the last of your 5 finishers then in 177 and 177 Masters Heat number 2. Of course, Archie Elliott having to retire there on the second to last lap with a broken rear bumper. But that's us done and dusted for the effective morning's action of running, the pre-lunch break running. It's usually about 40 to 45 minutes, the lunch break here at Forest Edge. So I'll leave the stream running. Just keep it open on whatever you're playing it on, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes time for more racing action. That's where we'll get the final, the last sort of heats of each class that is out there racing today, and then those all-important finals where not only do you get lots more points for your troubles, you also get a trophy to take home with you if you're in the top 3, and that's what matters. You want a little bit more silverware on your mantelpiece. Those races, well, if the heats we've seen already today are anything to go by, those finals later on are going to be fantastic. You don't want to miss any of those, ladies and gentlemen, so keep this stream open, keep it saved, share it with anyone you think is going to enjoy it, and we'll see you soon after the lunch break, where we'll continue on with the rest of the heats and the finals. We'll see you shortly. Hello everyone, welcome back to the afternoon's action here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. We're done and dusted with the first 2 rounds of heats. We've got one more round of heats to go, and then the all-important finals later on this afternoon. My name is John Ratcliff. I'll be continuing to guide you through the action here at Forest Edge, and we kick off this afternoon's action with our Honda Cadets. Their heat number 3 is up now. So let's run you through the grid for this one. Seth Jones and Oliver Spence are on the front row, with Stanley Keeley and Daniel Barton on row number 2. Kobe Wood and Oliver Ratton are on row 3, with James Devereaux and Alex Gaskin on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 are Callum Williams and Henry Duncan on row 5. Then the 2 Maxes, Max Craven and Max Smith, are there on row 6, with Oatley Poulter, Leo Webb and Logan Hart, your 15 drivers taking to the start for this race. There looks to be some barriers on the entrance to the pit lane just getting rebuilt ever so slightly as the drivers head round to hopefully kick this one off first time of asking. Now, of course, the Honda Cadets, standing start for these drivers. Now, looking back at the heats earlier on today, 2 wins from 2 from Daniel Barton. So the number 58 starts in P4 for this one. He's your one to watch from the second row of the grid. But equally, there's been plenty of quick drivers here in Honda Cadets today at round number 6. It looks as though we might be missing a few drivers off of the grid for this one. We've got the 21, the 22 of Kobe Wood and Oliver Ratton. James Devereaux seemingly not on the grid. Alex Gaskin is there. Then there's Callum Williams. I think Callum Williams might be in the wrong grid slot, so I think we're only missing 1 driver. Potentially Henry Duncan as well on the 78. So I'm not sure what's happened there. It does look like we're missing a couple of drivers for the race start here in Honda Cadet. Lights are on, lights are off, and Seth Jones leads us away then. The number 90 of Oliver Spence chops across to try and hold on to second place. Round the outside, though, is trying Daniel Barton, and I think he's got it done. So Daniel Barton immediately off the race start then, from 4th to 2nd place, and he's already pressuring Seth Jones. So it's taken less time than usual here. So continuing on that number 1 then, as I was saying, Honda Cadet drivers, there's lots of quick drivers in and amongst this group. Lots of scrapping to go on, but Daniel Barton has taken the lead of the race away from Seth Jones. Oliver Spence is in 3rd place now. Stanley Keeley in 4th. Kobe Wood in 5th. Then Oliver Ratton. And then Alex Gaskin. 2 novice drivers close in behind as well. The 34 of Max Craven involved in this group, and so is the 61 of Max Smith as well. So the 2 Maxes having a good race start then from 11th and 12th on the grid, hanging it in with the big boys here in the Honda Cadet 160 heat number 3. So as they head round into sector 3 then, still very close between the drivers up at the sharp end of the order. Very close as Stanley Keeley goes for a move for 3rd place at midgets. Relegates Oliver Spence down into P4. Oliver Ratton all over the back of Kobe Wood as well. So this top 7 all still line astern, but the bit of battling for second has allowed for your leader, Daniel Barton, to start to scamper away here. Move down the inside into the Haynes loop. Stanley Keeley goes through into 2nd place. Seth Jones relegated down at least 1, if not a couple of spots there at sector number 1. So up into the bus stop chicane they come then. Yeah, Oliver Spence in 3rd, Seth Jones now in P4. Here comes Oliver Spence though. Is he trying down the inside? Yes, he is. Attempting on that move for 2nd place. They're getting very close on the exit though, but a side pod to side pod squeezing there as Stanley Keeley's forced to the outside and Seth Jones steals through. They all get a bit too close for comfort, and Stanley Keeley nearly gets forced out wide there, or does get forced out wide, as they all just checked up each other as they went into the braking zone there. Seth Jones went into the back of Oliver Spence. And Stanley Keely's been the biggest loser out of that one. So Daniel Barton now leading by over a second at the front of the field. Still, that top 7 really close together. Good exit off of the bus stop chicane for Oliver Ratton, but the door doesn't quite open enough on Oliver Spence. And Ratton under pressure here from Seth Jones. Heading through into the final corner then. Seth Jones thinks about it very late on the brakes, and they do make a bit of contact to the final corner. Just about giving each other enough room. Ratton holds it around the outside, and now 2 drivers are going to sneak through. Double overtake from Stanley Keely. What a move from Stanley Keely. Seth Jones gets forced out wide there. He was sadly the driver on the outside of the 3-wide motion there through the Haynes loop. But I think that was a fair move there from Stanley Keely. Impressively read as another driver ahead moved down the inside, left the room at the apex, and Stanley went, go on then, I'll have 2 for the price of 1. Through he slips, back into 3rd place. Kobe Wood trying round the outside of Oliver Ratton there. They make a bit of contact. He goes up and under on the exit, but it's not going to get a good enough overrun to make that one work. I think Oliver Ratton just didn't know that Kobe Wood was on his outside there and squeezed him off onto the grass. They both carry on though. Still the 21 of Kobe Wood in the wheel tracks of Oliver Ratton. Since Oliver Spence has been released here, he's all on his lonesome now in P2, really. He's got a good second and a bit between himself and Stanley Keely in 3rd. And again, a better second and a bit between himself and Daniel Barton in the lead of the race here. But with only 2.5 minutes left to go, I don't think he's closing in quite quickly enough. It was Oliver Spence's personal best on the last lap. 100 slower than the fastest lap of the race set by Daniel Barton earlier on in this one. I think the top 2 likely to stay as they are then. The question is, are Oliver Ratton and Kobe Wood chasing down Stanley Keely here? It's kicking off in behind as well. Seth Jones down the inside of the final corner. Squeezes the 23 of Alex Gaskin out wide and off of the circuit. Both of them lose quite a bit of time there. And the novice, Max Craven, slips through into P6. Great reading of the action going on ahead of him there from Max Craven. And he darts through and takes a deserved P6 for now. This would be great to see one of the novices diving ahead of the rest of the field and taking some points for himself, but he's still got a couple of minutes here to try and hold on, and he's going to struggle here on the exit. Seth Jones trying to get him up into Midget's corner, and Seth dives on the anchors, takes that inside line for himself, retakes 6th place, and now Max Craven's under a bit of pressure from Alex Gaskin once again. Gaskin down the inside of the final corner. So by the end of lap number 7, they reacclimatise themselves to the positions that they were in on the lap previous. Max Smith not far behind them either. If they keep battling like that, he'll be in with a shot of getting involved with that 6th place battle as well. But it was a new fastest lap of the race from Oliver Spence on the last lap. He's been in the wars so far today, both Heat 1 and 2. He's been in some serious battles, getting very frustrated behind the wheel. But finally in Heat 3, he finds himself all by himself, and he's showing that he has the pace to win races here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. 1/10 of a second quicker than the fastest lap of Daniel Barton and of Stanley Keely, the 2 drivers in front and behind him respectively. But 25 seconds on the clock as Daniel Barton starts a new lap of the race. This time though, Barton, Spence and Keely almost identical lap times, all within 1/10 of a second of each other. And that means that gap stagnates relatively between the 3 of them. And to be honest, between the top 5 really as well, as Ratton and Wood within about 1/2 second of each other as well. Seth Jones and Alex Gaskin still line astern though on that last lap. Gaskin a little bit faster. He's not got a huge amount of time though to think about a move. And there they are going up into Midgets. Gaskin all over the rear axle of Seth Jones. But will a move materialise here as we head on to the last lap of the race? Daniel Barton looking to make it 3 wins from 3 today. Oliver Spence with yet another fastest lap of the race, down into the 48.6s. He's dropped that gap now to below a second, but it's going to be too little too late, I think, for Oliver Spence. It'd be a good Good confidence booster, though, going into the final. I don't think anyone's going to be able to knock Daniel Barton off of the pole position for that upcoming final. But either way, as I say, confidence booster for Oliver Spence. He's now had a good race, got to a good place and been able to show his pace out there on track. Looking in behind, though, Seth Jones under so much pressure still for that 7th place. Alex Gaskin pressuring through Sector 3. But here comes Daniel Barton then. The number 58 makes it 3 from 3 so far at round 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. The gap reduced once again on the last lap by Oliver Spence, but still over 3/4 of a second in it between the two of them. Stanley Keeley rounds out that podium, with Oliver Ratton and Kobe Wood in the top 5. Seth Jones and Alex Gaskin there round out the top 7 with Max Craven, Max Smith, Logan Hart and Leo Webb, your last finishes in that one. And sadly, we lost Callum Williams there on lap number 7, with only a few laps to go. The number 33 retiring from the race there. Hopefully we see him out in the final later on. But Honda Cadets, that is their heats done and dusted. They'll be heading back to the pit lane now. We'll see them out for their final later on. But up next, race number 19 of the weekend is the Rotax Cadets for their final heat. On track go our Rotax Cadet drivers then. Let's have a look at this one. Heat number 3 for Rotax Cadet. So, of course, as we're into past the lunch break now, we're finalising all of the heats for all of our classes out there on circuit, and then the amalgamation of the results that they've got in all of those heats throughout today will then set their grid for the all-important finals later on. Right, what's the grid for this one then? Rotax Cadet Heat 3, Ronnie Faulkner and Jack Blackman on the front row for this one. Then it's Ethan Coupland and Bertie Clark. Travis Giddings and Edison Burrows there on row 3, with Jack Daniels and Rio Pocock on row 4. Arthur Kaiser and Oakley Riggs are on row 5, with Elijah West, Freya Bond and Harry Reid there. 13 carts on the grid for this one. And Ethan Coupland, this is his chance to shine here, starting on the second row of the grid, because his closest rivals are near the back of the order for the start of this race. Oakley Riggs with 2 wins already from Heat 1 and Heat 2. He starts P10. And Elijah West having a solid performance as well today, starting P11. So, top 3 in Heat 1 were Oakley Riggs, Elijah West, and Ethan Coupland. Top 3 in... Oh, okay. Top 3 in Heat number 2, Elijah West, Ethan Coupland, Oakley Riggs. And that was because Oakley Riggs has got a 5-second penalty in Heat 2 for causing a collision. So, Oakley Riggs won the race on track, has since got a 5-second penalty that dropped him to P3. So that is interesting. This could really... So this is basically the deciding race. So who gets pole position in the final? Which is not going to kick off this time. We go round again. Another chevron flag out there on circuit. So that gives me a little bit of time to work that one out then. So we got Oakley Riggs with a 1st and a 3rd then. Elijah West with a 1st and a 2nd. Ethan Coupland with a 2nd and a 3rd. So basically, Coupland needs to get a win in this race, and he needs Elijah West to get worse than a 3rd place for Ethan Coupland to get pole position here. As long as Elijah West gets a 3rd or better in this race, he'll be on pole position for the race start. Oakley Riggs, I think, has to do pretty much the same, if not a 2nd place or better. As I mentioned in the heats earlier, math's not my strong point. Trying to do it on the fly here with the race results. But either way, it's likely to be one of those 3 drivers. Well, as they come around the last corner then, Ronnie Faulkner and Jack Blackman are on the front row. Do we get it underway this time? No, we don't. What was that? Attempt number 3, I think now, for our Rotax Cadets. Something not quite right on the race start with these young drivers. And understandably so, Ronnie Faulkner and Jack Blackman on the front row of the grid, just trying to... work it out, and we've gone to red flag here. So Ronnie Faulkner and Jack Blackman, or someone else in the pack, I'm not sure what the reason is, doing something that we're not too happy with here. So it's going to be a quick break and a very quick red flag to just give them all a bit of re-education, as we like to say in karting, and then the Rotax Cadets will head back round and will hopefully get their Heat 3 underway soon. Right then, the Rotax Cadets have had, as I say, a bit of re-education out there on circuit, and they're heading back round again to give the race start another go. So to remind you, Faulkner and Blackman on the front row, then it's Coupland and Clark, Giddings and Burrows, Daniels and Pocock, Kaiser and Riggs, West, Bond and Reed. 13 karts on the grid for this one. It'll be Ronnie Faulkner and Jack Blackman, the drivers, to lead us to the lights then. 4th time of asking on this race start. Can we do it this time? Yes, we can. We're underway in racing. Still a bit of a scrappy start there. And a great start for Jack Blackman. And he was supposed to be P2 on the grid there. Less than ideal start to the race, but equally they've had enough attempts. So we head off for the race start in Heat 3. So leading down towards Sector 2, then they'll be heading up into the bus stop chicane shortly. It is Jack Blackman in the lead of the race. A Coles Racing driver into P2 already, so that'll be Ethan Coupland making up another spot on Ronnie Faulkner. This is what he needed to do early on in this race to maximise the achievement and hope that the other drivers that he's battling with for potential pole position in the final don't come through the field as well as he does. Round the final corner they come then. Coupland all over the back of Jack Blackman. Down the inside he goes into the Haynes loop, but door half closed there from Jack Blackman. Whether he wasn't sure that Ethan was going to be there or whether he saw it and decided to close the door a little bit late. Either way, Ethan Coupland finds a way through, forces that door open, finds a way through into the lead of the race. Oakley Riggs is up to P7. Elijah West is up to P9 by the end of lap number 1. But this is Ethan's chance now to dive away with the race lead. Attempt for third place there. Was that Ronnie Faulkner trying to get back through? It was the 34. It was of Ronnie Faulkner trying to get back through on Bertie Clark. Unable to do it. Gets closed off at the apex of midgets and sticks in fourth. For now does Ronnie Faulkner. 19 and the 44, Arthur Cage and Travis Giddings continuing their battles that they've had in I think every heat so far today. Arthur Kaiser and Travis Giddings absolutely going at it here for 10th position. Harry Reid just in behind them as well. So 5 minutes plus 1 lap left of this last heat of the day for Rotax Cadet. Coupland already extending that gap at the front, exactly as I said he needed to do. Down into the 47s, but so is Bertie Clark. All side by side round Climate. Outside turns to the inside there for the 34. He's going to dive late on the brakes. Ronnie Faulkner holds on to the place. Oakley Riggs is trying to find a way through though. Both Oakley and Elijah got through on Jack Daniels in that last lap. And I think Oakley's got him on the exit. Yes, both Oakley Riggs and Elijah West. Key that both of them snuck through there on the exit before they got to Johnny's. That relegates Ronnie Faulkner down to P6. So still Coupland leading Clark, then Blackman. Now we've got Riggs and West charging up towards those top 3. They need to get in and amongst it for the top 3 positions for a shot at pole. Now the exact permutations I'm going to struggle with. But it's all going to be very close, I can tell you that much. In behind them, Jack Daniels is still there. Jack Daniels has got through on Ronnie Faulkner as well then. Ronnie Faulkner has dropped to P8 on that last lap, sadly for him. Jack Daniels and Rio Pocock are both through into 6th and 7th. Freya Bond hasn't had the easiest of race starts either into P9. She's second in the championship at the moment, but it's been a difficult day for her so far. Freya not quite getting the points that she would have wanted here at round number 6. Oakley Riggs, new fastest lap of the race and only 100th quicker than the last lap from Elijah West as well. They've massively closed the gap down to Jack Blackman now in 3rd place. And Blackman under a lot of pressure. Into the final corner they come. Riggs unable to find an opening this time around anyway. Door might open though into the Haynes loop. Not quite. Couldn't quite get the overspeed there down into the first couple of corners. Riggs has to sit behind still. And this is giving more time for Coupland to keep that lead. If they stay as they are, Coupland's going to have pole position for the final here. New fastest lap on the last lap this time goes the way of Elijah West. But again, only 200ths quicker than Oakley Riggs. And they've got through now. Oakley Riggs is through to 3rd place. Here comes Elijah West up at midgets. He now goes down the inside of Blackman as well. So Jack Blackman drops from 3rd to 5th place. And I think this is going to be quite a key move here. Riggs chasing down the 21 of Bertie Clark. Through Haynes Loop they go once more. Bertie Clark with his figurative mirrors full of the 31 of Oakley Riggs. And the fact it took Elijah West just a little bit longer there to get past Jack Blackman has dropped him a good 3/4 of a second off of the back of Oakley Riggs. Riggs is through though for second place before they get to the bus stop chicane. The 31 has made the pass on the 21. Still a minute and a half left to go on the clock here. Elijah West almost onto the back of Bertie Clark as well now as they head through sector number 3. Coupland, it was 1.7 seconds over Bertie Clark. What is it now over Oakley Riggs, that gap out front? It stayed the same. Bit of a slow lap then from Ethan Coupland. As the Southern champ in 2024, Elijah West still trying to close down Bertie Clark. Got about half a second, 0.6 of a second on him on the last lap. What can they do here over the last few laps of this race? We'll be going on to the penultimate lap this time around. Riggs not visibly closing in really on Ethan Coupland anymore. So I think, I say that to be fair, he did take a good 4/10 out of him on that last lap. It might just be a little bit too little too late for Riggs here to try and take the win. But never say never in karting. Crazier things have happened. Let's see what does happen over these last few minutes. Bertie Clark and Jack Daniels getting themselves a contact warning in the last few laps. But through they go, out of the bus stop chicane. And there is Elijah West. Gets a good exit out of the bus stop and down the inside he goes into midgets. So Bertie Clark relegated out of the top 3 then here in heat number 3. He's going to do everything he can to try and fight back. A little bit too wide through climate though, and he finally loses the place. Ethan Coupland leads us on to the last lap here for Heat 3 of Rotax Cadets. And I imagine that this is likely going to stay the same. So what have we got then as they go through the last lap? Oakley Riggs will now have a first, second and a third. Coupland will now have a first, second and a third. And West will have a first, second and a third. How are we going to deal with that one? I imagine it will then go to fastest lap. So we got a 46.82 from Coupland in the first race. 46.97 from Riggs. That doesn't beat it. What is it in this race now? 47.20. Round the final corner comes Coupland. He takes the win on the road. Riggs in second. West in third. But Elijah West, let me just double check that. No, 46.8 is faster. It was a 47.2. So that would mean by fastest lap, I believe that Coupland would take the pole position, followed by Riggs, followed by West. Now, of course, that depends on whether any of them have got a penalty or a disqualification or anything in that past race, because that will jumble things up again. But off of the on-track finishes anyway from that third heat, all 3 of Oakley Riggs, Elijah West and Ethan Coupland all have got a first, a second and a third place from today's action. That is amazing. Impressive stuff from the Rotax Cadets. So they can all be so close on pace. All nick a first, second and third. Amazing stuff. Well, we'll see them out for that final later on, and we'll then find out how they managed to work out the starting order for the final. For heat number 3, done and dusted then for our Rotax Cadets. It's heat 4 for our junior Rotaxes, and I do think their final heat of the day coming up next. Well then, Junior Max heat number 4 is about to kick off, and I didn't expect this. Danny May Reid, who was, I believe, whisked up to hospital after heat number 2, a crash in heat number 2 that sent her flying out of her car. She's back for heat number 4, so only missing one of the heats here. Very impressive for the number 68 of Danny May Reid. Now we'll see if we go around. I think we're going to go around again. Yeah, with chevron flag. Thank goodness I didn't rush through that grid there. The two leaders still nearly crash across the line there as they get a bit too close to comfort. I think maybe not realising we hadn't gone for a race start then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Chase Rainsbury and Danny May Reid line up on the front row. I guess Danny May thought, hey, I'm not going to miss my front row start here. I've got to get back from hospital. She's here. And she's in the race for Heat 4. Matthew Grove and Luca Cook on row 2. Then Jack Price, Madison Chappell, Spencer Trahorn, Harvey Murden, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Ethan Griffiths your top 10. Then Leo Basterfield, Jensen Collins, Noah McNicholas, Callum Sids, Freddie Worlock, Charles Green, Oliver Gusman, Daniel Gurney, Travis Rose, Finley Hans, Daniel Moore, Tyler Rackham, Lewis Joyner. 24 karts on the grid. 2x2 formation to the lights. We're underway and racing for the last heat of the day in Junior Rotax. They all dive down towards sector number 1. And all keeping it relatively clean for now. Anyway, a couple of drivers getting shuffled out wide on the exit. They're trying to go 3 wide into Johnny's. One driver jumps up and over the curb on the inside. They just about all managed to make it through as they head down and out of my vision into sector number 2. They'll come back up into the bus stop chicane now. Single file conditions through there. Well, some of them try to not go through single file and they're off on the exit. 2 or 3 drivers kicking up the dust on the exit there, but managing to rejoin. Losing a bit of time and some places as well then. But Danny May Reid, after looking to be out of this race and injured, or out of this round and injured, comes through to end lap number 1 in the lead of the race. Unbelievable stuff from Danny May Reid. She is made of harder stuff than I am. Incredibly impressive from the number 68. If she could take the win in this, what a story that would be here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. And she's already pulling a monstrous lead at the front of the order. This is amazing. Chase Rainsbury's under a bit of pressure though, up into Midget's corner. Trying to get it down the inside there. Spencer Trahorn and Jack Price getting involved with each other. There's 3 of them going for the same piece of tarmac. Down into the final couple of corners, and the 71 of Jack Price gets through on Spencer Trahorn. Spencer had to rethink that one. He tried to go for the move himself on Chase Rainsbury. Chase Rainsbury's defending though, and that's bringing them all up with them. Is Chase Rainsbury getting paid by Danny May Reid? We'll never know, but he's doing a great job for her, defending like his life depends on it there down in Sector 1, and that's brought the rest of the field back with Rainsbury, Price and Trahorn. They'd made a nice breakaway, but now everyone's up with them again. Through the bus stop chicane they go. I think Jack Price has managed to get through on Chase Rainsbury, but Rainsbury's trying the up and under up at Midgets. It's not going to work out. And I do think that is Jack Price who's got through into second place. It is the number 71. Trahorn's overtaken there at the final corner. Is that Harvey Lee Winters through? Yes, it is. No, it's Spencer Trahorn's the one in third place, right behind Jack Price. It's Rainsbury who's dropped back quite a few places to P5. That's who was just overtaken there by Harvey Lee Wintridge at the final corner. So Ethan Griffiths, Freddie Worlock, Leo Basterfield, Charles Green and Oliver Gusman round out your top 10 in this race so far. So Charles Green, Mr. Cheesy, up from 16th place already. He's in the top 10, he's in P9, and he's in that massive squabble. It's getting very close to comfort up at Midgets. 2-3 wide up in that group. It's too close to comfort. One driver's off on the outside. Is that Charles Green? I think it is. Charles Green gets shuffled out wide on the exit, and Charles Green drops down the order like a stone. He's still in this race, but we saw they were all a bit too close to comfort, as they still are down into the first couple of corners. Oh my goodness. What racing here in the Junior Max grid. That was Noah McNicholas, Finley Hans, Travis Rose, Harvey Murden all getting in and amongst it with each other. It's all still kicking off here, and Danny May Reid now has nearly a 3.5 second gap at the front of the field. After potentially being out of this round entirely, she's come back, is setting fastest laps, and is down 3.5 seconds in the lead. Unbelievable. Spencer Trahorn's through on Jack Price then for second place, and he's already making a nice little gap. Can Spencer ruin the Danny May Reid party at the moment? We're only halfway through this race. There's still potential for anything to happen. Harvey Lee Winters and Ethan Griffiths together trying to chase them down. There's a small gap back to Daniel Amore, who leads practically the rest of the field round. As that slow off the exit for a Coles Racing driver. Was that a mistake? No, that's an issue, I think. That is an issue. Who is that that's going slowly? Looks like they've gone back up to pace now. They've been overtaken by 2 drivers. It's the number 11 of Harvey Lee Winteridge. He's now overtaken at the final corner. Daniel Amore goes through, and then Freddie Worlock, I think, has gone through as well now. Yes, he has. He's dropping back like a stone. Is he going to come into the pits as the number 11? No, he's not. Not sure what happened there to Harvey Lee Winteridge, but he massively dropped there. It wasn't a mistake. He was just really slow off of the bus stop chicane and then through the final sector as well. Lots of contact warnings in this race, though, as you'd expect from a junior Rotax race. Spencer Trahorn's got 2. Noah Nicholas has 1. Harvey Lee Winteridge has 2. Leo Barterfield has 2. Ethan Griffiths has 1. Jensen Collins has 1. Barterfield now has 3. He needs to be very careful. That could be a penalty, that. 3 contact warnings. Finley Hands now has 1. The drivers all getting pretty close in this race. The 24, that is, of Finley Hands going side by side with Daniel Gurney down to the first corner. They're 3 wide on the exit. And who's that slipped through? The 15 takes both of them. Harvey Murden through on Finley Hands and Daniel Gurney. He takes 16th for himself. Fantastic racing here in the Junior Max Heat number 4. A minute and a half left to go then. So as they come through to end lap number 8... it's all still kicking off. It's all got a little bit more sparse at the front of the order. They've got nice little gaps between each other. Then we get down to the mid-pack, and it's still rather chaotic. Charles Cheesy Green with a late move to the inside, down into the first sector. Great overtake there from Charles. Fantastically weighted under the brakes from him. He makes the most of it after that issue earlier on, getting shuffled out wide. He makes his way past Luca Cook for 11th place on that last lap. "45 seconds left to go on the clock then." Again, this is going to be another one that's really close as to whether next time is the last lap or not. Jack Price under a bit of pressure now from Ethan Griffiths. Daniel Amore set the fastest lap on the last lap. He's only gone and done it again on this lap. The number 43, he's on his lonesomes there in 5th place. He's about a second off the back of Jack Price and Ethan Griffiths, who are battling over 3rd at the moment. And despite them setting personal bests on the last lap, no one is close on pace to Daniel Amore. As there's a yellow flag and there's a spin down into sector number 1. He manages to rejoin just as the leaders start to file their way through. And who is that went for a little spin? It was the 51 of Matthew Grove, who went for a spin there down at the first sector. Oh, that's a big bit of defending there from Freddie Worlock. Oliver Gusman's trying to get through. And Freddie Worlock doing everything he can to make sure that he doesn't. We are on the last lap of the race, though. This is fantastic scenes here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Through the final lap then, Danny May Reid seemed as though she was going to be out of this round, but she comes around the final corner and wins heat number 4. Fantastic that Danny was able to, 1, make it back from hospital, and 2, jump in the next race and win. Fantastic bit of racing there in Junior Rotax Heat number 4. Results still changing as they come across the line. Wow. What a Heat 4. I cannot wait for that Junior Rotax A final later on this afternoon. But what a storyline that is here from round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Let's run you through the finishing order then for that one. Danny May Reid takes the win. Spencer Trahorn, good result for him there in 2nd place, with Ethan Griffiths rounding out the podium. Jack Price and Daniel Amore in the top 5, with Leo Barsterfield, Oliver Gusman, Freddie Worlock, Charles Green and Callum Sims there, the top 10. Well done to Charles Green, getting shuffled wide down to the bottom end of the teens. Fights back again to P9. Harvey Lee Winteridge was behind them in 11th. Then Travis Rose, Luca Cook, Noah McNicholas, Chase Rainsbury, Daniel Gurney, Finley Hands, then Lewis Joyner, Harvey Murden, Tyler Rackham, Matthew Grove, the last year 21 finishers. Sadly, Jensen Collins and Madison Chappell are not making it to the checkered flag there in the final heat of the day for the Junior Rotaxes. That was race 20 of the day then. The Junior Maxes are all done and dusted in terms of heats. Now, Danny May Reid even though they've got a win there, has got a DNF, obviously, from the previous one. Actually, to be fair, I know that they rolled back a lap, so I'll have to go and check that as to whether she would have got points for that one or not, because that will change where she is massively in terms of the finals, as to whether she does automatically get to the A final or whether she gets shuffled into the B final. We'll wait and see when those finals come up later on this afternoon. But up next is Rotax Inter for their heat number 3. As if by magic, out on circuit come our Rotax Inters then. There's been some brilliant racing in the Rotax Inter so far today. However, I'd say standout performances have been from Jack Baker, and he lines up on pole position here for heat number 3. Ethan Cousins, one of his closest challengers alongside on that front row. Then Tyler Banks and Marley Fisher. Great race in heat 2 from Marley Fisher. They start on the second row. Matthew Lilly and Fenton Stoneman are on row 3. Watch out for Fenton there on the 48. And it's Elliot Dimilov, Nathan Ron, Daniel Wisnauskas, Harrison Stacey, and Oliver Dan. 11 karts on the grid for this one. A couple of our championship challengers in this race as well, but Jack Baker has swanned into the series and been fantastically impressive on the number 71. So let's see what he can do here for their last heat of the day. Swings across at the first corner to take the lead going down into the Haynes Loop. The SC plate of Ethan Cousins follows him through into second place. And how do they work out in behind them? The 39 and the 81. So Tyler Banks and Marley Fisher, I think they've relatively all stayed in their grid spots for that start of the race there. No one being a really big winner or big loser off of that race start. All remaining pretty much as it was. And through the bus stop chicane they go then. Move for third place though. Who is that coming through? That is Marley Fisher down the inside of Tyler Banks. And Marley Fisher continuing on with the great pace that they had in heat number 2. Oh, there's a bit of a argy-bargy into the last corner. Fenton Stoneman just hitting the rear bumper there of Tyler Banks. And Tyler Banks is going to go deep. Tried to hold the inside. Oh dear, the 67 is off outside the comms box. That's Nathan Rond out of the race. He chucks his gloves into his seat with anger. And that doesn't seem like he's fallen off the track. That seems as though he's had a mechanical issue there. And Nathan Rond, with some good performances from today, the Sony Vitesse driver, is out of the race in heat number 3 after only completing 1 lap. As I was saying, Fenton Stoneman just clattered into the back of Tyler Banks there. Tyler Banks tried to hold the inside line into the Haynes Loop, then went deep on the exit, and Fenton Stoneman sided on through into P4. He's now on the back of Marley Fisher as they head on to lap number 3. And Ethan Cousins now takes the fastest lap and is all over the back of Jack Baker. So could the pendulum here in Rotax Inter begin to swing the other way? So in Heat 1, Fenton Stoneman took the win, Jack Baker in second, Ethan Cousins in third. Then in Heat number 2, Jack Baker took the win, Nathan Rond in second, Marley Fisher in third. So Cousins finished 5th, and Stoneman in 11th place. Of course, he had the rear bumper fall off, and he pulled into the pits with 1 lap to go. But Jack Baker realistically doesn't need to worry too much in this race, having already banked a first and a second place, with his closest challengers getting podium finishes, but also then sort of mid-pack to lower-pack finishes. If Jack can secure himself another even top 3 here, I think he's signed, sealed and delivered a pole position start. for their final later on this afternoon. But of course, like any racing driver, he wants to win. He's still holding on to that win at the moment. But Ethan Cousins is right there with him. Fenton Stoneman has side through into third place. And actually, Tyler Banks has now followed him through. So Stoneman has gone for the move on Fisher. And Banks has followed him through. That's all happened on the last lap. And Marley Fisher has dropped 2 places then. From third place down to 5th. As we head towards half race distance here in Heat 3 of Rotax Inter. New fastest lap again on the last lap from Jack Baker. Ethan Cousins only about a 1/10 of a second off of that lap on the last lap, but that's all you need to keep pressing on. I can see a mechanical flag being readied out of my window, I think. Potentially. We'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye whether that one does come out. Is there a drop rear bumper that I've not noticed? Let's keep an eye out on circuit as to whether one does appear. But either way, they carry on through to the end of the lap. I can see the reason for it. Yeah, 57 of Elliot Dimilov. His rear right side of the bumper has come loose and now is dragging on the ground. So although Elliot piling on the pressure to Daniel Wisniewski for 7th place, Elliot's going to have to return to the pits, I'm afraid, in this one. And sadly, we'll pick up a P11 because of that. Or actually, no, sorry, it'll be a P10, of course, because Nathan Rond has already conked out during this race. Jack Baker, first driver into the 43s. He can't quite match it on that last lap, but he's already done a 43.98. Fastest lap of the race. And Fenton Stoneman, after getting past Marley Fisher and Tyler Banks, hasn't exactly driven away. And Marley Fisher has now re-overtaken Tyler Banks and is closing back in on Fenton Stoneman. Marley Fisher was 0.3 of a second quicker than Fenton Stoneman on that last lap. And all those 3 drivers about 3 or 4 seconds off of the race lead. I think they can really just agree with each other that they're not going to be able to press on towards Jack Baker or Ethan Cousins in this one. I think the battle is going to be between all of them as to what position they do end up getting. So with just less than a minute and a half left to go in this final heat of the day for Rotax Inter. Elliot Dimilov has seen that mechanical flag and has now come into the pit lane. We're down to 9 runners left in this Rotax Inter heat number 3. Marley Fisher still all over the back of Fenton Stoneman here. Both Marley Fisher and Tyler Banks quicker than Fenton Stoneman on that last lap of the race. And Fenton Stoneman's also got a contact warning for his trouble as well. He needs to be a little bit careful. As they carry on round on lap number 9. Leaders come through the bus stop chicane then. Another fantastic race it's been for Jack Baker. I said he didn't need to worry too much about where he came in this one. There's the move for third place though. Down the inside goes Marley Fisher. Up at Midget's corner. Fenton Stoneman tries to fight back to the outside at Climber to take the inside here for the final corner. Doesn't quite get the run though. Has to sit back once again. Impressive racing here from Marley Fisher. Has really come alive in the second couple of heats here today. Great to see. However, Marley has now got a contact warning and Fenton Stoneman has now got himself another contact warning. But as I was saying, Jack Baker he'll be coming round, so the timer's hit 0. He'll be coming round next time to see the last lap board. And he's done more than enough to secure himself a pole position in the final later on. Deservedly so, I think we can all agree, for Jack Baker in this one. So the 71 leads us then on to the last 1,100 metres of this Forest Edge kart track. Back through goes Fenton Stoneman at the last corner. Marley down the inside. What a late move there from Marley Fisher. puts it on the inside of the Haynes loop, and Fenton luckily gives enough room there. Back through goes the 81. I think Jack Baker and Ethan Cousins are signed, sealed and delivered here for first and second place. But we turn our attention to the third place battle. Fisher ahead of Stoneman, ahead of Banks. Fisher has to cover the inside though, up into Midget's corner. As you could see, Stoneman was trying to prepare himself for it and get to the inside. He's now forced back to the outside for Clymer. Here comes Jack Baker, sealing his pole position for the final later on. Cousins gets second place, and there'll be a drag to the line at the final corner. Almost a photo finish, but it goes the way of Marley Fisher. Fantastic. 7/100ths of a second between Fisher and Stoneman, and only 13/100ths of a second between Fisher, Stoneman and Banks. Wow. What a race end there in the Rotax Inters. Behind the top five though, Matthew Lilly, Daniel Wisnauskas, Harrison Stacey and Oliver Dan, your 9 finishes in that one. Elliot Dimoloff and Nathan Rond not making it to the checkered flag. Dimoloff getting a mechanical flag for that rear bumper. And Nathan Rond's car conking out, not sure why, here down right underneath the gantry outside my commentary box. But Rotax Inters are done then. Their heats all done for today. So as we clear up the stricken drivers from the circuit, we'll see Rotax Inters out later on. We've got a few more heats left to go. 4 heats to be exact, before we then go into the finals. So up next, Senior Rotax for their last heat of the day. This one is sure to be exciting. Out on circuit go our Senior Rotax drivers then. Let's run you through the grid and also run you through how it all went in the steward's room after the previous Senior Rotax races, because I don't think it went very well. Right, let's have a look at the grid. Vinnie Patterson and William Ray are on the front row for this one. Toby Street and Nian Nate on row 2. Then Ryan Mills, Kieran Ives, Sam Harrison, Emily Davidson, Michael Pugh and Ethan Lomax are your top 10. Then it's Bobby Rozier, Mason Perrin, Matt Jones, Aaron Full, Dominic Cousins, Zach Burke, Tom Parry Williams, Ben Hicks, Elliot Rice, Ben Ballou, Aaron Asakas, Neville Tatum, Cameron Crockett, Oliver Smith, Daniel Fazone and Aidan Blair. 26 on the grid again for this one. Drivers will come round 2 by 2 to get us underway. Now Mason Perrin, Bobby Rozier, Zach Burke was your top 3 in the first race. Ben Ballou, Aaron Asakas and Ethan Lomax were your top 3 in the second heat of the day. I have no idea where anyone's going to be on the grid for the final later on. It's impossible to be able to tell across the results for seniors. Everyone is so close on pace, so close on positions gained and points gained throughout the round. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Can we get it underway? First time of asking though. Yes, we can. Over the line they go then. Bit of argy-bargy down to the first corner, but as expected in a Senior Rotax race. They all just about managed to get through. Couple of dives to the apex curb there at Johnny's. But I think they've given just enough room to each other so that it all works itself out. They now head up towards the bus stop chicane. And it is the 91 of Finley Patterson who led us from pole position, who still leads us through this first lap of the race. That was a bold move to the inside there from one of the Guy Cunnington Racing drivers. And there's this, he gets piled down into Clymer. It's the number 94 of Niam Nate there. It was getting a little bit bullied. Kieran Ives it is who's in behind him. Then the 76 of Michael Pugh, I think, has had a great start. Oh, what's happened there down at the first couple of corners? Slow off the exit there for the number 28. Is that Aaron Full? Yes, it is. So a good start from Aaron Full. Sadly, he gets either held up or pushed off somewhere down at the first couple of corners. And Aaron Full drops down the order once again. He's got more work to do to try and press up the order again. So one Guy Cunnington Racing driver doing well, pressing up to P3. Another one slightly dropping down the order. Another one now in the lead of the race. William Ray has got through on Finley Patterson. And William Ray, sorry, the XL driver is up to the lead now. The XL car and the Garconage Racer car look exactly the same. I cannot tell the difference between those two. I tell a lie, a lot of them seem to be XL cars. So maybe Guy Cunnington don't have any in the seniors. I know they have Charles Green in the juniors. So I think it's actually a lot of the XL racing team. As that's a late move down the inside for P4. Who is that making the move? I think that's Michael Pugh getting through on Kieran Ives. Yes, it is the 76 making moves. Late move to the inside of the final corner. That might work well for Matt Jones, and it does. Follows the 32 of Ethan Lomax through. And it's Sam Harrison, the biggest loser of that one. Drops down 2 places to 8th. But William Ray, after clearing off and past Finley Patterson, now takes the fastest lap of the race. And the XL driver trying to press on all by himself now at the front of the order. Still 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Plenty that can still happen here. So on to lap number 5 they go then. It's now Ethan Lomax who takes the fastest lap of the race. Toby Street's under a bit of pressure. Is that Toby Street? Yes, it is. Aaron Full it is who's trying to get past. And Toby Street not letting him through. They've got Ben Ballou and Zach Burke ahead as well in that train from 9th place downwards. They're trying to work together to make sure the other drivers don't scamper through. Aaron Full has gotten through, but there's a yellow flag up at the top end of the circuit. Who's that that's not come round? It's Tom Parry Williams on the number 92. He was out on like the first couple of laps in heat number 1 as well for Senior Max. It's not been a great day at the office so far for Tom Parry Williams. He had some good battles in heat number 2, but sadly a DNF from both heat 1 and heat 3 will see him start quite a way down the order for the final later on this afternoon. Still William Ray now leading by about 1.3 seconds. Finley Patterson has been caught by the rest of the pack now. We've now got second down to, I want to say 7th, all in a bit of a line here. No, down to 8th. Sam Harrison is the driver at the back of this train. And they're all trying to file through. That's a move for 3rd place, though. Down the inside, I imagine Liam Nate has already... No, he hasn't. That's Liam Nate getting overtaken. That's given Finley Patterson a bit of breathing room, actually, in 2nd place. As Michael Pugh, and I think Kieran Ives as well, went through on Liam Nate there in sector number 1. The 76 of Pugh is indeed now in 3rd place. And it is the 47 of Ives who is in 4th. Just over 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Yeah, the 32 of Ethan Lomax is through as well. So is the SC plate. Where? That's the 94 of Liam Nate is all the way down in 7th place now. And now they've got the XL teammates line astern. Just tell a lie, the 52 of Sam Harrison is not on the XL team. But still, Sam Harrison is trying to find a way through. Use that negative momentum of Liam Nate. He lost about a second on that last lap just from being overtaken by 4 different people. And that's opened up the gaggles as well. That's the Southern Champs winner of Matt Jones trying to find a way through on Ethan Lomax. No, it's the 47 of Kieran Ives. So Ethan Lomax is already through on Kieran Ives then. And Ives fending off from Matt Jones now. Through into sector 3 they go. Still a huge lead from William Ray. It's nearly 3 seconds now in the lead of the race. Michael Pugh is through on Finley Patterson. Finley Patterson now overtaken as well by Ethan Lomax. He's dropping into the back of this front squabble. I can't seem to speak in this senior Rotax race. With just over 30 seconds to go, I think we'll likely see 2 more laps after this one, but only just. It was a new fastest lap for William Ray on the last lap of 40.7, as something has come off the back of Cameron Crockett's car on the number 88 as he files through. Now your leader William Ray will see the board with still 10 seconds to go, so it is indeed the penultimate lap of the race. Pugh and Lomax batting over second and third, and this is huge for Ethan Lomax. I know that he has already got a podium finish today, so this is going to put him in with a good shout for a high starting position in the final. Matt Jones just in behind though on the SC plate. He's pressed through the pack really nicely in this race. Clean and concise moves. Well, I say that, he has got a contact warning. As there you go, mechanical flag for Cameron Crockett. He'll get forced into the pits on probably the last lap of the race here. A side-by-side over the line, the 32 of Ethan Lomax with an incredibly bold move there down into the first corner. Took all of the curb on the inside of the left, side pod to side pod with Michael Pugh. And Pugh has to give up the position. Lomax into second place on the last lap. Great racing between those two. And Ethan Lomax, I think, is setting himself up, as I say, for a good position, maybe even pole position for the final. You have to stick around on the stream to find out later on, as Aaron Full has a mechanical flag. On the last lap, 14th place Aaron Full gets a mechanical flag. There is William Ray across the line to take a brilliant win in that race. Side by side across the line between the 91 and the 52. And I think Sam Harrison Finley Patterson did hold on to it ahead of Sam Harrison. So finishing order was Ray, Lomax and Pugh, your top 3. Then Matt Jones, Kieran Ives, Finley Patterson, Sam Harrison, Ben Ballou, Liam Nate and Zach Burke. Then it was Elliot Rice, Bobby Rozier, Dominic Cousins, Ben Hicks, Mason Perrin, Aaron Full, Neville Tatum. Then Emily Davidson, Aidan Blair, Oliver Smith, Aaron Asarkos, Cameron Crockett. And that was the last year 22 finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost Toby Street, Ryan Mills, Daniel Fazone and Tom Parry Williams. 4 drivers out of the race in that one. And of course, then at the end, 2 more mechanical flags. So 22nd place Cameron Crockett and 16th place Aaron Full. Both with mechanical flags at the end there. So effectively 6 drivers out of the race in that one. Well, it's almost 3 p.m. here in the UK. And we're closing in towards the end of the heats, as I've been mentioning throughout. Senior Rotax Heat 3 is done and dusted. They'll be up for their final later on. 3 heats left to go. Up next, it's 5 minutes plus 1 lap again for our Superkarts. Superkarts heading out on circuit. Then their final heat of the day is coming up shortly. I didn't realise as we go into this race, we've got a double winner so far today. Aaron Powell took the win in both Heat 1 and Heat number 2 so far today. Drivers head on rounds for another warm-up lap. And then they'll use the cut through to get themselves gridded up ready for yet another standing start. Speaking of the start of the race, let's run you through the grid. Graham Payne and Fraser Everett are your two on the front row. Then it's Mark Smith and Daniel Butland on row 2. Aaron Powell, your double race winner so far, lines up on row 3. Alongside him is Matthew Duncan. Then it's Callum Smith and Daniel Hammett on row 4. Martin Smith and Frank Bourne on row number 5. Now I will say, Mark Smith on the 96, supposed to be on row 2 here, was quite slow across the line. And is also looking down, checking his engine and fiddling with a few different things. So hopefully Mark Smith doesn't already have a problem here on the number 96. These supercars, difficult to manage at the best of times in terms of the driver managing what's going on with the equipment underneath him. And again, I will say, I don't know if you can see it well enough on the cameras here, but the number 55 of Fraser Everett just does not look comfortable in his car at all. His knees are so close to the steering wheel. And I think there's also a gear shifter on the left-hand side of that steering wheel as well. How does he even fit in that car? I don't know. He's got a great start, though, and he's taken the lead of the race. Brilliant start for the number 55 of Fraser Everett. He chops across Graham Payne at the start, and into the lead of the race he goes. Well, it can't be that uncomfortable. He's proven me wrong there, ladies and gentlemen. And Fraser leads us through lap number 1 then. But of course, Aaron Powell gets a brilliant start from the third row of the grid. Already gets past 2 drivers. And as they fly up towards the top part of the circuit, there's a change for the lead of the race. I think that's Graham Payne who's down the inside for the leader. Or is it? No way. Is it Aaron Powell? Yes, it is. Aaron Powell's already through on Graham Payne earlier on in this lap. And now gets through on Fraser Everett. Aaron Powell to the lead of the race already. There goes Matthew Duncan down the inside of Fraser Everett. So after a great start from Fraser, he's just been relegated down to P3 as we head through on lap 2 of this race. But Aaron Powell, are we sure that Spencer Chappell just hasn't had his name changed by deed poll? More domination in the Superkarts class. And Aaron Powell looks to be wanting to take 3 wins from 3 here at round number 6. Fantastic for his championship charge. As they come round to finish lap 2 then, it is Powell still ahead of Matthew Duncan and Fraser Everett in top 3. Then Graham Payne, Callum Smith, Martin Smith and Mark Smith. And then Daniel Hammett, Daniel Buckland and Frank Bourne. 10 drivers still in and amongst it in this race. But of course, to remind you, in the earlier heats today, first heat was won by Aaron Powell, Callum Smith in second place and Fraser Everett in third place. And if you recall, in that first heat of the day, there was a huge accident up at Midget's corner, and Martin Smith was the one deemed to be at fault in that one, braking far too late for the corner and was disqualified from heat number 1 due to driving in a manner incompatible with general safety. Okay, you've braked way too late and you are the cause of this huge accident there in race number 1. So he gets a DSQ from heat 1. That's 0 points from that first race of the day. Sadly for him. And then in heat number 2, the top 3 were Aaron Powell, Martin Smith and Daniel Hammett. So Martin Smith made up for that DSQ in race 1 by getting a P2 in race 2. But either way, that's going to ruin his potential good starting position for the final. Well then, over halfway through this race now. Aaron Powell leading comfortably. 3.5 seconds in the lead now is Aaron Powell. As it's all getting a bit feisty though. In for second place, I think that is. No, that's in for third. Fraser Everett and Mark Smith. I think Mark Smith has got through. Yes, he has. So Mark Smith went down the inside, up at midgets at the end of the long, fast straight here at Forest Edge. And Mark Smith up into the podium places. So, as I mentioned, well, Mark Smith, what has he got in the previous races? A 6th place in the first race and a 4th place in the second race. Looking to up that and go even better here in Heat 3. With what is currently looking like a 3rd place. However, he's already on the back of Matthew Duncan. 1 minute left to go here, and the 73 is under a bit of pressure. Another move on Fraser Everett, this time from Daniel Hammett down into the Haynes loop. And Fraser has to relinquish the position. Now drops down into P5. Well, after what was a fantastic start for Fraser Everett, did really well at his jump at the lights. Just hasn't quite gone to plan since that point in the race. Here comes Aaron Powell then across the line with about 30 seconds left to go. He'll be starting the penultimate lap of the race then. Contact warning for Mark Smith. He needs to be a bit careful. What's happened to Matthew Duncan? And that'll be why he's got a contact warning. Matthew Duncan drops from 2nd to 5th on that last lap. So it looks as though Mark Smith has gone for a move. Maybe a little bit too aggressively. And Mark Smith has got 2nd place for himself. But at what cost for Matthew Duncan? Well, 3 places it's cost him. Down into P5. Here comes the 85 of Aaron Powell. He starts the last lap of this race. And he is looking set to take maximum points here from the 3 heats. Mark Smith, as I say, in 2nd place. Daniel Hammett now in 3rd. Fraser Everett back to 4th. But Matthew Duncan is slowly but surely closing him back down again. Out of the top 5, Graham Payne, Daniel Butland and Callum Smith, the 8 driver, still running. Frank Bourne, we lost him a few laps ago. And Martin Smith a couple of laps before that as well. Here comes the 85 of Aaron Powell, though, round to see the checkered flag. It's 3 wins from 3 at round 6 in the Superkarts for Aaron Powell. Mark Smith and Daniel Hammett cross the line in the top 3. With Fraser Everett and Matthew Duncan, your top 5. Graham Payne and Daniel Buckland in 6th and 7th. And then Callum Smith rounding out the finishers in 8th place. Frank Bourne we lost on lap 4. Martin Smith we lost in lap 2. But that brings the Superkarts to a close for the heats. Their final, as I mentioned plenty of times, will be later on this afternoon. 2 more heats left to go before we get into the finals. I'm super excited. I hope you are as well at home. It's Heat 3 for our 210 national drivers. The Invitational Series, who are here for their O plate this weekend, will be out on circuit next. 210 Nationals out for their final heat then. And look who it is. Lionel Seifleet is on the pole position for this one. The number 1 seeded driver in this 210 National Series lines up on the front row. I think it'll be pretty challenging for anyone to beat him in this one. I know he's won on the road in both races. Now, I'm yet to check the results, but I have heard that potentially there was a bit of a penalty in one of those. We'll go and have a look once this race has kicked off then. Sean Stonier is alongside him on the front row with Anthony Cox and Mark Shepherd on the second row. Peter Mason and Paul Fowler are on row 3. Tony Berry and Michael Owen on row 4. Thomas Stone and Dan Berry are on row 5. And Robert Perkins and Stuart Henry are on row number 6. William Shelley and Chris Callaghan on row 7, with Russell Hopes and Ray Sloan on row 8. Then it's David Scull, Nathan Caddick and Oliver Shelley, your 19-kart grid for this 210 National Heat number 3. Here today at round 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club for the 210 National O-Plate. Of course, these heats setting up the grid for that all-important final later on, and it really is all-important for the 210 Nationals. Whoever wins that final later on, getting to run the O-Plate for not only the rest of this year, but also next year, before they then host the event once again. So as the drivers pull round into your camera shot, they go round the final corner, get themselves set up on the grid for the race start, but it looks like we've already got someone out of the race. The 31 of Peter Mason is already jumping up and out of his kart, and he's going to have to abandon it, and that means we're abandoning this race start. So round we go for another formation lap then, as the 31 of Peter Mason pushes his kart back off of the circuit. And he is out of this race before we even get it started, sadly for Peter. That's what can happen here with these retro gearbox karts. I mean, we see with the modern gearbox karts that they give up the ghost quite considerably and quite often, let alone the retro ones. So impressive to see so many out on circuit, impressive to see so many taken to the race start. But as Peter Mason pushes his kart across the timing line, he actually goes to P1 on the timing. I can promise you, he won't be there for long. He'll be removed from the timing screen shortly. And we'll go to 5 minutes plus 1 lap racing here for heat number 3 of the 210 National Championship. Peter Mason removes his helmet outside of my comms box window, and he gets to join and sit in the prime seats, ready for heat number 3. But I think he's not going to be too happy about that. He would have wished that he was out there in the hot seat himself, sticking it to them and racing tyre to tyre around this fantastic Forest Edge kart circuit. So as the drivers peel around the final corner once again, they look to be getting ready for a race start. Potential for a jump start there for the 22, but I don't think it was egregious enough to cause an issue. Plumes of smoke fill the Forest Edge Kart Club as the retro gearbox karts get us underway. 5 minutes plus 1 lap once again for these older karts as they fly through Johnny's and kick off another brilliant race here in the 210 National. It was Lionel Seifleet and Sean Stonier who led us away. As I was saying, it looked like a potential bit of a jump from the number 22 of Stonier, but I think he stopped in enough time and then got a poor start anyway, so it didn't really matter in the end. Seifleet has already got about a 6 or 7 second gap in the lead of the race here, ladies and gentlemen. It's only been 1 lap. The number 6 of Paul Fowler gets shuffled out wide there at the final corner. He's going to get overtaken by a few drivers. So as they come round to finish lap number 1... oh, it's suddenly all quite stinky in the comms box. You can smell all the smoke billowing in through the air vents here. And Lionel Seifleet, had a 3.7 second gap at the front of the order after 1 lap of racing. Dan Berry gets to second place. Then it's Robert Perkins, Sean Stonier, Thomas Stone, Chris Callaghan, Paul Fowler, Mark Shepherd, Stuart Henry and Nathan Caddick. Your top 10 in this one. Still some drivers diving for moves up at Midget's corner. That'll be the battle for 9th place. That's Stuart Henry and Nathan Caddick as they file their way through and past. Is that the 22? Yes, it is. Of Sean Stonier. So Stuart Henry sneaks through, and I think down into the first corner, Caddick has done the same. He's managed to find a way past as well. 4.5 seconds now the gap that Lionel has at the front of the order. Let's have a quick look though at the previous races. So no, I was wrong. I was told that there was a potential for a penalty in the last race for Lionel, but no, that is incorrect. It is a race win in the first heat, up 15 places. A race win in the second heat, up 8 places. And now, looking to be a race win in the third heat. Obviously, he won't be up any places because he started on the pole position. But I think, as you can see from the previous races, it doesn't really matter where Lionel starts. He seems to always find a way to the front. And being on pole position for this race just made it that little bit easier here in heat number 3. He was able to have a nice relaxed one post-lunch break. Bank in another win and put himself easily on that pole position for the final. So I think we can assume who might take the O plate after today's racing is done and dusted. The number 1 comes through to finish another lap. We've got 2 minutes left to go on the clock. The E plate and the 3 have swapped places though. Dan Berry has got through on Robert Perkins on the last lap, as they're now 6 seconds off of the back of Lionel Seifley. The 10, the 41, Liner Stern. So we got Mark Shepherd, Russell Hope, Sean Stonier, Ray Sloan and Oliver Shelley. Those 5 Liner Stern as they head through the Haynes Loop and into Johnny's. Great to see these old karts still getting well used and still battling tooth and nail. William Shelley though, his front nose cone seems to be a little bit loose. It was lopping from side to side there through Johnny's. But we'll likely get 2 or 3 more laps of this race then. As drivers come through to finish their 5th lap of racing. 52, that's Oliver Shelley all over the back of Ray Sloan now, down into the Haynes Loop, unable to find a way through. That's a big moment on the entrance to Johnny is there for the 41 of Russell Hopes. He's under pressure from Mark Shepherd, but I think he just touched the curb with the rear right tyre that just caused it to dart out from underneath him. He held onto it nicely though and carries on and keeps in the battle there for P9. So with 30 seconds to go then, Lionel Seifley, I believe, starts the second to last lap of this race. And don't forget, 1 more heat to go. It'll be for the 177 and 177 Masters coming up next. And then we'll be into the all-important finals, kicking off with the Junior Max B final. Slidey moment for the 52 into the final corner. That was Oliver Shelley getting it all crossed up. He was battling with Ray Sloan only a moment ago, but that's given that little bit of breathing room to Ray as we head on to lap number 7. With Oliver Shelley just losing the back end ever so slightly. Lionel Seifley sees the last lap board then as he comes under the gantry. Dan Berry and Rob Perkins though still going at it for second place. Probably the closest battle on track it is, and it's for P2 there. Great battling between the E plate and the 3. Not confusing at all that they're both basically the same plate, just in reverse. But with Robert Perkins setting personal bests, maybe he could still challenge the E plate for second place. We'll see as they come through to finish the lap. But Lionel Seifley, just as he starts to catch the back markers, will come round and take 3 wins from 3 here today in the 210 National. No one can match Lionel Seifley's pace. And it doesn't matter where he starts on the grid, he seems to come through and win. Just that time, he was blessed with a pole position. Dan Berry keeps ahead of Robert Perkins. They were your top 3, with Chris Callahan and Thomas Stone your top 5 at the end of that one. Then it was Paul Fowler, Stuart Henry and Nathan Caddick. Then Russell Hopes and Mark Shepherd, followed home by Ray Sloan and Oliver Shelley. Then the 7 of Tony Berry, then Sean Stonier, William Shelley, Anthony Cox and Michael Owen. And sadly, we did lose one driver midway through that race, the number 53 of David Scull. And of course, we lost that driver before we got it underway as well. Peter Mason, the number 31, was supposed to start P5 in this one. Sadly, never made the start of the race. I can see him outside my window. He's been watching this whole thing, probably pretty gutted that he's not behind the wheel getting involved with it himself. Well, that's it for the 210 Nationals. We'll see them out for their final later on. But as I mentioned, one heat left to go. It's the 177s and the 177 Rotaxes coming up next. Well, we have one more heat left to go today then. We're going to be finalising all of the heats here around 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club with our 177s and 177s Masters. Let's run you through the grid then for their third heat of the day. Archie Elliott lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Neil Hemming. And it's Gary Cox and Joshua Pickford, Chris Thomas and Colin Davis on the third row. Round out the 6 karts on the grid for this one. They head round the final corner, hopefully getting it underway. First time of asking then, and they do. Good start for the Southern Champs winner of Archie Elliott. He chops across immediately to take the lead of the race. I do think Neil Hemming managed to hold him to second place there. The 83 just ahead of the 56. So Joshua Pickford stays in third, then Gary Cox, Chris Thomas and Colin Davis. So they're as they were off of the start line. But Joshua Pickford looking relatively quick off of that start. Can he do anything about clearing Neil Hemming? It looks like he can move up into midgets on the first lap. I think that is the 56 of Joshua Pickford making moves early on, but he gets squeezed out. One a spin in the mid-pack. They all collect each other, and 4 drivers of the 6 are off of the track. One driver's trying to get across the grass, but making a bit of a big zero. That one is tough when he's got the entire field now inside of his radiator. And Gary Cox is now dropping it over the entire rest of the track. Now there'll be no grip when the rest of the karts come round to finish the next lap. But what a chaotic start to the last heat of the day then. The only drivers to get through that were the 2 177 drivers. It was all of the Masters drivers getting caught up in and amongst each other, and off the circuit they went. I wasn't actually sure which driver it was initially spun there. I think it was Neil Hemming, because he got overtaken, tried to re-overtake down into climate, lost the back end, round he went, and everyone just went in behind him. So Archie Elliott starts lap number 3 then. Joshua Pickford is about a second behind him, but he did just set the new fastest lap of the race. Then it's Chris Thomas in third place, then Gary Cox in fourth. Then Neil Hemming in fourth, then Gary Cox in fifth, then Colin Davis in sixth. And it was Gary Cox who decided to go for the shortcut between the 2 corners, which actually probably took a bit longer than it would have taken to just get back on the black stuff and get some grip back underneath those tyres. But wow, 2 minutes of this race completed then, 5 minutes left to go, and it all kicked off pretty early on in that one. The problem with that though is now there's quite a sizable gap between all of the drivers out there on circuit at the moment. It is interesting between Archie Elliott and Joshua Pickford, our 2 177 drivers though, as that gap has dropped to 3/4 of a second. 3/10 gained on that last lap by Joshua Pickford on Archie Elliott, as Joshua Pickford takes yet another fastest lap of the race. A 43.41 versus Archie's 43.71 on the last 1,100 metres of this track. And I will say as well, Chris Thomas trailing about 6 seconds behind in third place, the leader of the Masters, lapping in similar times as Joshua Pickford, 43.48. And that's the thing about smaller grids like this, it doesn't quite punish the mistakes like it would in the junior or senior race. Of course, there you make one little mistake, you lose 5-10 positions, and it's very difficult to get those back. Whereas here, we can have basically almost half the field crashing out at one corner. You could still fight your way back up to a decent finishing position, no matter if you are 5 or 6 seconds off. That's not going to affect points, and that'll mean that Chris Thomas is still going to be up there with Joshua Pickford for the grid start for the final later on this afternoon. It was funny enough, another exactly 3/10 gained again by Joshua Pickford on the last lap. 43.24 versus Archie's 43.54. And visibly, Joshua Pickford has closed the gap now. He's right on the tail of Archie Elliott as they head through to start lap number 6. And again, another fastest lap from Joshua Pickford. Not quite 3/10 this time. 2.5 this time it was for Joshua Pickford. However, Chris Thomas, for the first time this race, has gone even faster. 43.05 for Chris Thomas, 43.09 for Joshua Pickford. But when will Pickford decide it's the right time to go for the move for the lead here? He's looked considerably quicker than Archie Elliott. He thought about it there down the inside into midgets. It was a little bit too late of a dive there, and good to see he thought better of it. Archie Elliott, the Southern Champs winner in the 177s. under a bit of pressure here as they head through the Haynes Loop. Now that Pickford is right behind Elliott, Elliott set his best time of the race. Pickford nearly with an identical time, 43.20 for Elliott, 43.19 for Pickford. But Elliott has picked up the pace there in the lead of the race. But Chris Thomas, your leader in the Masters, first driver into the 42s, but only just 42.99 for Chris Thomas. Here it is though, late dive to the inside, a little bit too late again at midgets, forces Archie Elliott out wide, and Elliott has his hands in the air, but he definitely does care. He's not happy with that one, and he's going to be complaining to the stewards after the race. But through goes Joshua Pickford into the lead. It looked like it was coming for the last 4 or 5 laps, but Archie Elliott will not be happy with how that one played out. But he's going to have to settle for second place, I think, through the last minute and a half of this race, as Chris Thomas goes even faster. Fully 2.97. It's less than 5 seconds off of the leaders now, but I think after that incident early on in the race, it's not going to be enough for him to get any better than third place in this one. And look at that. After being released from the rear axle of Archie Elliott, Joshua Pickford suddenly finds some blistering pace out there. 42.87 on the last lap. Takes away the fastest lap from Chris Thomas. And that's sort of coaxing Archie Elliott along as well. He set a personal best on the last lap, 43.03. And now he's just taken the fastest lap. Hold on a second. This battle might not be over. That is crazy how close they are on pace there, the top 3. So on the last lap, Joshua Pickford, 42.87. Archie Elliott, 42.84. Chris Thomas, 42.82. So our top 3 within half a tenth of a second in terms of lap time on that last lap alone. Amazing. And hopefully, with them all starting probably in the first couple of rows of the grid for the final later on, we could see these 3 in with a great battle amongst each other throughout that final later on this afternoon. But Joshua Pickford is going to come round to see the last lap board first. And almost identical times again between those 2. What's the time from Chris Thomas going to be? A little bit off of those 2 on that one. But on the last lap, Archie Elliott, new fastest lap of the race of a 42.73. Joshua Pickford with a 42.74. So Archie Elliott clearly had this pace underneath him, just while he was out lapping with no one in front of him. He just couldn't quite seem to find it. Allowed for Pickford to just reel him in, and then as soon as Pickford was ahead, he's clearly learning, sitting behind, learning his lines, learning his braking points, and he's found that little bit of extra pace to fight in with the guys at the front. But round the final corner comes Pickford. He's going to take the win in this race in heat number 3. Now Archie Elliott, he's no slouch. I've been very mean there at the end of that race. Archie Elliott's got the SC plate. He's won the Southern Champs at round 4, but today wasn't quite able to find the pace in the early part of that race and loses out the win to Joshua Pickford. Chris Thomas finishes in 3rd place with Neil Hemming in 4th. Sadly, we lost Gary Cox on lap number 8 and Colin Davis there on lap number 3. But wow, what an incident to finish off the heats then here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club, ladies and gentlemen. But that is it. All heats done and dusted for all classes racing here today on the South Coast. It's been a fantastic day of racing so far, and that's only going to continue into the finals. Now, I have heard confirmation that the finals have been slightly reduced in time length from 11 minutes plus 1 lap to 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, we're not going to worry about that too much kicking off as well, because we'll start with the B final for Junior Rotax, and that's going to be same length as usual as the heats anyway. So out next, before we kick off the full finals, where drivers will then get loads more points and of course trophies to finish off as well, we'll kick off with the Junior Rotax B final. Junior Rotax B final drivers getting themselves sorted out into the right order, ready to go. So it's Madison Chappell and Matthew Grove on the front row for this one. Tyler Rackham and Lewis Joyner on row 2. Then Michael Gurney, Jensen Collins and William Harrison. 7 drivers on the grid for this B final. And it will be the top 4 who go through into the A final. Now potentially already looking like there might be an issue for the number 12 here. That's Jensen Collins. He's supposed to start in 6th place. Now we're going to see a chevron flag out there on circuit. We'll go round again. And I think that's because Jensen is just going to pull it into the pits here. No, he's not. He has carried on round. So maybe he's just waiting for the rest of the pack to come round and he'll rejoin the position that he should be in. I was thinking there we might be even down to 6 runners and only 2 drivers going home after this race. But still, over half of the drivers starting this race will make it through to the A final later on this afternoon. And if you can make sure you're in those top 4 places, well, you've effectively just given yourself 6 minutes plus 1 lap of extra running time, which is quite nice. Bit of extra time out there on this fantastic circuit. Totally free as well. Well, firstly, you've got to make it into that top 4. That's the main thing. We're underway in racing then. Immediately chopping across is Madison Chappell. Takes the lead of the race early on here. Late down the inside there. Move for 3rd place. That might be Lewis Joyner on Tyler Rackham. And they're all getting a bit too close to comfort. Who's that? That's been shuffled to the back of the order. It is Lewis Joyner. So I think Lewis Joyner initially went for the move there. Connected with Tyler Rackham. Both of them have lost a bit of time. But particularly Lewis Joyner. That's a big loss for him. And he drops out of those 4 promotion spots here in the B final. Madison Chappell, though, still leading the race as they come through sector number 3. Under pressure from Matthew Grove as they come into the final corner. Now, drivers, they need to relax here. It's great to win a race, but let's not take each other out when you're already very much within the top 4 of the A final promotion here. That's when you've got to drive with some heads-up driving here. Because although, as I say, a race win is nice, chucking it away when you're already very much well within a spot in the A final, there's no worse feeling than that. So let's keep it nice and relaxed here. However, good battle forming up over 3rd place. We've got 3rd, 4th and 5th all battling. Tyler Rackham, William Harrison and Lewis Joyner there. So Joyner's got back through on Collins already and now trying to find a way through these drivers and back into those top 4 promotion spots. But the 93 knows he's in it. The 93 sort of half defending, half attacking there down into Haynes Loop. Lewis Joyner's got the fastest lap of the race here. So he's out of the promotion spots at the moment. He's still got about 4 minutes to get something done here, so I don't think he needs to be too worried. The driver's all very close in pace, but Tyler Rackham, actually the slowest of those 3 at the front of that train. There's only 2 of them now, so who's spun there down at the bus stop chicane? Potentially is Tyler Rackham that spun there. I'll double check as they come through to end the lap. No, it's William Harrison who spun. William Harrison on the number 93 drops out of the top 4. And that could almost seal the race at this point. We've now got 2 drivers broken away at the front. Madison Chappell and Matthew Grove. They're 2 seconds ahead of the following drivers. They're well within the top 4 promotion spots here. Now Tyler Rackham and Lewis Joyner together for 3rd place and 4th place. They're both in as well. Only the top 4 will go through. That's all you need to be. It doesn't matter if you're in 1st or if you're in 4th. You'll make it through. The only difference that will make is that you start, if you come in 1st place in this race rather than 4th, you start 3 places ahead on the grid. But you've got to remember, this is for a junior Rotax race. Being 3 places ahead on the grid is not going to matter 1 iota. The start will be so insane that it's not going to matter at all. But this is where the drivers need to be careful. They're getting a bit close on the exit of the final corner. There was a bit of argy-bargy going on. Tyler Rackham needs to be careful that he doesn't go into the back of Lewis Joyner here, give himself a drop nose cone penalty, plus 5 seconds, he drops out of the top 4 and out of the A final. So this is where it's not about racing tooth and nail and racing hard for every position. This is where you've really got to think about your driving and what you're doing out there on circuit. Bit of a gap forming because of that little bit of contact between Joyner and Rackham out of the final corner. but neither of them needing to worry too much. All in the top 4 at the moment. 51, Matthew Grove didn't really have an answer to Madison Chapel early on in this one. And Lewis Joyner with a new fastest lap of the race now that he's cleared Tyler Rackham in the last couple of laps. But sadly, it is looking as though it will be Jensen Collins and William Harrison who may be ending their day slightly early here in the Junior Rotax B final. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Anything can happen in karting. We'll have to wait and see. So with less than 1 minute left to go on the clock then, the 66 of Lewis Joyner has now caught the back of Matthew Grove. And again, this is where Lewis needs to be a little bit careful. Although he is clearly quite considerably faster than Matthew Grove, he doesn't need to do anything stupid. Matthew Grove's defending. Guys, let's chill out. You're both in the A final at the moment. There's no need to defend this. This could end very badly for both drivers here if they don't start thinking about what's going on. Over the line they go to start another lap of this race. And again, the 51 of Matthew Grove is defending. Up and under tries Lewis Joyner, though. They're going to be side by side into Johnny's. One of them has got to give this one up. And it is Lewis Joyner who does give it up. Even I'm scared, and I have no affiliation to either of these drivers. What the mechanics and parents are thinking at the side of the circuit, I do not know. But the timer has hit 0 now, so Madison Chapel will see the last lap board when she comes around, and there we go. So Lewis Joyner's made the move then down into Winger's Dip, that would have been. So Lewis Joyner finally makes it through. I feel like Lewis Joyner will be fair to give Matthew Grove a bit of a talking to after this one. I can understand if he's a bit frustrated, and I will say he has got a massive scuff on his front bumper. Now, whether he's got a drop nose, I'm not sure. I don't think so. It looks about the same as the driver in behind him, but Lewis Joyner just had to be a little bit careful there over the last few laps. Well, the checkered flag being prepared then. And to be fair, what a race it's been for Madison Chapel. She had great pace, looking to be winning this one by about 3 seconds. But as I say, doesn't matter if you come first or fourth, as long as you're in that top 4. So through to the A final, provisionally, a Madison Chapel, Lewis Joyner, Matthew Grove, and Tyler Rackham. With Lewis Joyner getting the fastest lap on the last lap, fair play to the novice driver. But sadly, it looks as though we'll be saying goodbye to Jensen Collins and William Harrison at the end of that B final. Now they've got to hope that one of the drivers in front of them, has got a 5-second penalty. But to find that all out, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/FBKC. But B final, done and dusted then. For Junior Rotax, we move on to the fully fledged finals this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we kick it off with an exciting one. To be fair, they're all going to be pretty exciting. I wouldn't go anywhere this afternoon if I was you. The races have been fantastic so far today. We kick off the finals with the Honda Cadet 160s.
I've been searching. Do you remember how it used to be?
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Finals are upon us here for round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. I hope you're as excited as I am. These are going to be good. I can feel it in my fingers. I can feel it in my toes. Daniel Barton, though, what a day it's been for him so far. 0 points coming into this final, which you might think, hold on a second, 0 points, that's not very good. You get no points for a race win. You basically want as little points as possible here at Forest Edge, and that's exactly what he's done. He's won every single heat so far today. So, I said at the start of the day, oh, it's Arthur Wade's not here today. Maybe someone else can get in and grab some race wins. Well, Daniel Barton's sort of taken his place here today and absolutely dominated the Honda Cadet class. He'll be lining up on pole position for the standing start. You'll see them come through into your camera shot in only a moment's time. Stanley Keeley lines up alongside him on the second row with Roe Oliver, row number 2. Oliver Ratton and Oliver Smith alongside each other. Then Seth Jones and Kobe Wood are on row 3 with Max, the Max row on row number 4, Max Craven and Max Smith. Then it's Alex Gaskin and James Devereaux on the 5th row. Then Henry Duncan and Callum Williams on row 6. Leo Webb and Logan Hart on row 7. Then Oakley Poulter finishes the 15 karts on the grid for this race. Good to see that James Devereaux is back again. I'm not sure why he wasn't there for heat number 3. Clearly some issue with the car or something to that nature, but he's back for the final alongside Alex Gaskin, who had that big crash in heat number 1. We're underway and racing for the finals here for round 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club, and it's a good start from pole position for Daniel Barton. I'm going to be surprised if anyone's able to challenge him in this race, but we'll wait and see. Stanley Keeley takes second place off of the start. Oliver Ratton follows in behind, and so does Oliver Spence. They head down into Winger's Dip for the first time here in the finals. And great to have so many of you along here for the last races of the day. Has it changed at the front? Yes, it has. Stanley Keeley's through into the lead of the race. Daniel Barton is now having to fend off for second place. Stanley Keeley's pointing forward. I don't think Daniel Barton's going to listen to you, my friend. No, he's not down the inside already. It's a climber, but Stanley Keeley holds it round the outside. New race leader at the end of lap number 1, and it's the number 41 of Stanley Keeley. Immediately down the inside, though, goes Daniel Barton. Keeley's going to try and hold it round the outside of Haynes Loop, but we know there's little grip out there, and Daniel Barton retakes the lead. Great start to the first final of the day, then. Barton back through at the Haynes Loop. And they've got drivers in behind. Close for comfort as well. Seth Jones is up into P3. And he's now trying to go for P2. Down the inside of Stanley Keeley into midgets. They both just about give each other enough room. Staying on the black stuff. This is what Daniel Barton wants to see. He's going to clear off at the front here. Through goes the number 11 of Seth Jones then. Keeley holds on to 3rd place. Oh, late on the brakes from Gaskin there. He just about gets that one stopped. And Gaskin goes through on Max Craven. Late on the brakes for Alex Gaskin, but he makes it work. Devereaux trying to follow through as well, as the two Maxes get shuffled back ever so slightly. Daniel Barton, with that bit of battling happening in behind him, is cleared off by 3 quarters of a second already. Through the bus stop chicane, they come and go again. Late move from Stanley Keeley. He loves a late move into the bus stop. He did it on the leader already. Now he's through for 2nd place, and through following goes Oliver Spence. So this will be Seth Jones relegated from 2nd to 4th on only 2 corners. Now he's under pressure from Oliver Ratton as well. It just shows the momentum, especially in lower powered karts like these. You go off of that racing line, you just use a little bit of momentum, and 2, 3, 4, even 5 drivers can slip through. But again, another fastest lap from Daniel Barton. Gap now 1.2 seconds between the two leaders. Out of Winger's Dip, they come once more back into your camera shot. You can see visibly the lead that Daniel Barton now has. And he can see it too as he checks over his shoulder. And he knows he can press on into the lead here and cap off a perfect day here at round 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Stanley Keeley has got a nice little gap, and that's thanks to Oliver Spence in 3rd place, fending off from Seth Jones. Oliver Ratton, the 34 of Max Craven's doing a great job there, batting in amongst it. He's going to switch back to the inside. Great move from Max Craven. Down the inside at the Haynes Loop. Ratton tries to hold it around the outside. They'll be side by side into Johnny's. And just about Oliver Ratton keeps his head there and keeps his 5th position. Great battling though from Max Craven. Fantastic to see him getting properly stuck in here in the final. As they're still going at it into the bus stop chicane. That was James Devereaux and Alex Gaskin getting side by side. And they've got Max Craven just ahead of them. Ratton has cleared them ever so slightly now as Devereaux, oh, that was a bit late from Devereaux. Thought about the move into Climber. That nearly opens him up to an opportunity for the 23 of Gaskin in behind. So closing in on half race distance then. A few drivers already with a contact warning as well. One for Oliver Ratton, one for Oakley Poulter, and one for Alex Gaskin. James Devereaux, fastest sector 1 of the race though on that last lap. It's been good pace from the drivers at the front of the order. It's not been the blistering pace we've seen from Daniel Barton. But maybe we'll see him pick him up. Maybe we'll see some drivers catch him. Change to 3rd place as Oliver Spence went down the inside of Seth Jones up at midgets. Oliver Ratton tried to follow through but couldn't quite find a way to do so. Oliver Spence has been a little bit off and on so far today. But he's looking more on in this race, and that's good to see in the all-important final. He's up into a podium spot now, looking to take a bit of silverware home for himself. As now James Devereaux, I told you his sector 1 was quick, new fastest lap of the race, the first driver into the 48s, and by quite some margin. 48.69 for James Devereaux on the last lap, but he's got a lot of people to pass to challenge for a properly top position by the end of the race here. And on that last lap, Keeley did close the gap ever so slightly to Barton, but it looks as though visibly it might have extended a little bit once again there on lap number 7. And yes, it definitely did. Up to 1.5 seconds now as Oliver Ratton pressures James Devereaux down into a Haynes Loop, and that's because Devereaux got the move done on the last lap and yet again set another fastest lap of the race. He's got more drivers joining him in the 48s now, but still no one close to his 48.6. So Devereaux, despite making a move on Oliver Ratton on the last lap, got another fastest lap for his troubles. James Devereaux finding some incredible pace here in the final. What a move to the inside though, Devereaux. That was a little bit too aggressive, I think. Seth Jones chops across at the apex and holds onto the position, and Devereaux then has to defend from Ratton in behind. So it's small mistakes like that that could cost him in terms of a potential podium place by the end of this one. Over 3 minutes left to go on the clock still. Plenty of time for all of this to play out. All of the drivers sort of settling in to their pace now. Barton not dominating quite like he has done in the heats previously today, but he's still looking very quick. Oliver Spence is looking quick though and moves to the inside. What a move from Oliver Spence. They're still side by side though. Spence and Keeley down towards Climate. Keeley on the outside. Will he get shuffled off it? No. He holds it round the outside and keeps his second place. Great bit of battling between the 41 and the 90, and they're still carrying on down into Haynes Loop. Spence trying to find any chink in the armour of Stanley Keeley, and he might have found it. He's going to have to hold it round the outside into Johnny Slow and can't quite do it. And that has brought Seth Jones and guess who? James Devereaux into the mix. So Daniel Barton, that's effectively given him the gift of first place here, as the other 4 decide to battle amongst it for second place. But who is going to come out in what order by the end of this one? 2 minutes left on the clock. He's going to go for it again. Sorry, not Ratton. Spence is going to go for it again. This time, a much cleaner move from Oliver Spence. And Oliver Spence takes second place away from Stanley Keely, but Keely forces the door back open. Seth Jones follows him through. Back down the inside goes the number 90 of Oliver Spence. They're all going at it as they come across the line once again. Great bit of battling, and now the 22 of Oliver Ratton is involved. A four-way battle turns into a five-way battle. What a final this is in Honda Cadet. Stanley Keely gets a contact warning for his troubles in that one. Still 1 minute and 25 left to go on the clock. Daniel Barton with a 3.5 second lead gap now as the rest of the drivers slow up battling each other. No changes through sector 1, but Spence loves the move up here at midgets. Of course he's going to go for it again. Down the inside goes Oliver Spence on Stanley Keely. Can Spence hold on to it this time? Third time of asking. It all gets a bit close down into climate. Wide goes Spence. He's going to hang Keely out to the outside though. And he finally gets second place for himself. But can he now drive away with it? Or is he going to be thinking about the drivers behind too much? Back down the inside goes Stanley Keely. Spence doesn't even get a time to think about it. But Keely goes wide. Up and under goes Spence. Retakes that second place for himself. As they head now down to Winger's Dip. I can see the move already from Keely. He's going back down the inside into Winger's Dip, so I think Keely might retake second place by the time they get back up to the bus stop chicane. But no, it's Seth Jones who's come out on top of that one. So Seth Jones up into second place now, Keely to third, and Spence out of the podium places Keely down the inside at midgets. This will not stop. This battle is just chopping and changing at every corner. Keely takes second place, Jones to third. Now it's Spence trying it round the outside. He's going to have to go up and under here. We've got 2 seconds left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the Honda Cadet final, and Keely is defending now like his life depends on it. Up and under from Spence. He retakes third place away from the 11 of Seth Jones. Devereaux, Ratton trying to get involved. They've invited Gaslin into this now, and Craven, and Wood, and Max Smith isn't far behind either. We've now got a 9-way battle for second place here as we're heading towards the final lap. So leading us through the bus stop, it's Keely, then Spence, then Jones, but Jones has got a good exit. No! How has he gone for a move that far back? Oliver Spence tries it, but it's all chaotic on the exit as he gets a poor exit. James Devereaux's made it 3 wide down into climate. Side by side on the exit, how they all stayed in relatively similar positions. On to the last lap we go then. I'm sorry, Daniel, you've run a fantastic race here in the lead, but we're not going to be looking at you through this last lap. This is all the battle for second place. Still somehow headed up by Stanley Keely. Bold move to the inside from Seth Jones. And he takes third place away from Oliver Spence. Spence now trying to hold on to fourth. Just James Devereaux tries to follow him through. Seth Jones has got 2 contact warnings. So has Stanley Keely. They all need to be a little bit careful here. As through the bus stop they go then. They're now on some back markers as well. Oh my goodness. How is this going to end on this final lap? Right, here comes Daniel Barton. We've got to switch our attention to him as he comes round the final corner. The win in Heat 1, the win in Heat 2, the win in Heat 3, and the win in the final. Take a bow, Daniel Barton. But round the final corner, who's going to get a podium? It's Stanley Keely and Seth Jones. And look at the drivers coming across the line. That is ridiculous. Let's try and work out what the gap was there. 6.67 to 9.08. That is 2.33 plus 8. God, that's difficult. 2.33. 2.41 seconds between second place and 10th place. Less than 2.5 seconds between, what is that, 9 drivers? That's insane. Daniel Barton takes an amazing win there in the Honda Cadet 160 final. And what a way to kick off the finals here. For round 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. The rest of your top 10 all coming across basically in a line there with Stanley Keely, Seth Jones, James Devereaux, Oliver Spence, Kobe Wood, Max Craven, Oliver Ratton, Alex Gaskin and Max Smith. Then it was a couple of seconds back to Henry Duncan, Logan Hart, Oakley Poulter, Leo Webb and Callum Williams in that race. Wow, what a final there in Honda Cadets. Fantastic racing. And that's one final already done and dusted then. The Hondas are complete. C'est fini for round number 6. It's going to be the Rotax Cadets though. They'll be up next for their final. Rotax Cadets already out on circuit then. Let's run you through the grid for their final here today at round number 6. So, Oakley Riggs, Elijah West and Ethan Coupland. I was right. They all got a 1, 2, 3 here today. But it's Oakley Riggs and Elijah West on the front row. Ethan Coupland and Bertley Clark on row 2. Rio Pocock and Jack Blackman on row 3. Then Fair Bond, Jack Daniels, Ronnie Faulkner, Travis Giddings, Arthur Kaiser, Edison Burrows and Harry Reid. 13 karts on the grid for this Rotax Cadet final. What a battle it's been throughout today. And we're not going to start off just yet. We're going to go round again for another warm-up lap. And that is potentially why the 29 screeches to a halt here on the start-finish straight. And that's Jack Blackman seemingly already out of the pen in some of the heats here today, which has been great to see. But sadly, it looks as though Jack won't be making it even to the start of the race here in the final. And he has to watch it from the sidelines. There's nothing more gutting to see than that, especially for such a young driver. You need all that experience that you can get, but sadly his kart has given up the ghost on him there into the Rotax Cadet final. But I am incredibly excited to see who wins here on a level playing field. Oakley Riggs, Elijah West, Ethan Coupland, or could we see an outsider come in and upset the party here in Rotax Cadet? 10 minutes plus 1 lapper on the clock. Hopefully the chevron flag goes in. No, it doesn't. We're going round again. Chevron flag is out. We're not underway in racing. However, it's not been shown on the second post. I hope the drivers know that we have gone to a false start. There it is shown on the following posts. And now the drivers know they're all slowing down through the first couple of corners. They're all good. We'll carry on round for another warm-up lap here at Forest Edge. And I think, again, just something that the staff here at Forest Edge just not quite happy about. And we'll be heading round again for another attempt at that race start. Of course, we saw in the Honda Cadets, those are standing starts. Into the Rotax Cadets, though, no, you've got to be a big boy or a big girl and go for that rolling start. And I don't actually know. I quite like both, to be honest. I think for cars, I probably prefer a standing start, but then again, when I race cars, I do a rolling start, so I have no experience with a standing start at all. I've only ever done rolling starts in both karts and cars, so... But there we go. I think standing starts are more exciting for a commentator. Rolling starts probably better for a racer. Let's get it underway, though, with a rolling start. And already, it looks as though Elijah West might take second place, but no, gets forced out wide into the first couple of corners and might actually lose a position because of it. He does. So a poor start then for Elijah West is going to see him drop out of the top 3 already. Ethan Coupland scythes through into P2 and Rio Pocock up into the top 3 here in the final. Great start from Rio Pocock. And off they go up into sector 3 already. Then Elijah West trying to pile on some pressure. And so is Ethan Coupland. Nose to tail are Coupland and Riggs as they head through sector number 3. But it is still Riggs at the front of the field. He's manning the ship of 11 Rotax Cadet drivers at the moment. Elijah West down the inside, though, into the Haynes loop. That's a necessary overtake, but he hasn't got it done. He's gone wide on the exit and back through goes Rio Pocock. Bertie Clark is pressuring as well. This is less than ideal, to say the least, for Elijah West's chance at a final win here. Oh, don't forget, Elijah West, he's in 6th place in the championship in Rotax Cadet, but that's due to 2 disqualifications at round 2. In the last 3 rounds, he's only had 1 race where he's not either in 1st and 2nd. Now, that's been changed again today because he's got a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd in the 3 heats. Now, he's out of the podium. Hold on, change that into sector 3. He's gone back through on Rio Pocock. And now Elijah West is back into 3rd place. But again, it's looking like it might be a race where he doesn't get a top 2. So it has been throwing the cat amongst the pigeons here in Rotax Cadets here at round number 6. Fastest lap, though, for Ethan Coupland. So Ethan Coupland is pressing on really nicely at the front of the field here. But there's one thing being faster than your competitor at the sharp end of the order. It's another thing actually getting past them. And Oakley Riggs, for the moment, doing everything he needs to, holding on to that lead of the race and not allowing for Ethan Coupland to find a way through. quarter of the race done and dusted already. Bertie Clark, was the one that got through on Rio Pocock, so I assume that was when Elijah West managed to sneak through. Bertie Clark followed him through as well. And I will say fair play to Bertie Clark. He's on leader's pace right now. So the 21 of Bertie Clark, who's been there and thereabouts throughout the heats today, but hasn't really been looking to challenge for the top 3 places, is now very much in with a chance here as he matches Oakley Riggs' pace in the lead of the race. Is faster than Ethan Coupland and only 400 slower than Elijah West, who sets the fastest lap on the last lap. So pace of the top 4 separated by 1/10 of a second on the last lap. Coupland pressuring down into Climate, maybe a little bit too much. Goes into the back, I think he did, of Oakley Riggs. It was a little bit too close to call there, whether it was just a big lock-up for Coupland or whether he did go into the back of Oakley Riggs there. But again, Elijah West with a new fastest lap of the race here. Now that he's been released, now that he's not having to battle drivers around him, he's able to put the pedal to the metal. And Elijah West is pressuring and pushing back towards your 2 leaders. Great to have you along for the ride in this Rotax Cadet final here for round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. I hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far today. If you've enjoyed the commentary, make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok. I'd really appreciate the love and support on my motorsport commentating and my own racing career as well. But speaking of racing, let's look back out to the racing that's going on track. Still, Coupland pressuring heavily here on to lap number 6. And Elijah West still a good second off of Riggs and Coupland, as Coupland now sets a fastest sector 1 of the race. He is piling the pressure onto Oakley Riggs, and Riggs checks over the shoulder out of the bus stop chicane. In behind them, Bertie Clark is still hanging on with Elijah West. It's Rio Pocock who is sort of the cork in the bottle from 5th place backwards. He's under heavy pressure from Freya Bond and Ronnie Faulkner. So 5th, 6th and 7th coming through your camera shot now. Freya Bond, of course, 2nd place in the championship. She's not done fantastically well in terms of points today, getting points here and there, but that is how she's managed to get to 2nd place in the championship, is by getting consistently decent points throughout the races and throughout this championship season. But it looks as though she may drop below Oakley Riggs after today's action in the championship. Joseph Cox, I don't believe is here today, if I'm not mistaken. He's in 4th place in the standings at the moment. So no, he's not here today. But Freya Bond 2nd in the championship. Rio Pocock is currently 5th in the championship. About 40 points off of Freya as they come into today's round. So that's going to be her closest challenger. She needs to make sure she gets past Rio here. Gets a few more points than in the final and stays ahead in that championship battle. Top 3, almost identical lap times on the last lap. 47.53 for Coupland, 47.53 for West, 47.56 for Riggs. All within 0.03 of a second of each other, and Coupland only gets the fastest lap because he did it before West, because he happens to be in the position in front. But as I've said, Riggs just doing enough here to hold on to the lead, and Coupland unable to find a way to wrestle his way through and get maximum points from the final. To reiterate, Oakley Riggs, Ethan Coupland and Elijah West, all with a 1st, 2nd and 3rd in today's heats. But who will be the one to triumph above the rest here in the final? 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock, and hold your horses, Bertie Clark has just taken the fastest lap of the race. 47.52 for Riggs, 47.53 for Coupland, 47.51 for West, but a 47.46 for Clark. So although West and Clark are both on leader's pace, they might have left this a little bit too late to get involved. What they need is for Coupland and Riggs to start fighting here. But unless Riggs start defending, they're not really going to need to do that. So often if you're in the lead of the race, you've got to defend and push your closest challengers back into the rest of the pack. But honestly, the best strat for Oakley Riggs right now is to keep the pace you're running on, keep pressing forward, and don't defend. Because as soon as you defend, both yourself and Koopland are going to lose time. West and Clark are going to close back up. Suddenly you're in a four-way scrap for the lead, and it could all go wrong very quickly. The current race strat that has been throughout since the start of this race has been working like a dream for Oakley Riggs. Why change it now when it's all going so well? Freya Bond still getting frustrated there behind Rio Pocock in 5th place. Freya trying to find a way through, getting frustrated, getting a contact warning for her troubles. Those three still line astern as they head down towards Climate. But on to lap number 11 go our leaders. And again, all four of them so close on pace. Koopland right in the wheel tracks of Riggs. You couldn't put a piece of A4 paper in between them, they're so close together. But still, Koopland unable to find a way to take that win from Oakley Riggs. Now, is he unable to find a way past, or is he simply waiting for the right moment? Look how close he is going up into midgets, and finally, Riggs feels the need to defend there. Moves to the inside line to fend off from Koopland. Could this be the catalyst to a fantastic battle in the last couple of minutes of this race? On to lap 11 they go, still as they were, but no, Riggs is not defending down into the Haynes loop. It was the fastest sector 1 on the last lap from Ethan Koopland. What can he do on this one? A little bit slower actually, both in that last lap and then Oakley Riggs this time through. Less than a minute left to go on the clock now. They'll be going on to the penultimate lap of the race next time they come under the start-finish gantry. Through midgets once more, down into Sector 3. Fast sweeping section of circuit this. Through Climate. And down onto the start-finish straight they come then. Penultimate lap of the race has been started by Oakley Riggs. And again, a little bit of a faster lap on that last lap. Gives him more breathing room. As Koopland just drops away ever so slightly. Those top four still only separated by 1 3/4 seconds. But I feel like this might be one of those races where for the whole time it looks like it might bubble into something really exciting, but it just simmers out in the last few laps. Pretty much equidistant between every single one of the drivers in this top four squabble now. As Oakley Riggs will lead us through the last corner, he'll be the first to see that final lap board. 1,100 metres of racing left to go for our Rotax cadets here at round number 6. And it does look as though Oakley Riggs has got 1 foot on that top step podium already. Freya Bond, though, I see, has been shuffled back to 7th place. Ronnie Faulkner has got the move done. As Freya Bond tried to fight back there down into the Haynes loop, but was unable to get alongside. Could be a great 6th place here for Ronnie Faulkner. Now the top 4 go through into the last sector. A check over the shoulder from Oakley Riggs out of the bus stop chicane makes him realise there's no need for me to defend here. There's no need for me to do anything. Well, a first, second and a third for all of our top 3 today. But it's Oakley Riggs who dominates in the final and takes the win. The number 31 gets maximum points from the Rotax Cadet final here at round 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Koopland and West, as would be expected, as we've seen in all the heats so far today, round out the podium. We just didn't know what order it was going to be in, but it goes the way of Oakley Riggs. Bertie Clark, what a brilliant showing there in that final from Bertie Clark. Suddenly got some incredible pace, was battling him with the leaders, and for me, driver of the race there goes to Bertie Clark. Rio Pocock holds on to 5th place ahead of Ronnie Faulkner and Freya Bond, and then behind them, Travis Giddings, Edison Burrows, Arthur Kaiser, and Harry Reid. All 11 drivers who took to the race start, making it to the finish, but of course, sadly, we lost the 29 of Jack Blackman before we even got to that race start. Gutting for Jack, but hopefully we see him back out racing at the next round. Well, Rotax Cadets are done and dusted. Then it will be their slightly older brothers and sisters out next. The Rotax Sinters head out the dummy grid for their final in a few moments' time. Rotax Inters heading out onto the circuit then. Let's get race 29 of the day underway. Well, before we do that, the drivers heading around on their warming up laps once again. And of course, who else but Jack Baker takes the pole position in the Rotax Inters. He's been pretty dominant so far today. Not quite fully, 2 points he goes into this race with, which means he's got 2 firsts and a second place across today's racing, because Fenton Stoneman won race number 1. He lines up on the second row, though, because alongside Jack Baker is Ethan Cousins. Then it's Tyler Banks alongside Fenton Stoneman on that second row, with Nathan Rond and Daniel Wisnauskas on row 3. Then Matthew Lilly and Marley Fisher on row 4, Harrison Stacey, Elliot Dimilov and Oliver Dan. Your 11 drivers on the grid for this one. Good to see Nathan Rond still getting a good grid position despite his kart conking out at the first corner in Heat 3. And Marley Fisher as well. Let's see what they can do battling for P8, because they've been right up at the sharp end in the second half of the heats. Off we go then to the race start in the Rotax Inters, and it is all a little bit scrappy down at the first couple of corners. Baker holds onto it ahead of Cousins though, and they all fly through into Johnny's for the first time. Then it was Stoneman, then I think Tyler Banks, then Ronda's got through on Wisnauskas for 5th place. Through the bus stop chicane they come then. That's exactly what has happened. Those are your top 6 as they head through into sector number 3 now. And the final corner they come then. Jack Baker not looking comfortable just yet. Stoneman all over his rear axle. Stoneman has managed to get through on Ethan Cousins there in sector number 3. So Ethan Cousins relegated down to P3. Then we've got Tyler Banks, Nathan Rond, Daniel Wisnauskas, Matthew Lilly, Marley Fisher, Elliot Dimilov, then Harrison Stacey and Oliver Dan. Also Elliot, or anyone that knows Elliot, please let me know in the chat if it's Elliot Dimilo or Elliot Dimilov. Into sector 3 they come once again then. Still as they were on the exit. Jack Baker now just starting to stretch his legs a little bit at the front. Seeing if he can start to build a bit of a gap. I think the drivers in behind sort of realising that this is how it's playing out and deciding not to battle at this stage anyway. But funnily enough, the pace actually trickling down the order. Same with positions. So driver in first being the fastest, then second, then third, then fourth, then fifth. Then you can see what's happening there. However, faster on this lap though, Ethan Cousins right on the rear bumper of Fenton Stoneman. We've seen them battle quite a few times here throughout 2024 at the Forest Edge Kart Club. And after Fenton Stoneman got through on Ethan Cousins on the first lap, Ethan Cousins is definitely going to be wanting to repay the favour. Matthew Lilly batting in nicely with Elliot Dimilo. Harrison Stacey and Oliver Dan sticking with them as well, and Wisnauskas at the front of that train. And now look at this as Stoneman becomes consumed with Cousins in behind him. This is giving that opportunity to Jack Baker to just start to scamper away. He's a little bit quicker than the drivers in behind, edging out that gap lap on lap on lap. It was half a second on lap number 3. It's now 0.9 of a second on lap number 4. This secondary pack is looking great though. Oh, round the outside, that was very close on the apex there. Harrison Stacey has found his way through, as drivers still getting argy-bargy on the exit. That's the 24 of Oliver Dan and the 27 of Daniel Wisnauskas. So that's all changed in that secondary pack. Wisnauskas has been shuffled all the way to the back of that running. So Marley Fisher has gone through to the front of it. And Marley Fisher's actually broken away. Marley Fisher has joined to the back of this next pack. What pace for Marley Fisher to get away from that pack and close in on the next one so quickly. That now leaves Matthew Lilly in a bit of no man's land between the two groups. And close at the final corner. A dive to the apex there from the 27. That was Daniel Wisnauskas retaking the place from Harrison Stacey, and Oliver Dan looks to have followed through. They're side by side through the Haynes Loop. Through into Johnny Say Go then, the 23 just ahead of the 24. So Stacey has retaken it away from Dan. But again, Jack Baker, new fastest lap of the race, seemingly every lap here in the Rotax Inter final. 44.35 for Jack Baker as he continues to scythe forward at the front of the field. I think Stoneman can pretty much give up on that win here in the final. He's fully focused on those two in behind him. The Southern Champs winner at round number 4 this year, Ethan Cousins, and the 39 of Tyler Banks. Marley Fisher has gotten through on Nathan Rond in the last lap. And let's see if Marley Fisher can find the pace that she had in the earlier heats. And we'll see if she can re-close in on the 3 ahead. She's really got to be hoping now that those 3 start to battle as we hit half race distance here in the Rotax Inter final. He's still just eking little by little, lap on lap, is Jack Baker. Gap still only about 1.5 seconds between Jack Baker and then Fenton Stoneman leading the rest of the pack. But he's got enough to worry about. And still, even though Jack Baker didn't do a personal best on the last lap, it was 300ths off of the fastest lap of the race. And still a 1/10 of a second faster than the drivers in that second group. Stoneman did a 44.47, Cousins did a 44.44, and Banks did a 44.47. So again, a secondary pack in a final here at Forest Edge has drivers extremely close on pace and producing a good battle. Well, alluding to a good battle, I should say. They're so close on pace that none of them are quite able to make a move just yet. And none of them really making any mistakes. There's the move though for second place. Late down the inside and too late from Ethan Cousins. He goes way too late in the brakes. That opens him up now and through goes Tyler Banks. So was that Cousins just thinking, oh, I can't wait around any longer here. I'm just going to send it to the inside. It does just that, but a little bit too late on the brakes. And that's the difficulty when you're that close on pace. It has to be an absolute send. And that was a bit too much of a send there. Loses out to Stoneman as he re-overtakes. And actually loses the position that he was in before as Tyler Banks sneaks through into the top 3. And now Tyler Banks is the one all over the rear axle of Fenton Stoneman. There goes Ethan Cousins back down the inside of Tyler Banks, and Banks gives the room at the apex. Didn't fight that one too hard, did Tyler Banks. Saw Cousins to the inside there. Shifted out wide to get the room at the apex, and Cousins made the move look easy. Back through into second place goes Cousins, but again, all that battling has done is lose them all time to Jack Baker, and that re-overtake from Cousins has lost him time to Stoneman. Two and a half minutes left to go on the clock then. Gap was about 2.5 seconds between the leader and Stoneman. Now 2 3/4 seconds. But Cousins already right onto the rear bumper of Fenton Stoneman. But still, Stoneman being unrelenting in his defence of second place. Well, to be fair, he hasn't really defended. He's just driven with a really good pace. And Cousins or Banks have not been able to get past. Less than 2 minutes on the clock now. New lap for Jack Baker. Starts lap number 12 now. Here's the move a second again. Down the inside goes the SC plate. Is this a bit more committed this time from Cousins? He's going to go out wide, but he can chop back across this time. And Ethan Cousins, finally, after 10 laps of trying, gets through on Fenton Stoneman and gets to second place. Now, how will this play out? For the first time in the race, Fenton Stoneman has to become the aggressor. He's already done it. He's already re-overtaken down at Winger's Dip. Fenton Stoneman already retakes second place. So there wasn't much time to see whether Fenton Stoneman could become the aggressor this time. He does it immediately down at Winger's Dip. Cousins back to third place now. Tyler Banks still right in there with them. And look at this, slowly but surely, Marley Fisher is closing that gap as well. Another 3/10 on that last lap. It's about 1.5 seconds between Marley Fisher and those three battling over second place now. With less than a minute to go though, Marley Fisher really needs the three ahead to properly start going at it, losing themselves a lot of time here to allow for Marley to get back involved with that battle. Well, sorry, not back involved, to get involved with it for starters. Marley started down in, was it 9th place in this race? 8th place in this race, Marley Fisher started. Impressive run through the pack. We've seen Marley with some great pace during this race. See what they can do through the last part of this one. 20 seconds on the timer as Jack Baker comes across the line to start the penultimate lap of the race. I thought that the SC player of Ethan Cousins was thinking about that one. I think he was. Thought better of it though this time into Winger's Dip. Sorry, not Winger's Dip, into the Haynes Loop. Now they head through Johnny's and down towards the Winger's Dip. Still, nothing to show for all of the effort that Ethan Cousins has put into this race. Nope, can't get it done up at Midgets. Stoneman covers him off there to the apex. Right then, last lap board is out. Jack Baker sees it first. He's a good few seconds in the lead of this race now as they all now head through. 4.5 seconds the gap in the lead is Jack Baker. What a day it's been for the number 71. But Stoneman ahead of Cousins. Cousins is close though as they head down into Winger's Dip. It'll need to be an aggressive move on this last lap, but we've seen a few of those from Ethan Cousins. Not only so far today, but throughout this year's racing here at Forest Edge. What can he produce here on this last lap? Nothing down at Winger's Dip. Nothing at the bus stop. He's got a good exit though. He's thinking about to the inside of Midgets, but no, Stoneman covers him off again. So as they head through Sector 3, here comes Jack Baker. What a day for Jack Baker, and what a win in the final for the number 71. Fenton Stoneman will hold on to second place ahead of Ethan Cousins, and sadly for Tyler Banks, stays there and thereabouts, slapping at exactly the same pace as the drivers around them. Tyler just unable to quite grab a podium this time of asking. Marley Fisher, great run through the pack there to finish in 5th place, ahead of Nathan Ron in 6th. Matthew Lilly, Elliot Dimolo, Daniel Wisnauskas, Harrison Stacey and Oliver Dan, all 11 karts who took to the grid for that one, made it to the finish. And that's race 29 done and dusted. We move on to race number 30 here today for round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. The finals have been exciting so far, but I have a sneaking suspicion they're about to kick into another gear. We've got 5 finals left to go. Up next is our senior Rotaxes.
Do you remember how it used to be? Do you remember how it used to be? I've been searching.
We never have to wait long here at Forest Edge, do we? Senior Rotax already out on track. Let's run you through the grid for their final. I did have a sneaking suspicion Ethan Lomax will be on pole position with this one, being, I think, the highest classified across the 3 races. And he is indeed. Alongside him is Matt Jones, the Southern Champs Plate winner. Then it's Ben Ballou and Kieran Ives, Dominic Cousins and Elliot Rice, William Ray and Michael Pugh, Bobby Rozier and Mason Perrin round out the top 10. Sam Harrison, Zach Burke, Ben Hicks, Oliver Smith, Liam Natay, Neville Tatum, Finney Patterson, Aaron Sarkos, Aaron Full, Aidan Blair, Toby Street, Daniel Fazone, Emily Davidson, Tom Parry Williams, Ryan Mills and Cameron Crockett. 26 drivers on the grid for this senior Rotax final. There have been some great heats so far today. It all comes down to this, though. In the 10 minutes plus 1 lap final, they're fighting through the first couple of corners already. Matt Jones takes the lead. 2 drivers off and a big spin in the mid-pack. Thank goodness that was a spin for the 30 of Aidan Blair nearer the back, because that would have been a big crash had it have been further forward. They definitely would have been collected by some drivers, but luckily, as Aidan spun off to stage left. When he then spun backstage right and across the track, no one was there to meet him, thank goodness. So Aidan Blair continues, but who is it that hasn't come through Sector 1? It's Emily Davidson, the one who spun off on the grass and is currently trying to get the kart back on track. She needs to be quick though, they're coming around the final couple of corners. Who's in the lead? No way, it's that Ben Ballou. No, it's Ethan Lomax who's in the lead. The 32 of Ethan Lomax. Ben Ballou is in third place though. So has fought back through, has Ethan Lomax, has retaken the place after it was stolen at the first corner by Matt Jones. So Emily Davidson, well done to Emily Davidson there, pulling over to the side of the track, letting the whole field come through there. And Emily Davidson is going to be a lap down now, but basically just gets 10 minutes of free practice, which I know is annoying. It's not what she would have been hoping here from the final, but it is what it is. Down the inside at midget goes Matt Jones. Takes that first opportunity, grabs it with both hands, and up into the lead he goes once again. They all check up into the final corner though. It's going to be a little bit wide for the XL driver, the 65 of William Ray. He stays there in fourth place, so that's an attempt for a re-overtake from Ethan Lomax, but it doesn't work. That opens up the opportunity for Ben Ballou and the driver in behind. William Ray tries to follow him through. Ben Ballou takes second place, but Ethan Lomax and William Ray were side by side there through Johnny's. They head down through Windsors Dip now. They'll come back into my view up here at the bus stop chicane. And I think Ben Ballou might have actually lost out from that one. Where is Ben Ballou? Trying to spot them all. They're a bit far away in terms of where I can see. No, so Ben Ballou is there in second place. It's Ethan Lomax who I can't see. No, he's in fourth place. So it's swapped around ever so slightly. So Jones third in the lead. Ballou now in second. Ray now in third. Lomax in fourth. And Roja in fifth. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a train. A tiny gap. And then the entire rest of the field. And Mason Perrin, your winner of Heat 1, up a couple of spots there to P8. He's the one just on the coattails of this leading battle. Head through into sector number 3 then. Only one contact warning so far in this race, so fair play to the drivers involved. Elliot Rice, it is on the 76. Now, the 47 is setting fastest laps. I want to see where they actually are on track here. Is that one of the drivers involved in that earlier incident, or are they having a transponder issue? Where is the 47 of Kieran Ives? Couldn't see him as he came around that time, whether he's in the pits or whether it's a transponder issue for Kieran Ives. We'll wait and see as they come round again to see as to where he actually is in terms of the order on track. But I am hearing that his transponder has indeed fallen off out there on circuit, so that's a pain for the timing team. They're going to have to do that manually now for the rest of the race. But he's still out there and lapping. If you're watching the timing and you're supporting Kieran Ives, he is still out there on circuit. There he is, involved in that squabble I've just seen go through. He's at the lead of that train. Now I'm going to see who the driver is. So the 94's ahead of him. The 74's behind him, I want to say. Yeah, so Niam Nate's ahead of him and Elliot Rice is behind. So I want to say he's in 18th place. Just ahead of Elliot Rice, just behind Niam Nate at the moment. So ignore the timing screen if you're a Kieran Ives supporter. He is there in and amongst the scrap. Right, eyes back to the top 3 then. Still Jones leading Ballou and Ray. Ray's down the inside. That's a late move at the last corner. I was just about to highlight that Ballou and Ray did an identical time on the last lap. But Ray was waiting for no one. And he goes through at the final corner, up into second place. Tiny bit of breathing room then given to Matt Jones, but it's Bobby Roja who takes the fastest lap on the last lap. 41 dead for Bobby Roja. Less than 9/10 off of the leader. Top 4 line astern now. Tiny bit of breathing room for Matt Jones. That could be gone in an instant. There's a move for third though. Bobby Roja through on Ben Ballou. So after losing second place on the following lap, Ben Ballou now loses third. And that drags the next group of 4 back into contention again. That's Lomax, Pugh, Cousins and Perrin. And it's Ethan Lomax at the front of that train who now gets the fastest lap of the race. The first driver down into the 40s. A 40.90 for Ethan Lomax. I was saying how well the guys are doing on contact warnings. That's not gone so well in the second part of this race. Tom Parry Williams now has one. So does Kieran Ives. So does Cameron Crockett. So does Michael Pugh. Through they go then, up into midgets once more. William Ray just seemingly unable to close that gap at the moment to the Southern Champs winner of Matt Jones. I'm going to see if I can take my eyes off this for a moment to check what the championship standings are like. Okay, so Matt Jones coming into today's racing, leading the championship on 817 points. Ethan Lomax was in second place on 769. Ben Ballou on 766 in third. Michael Pugh in 753 in fourth. Elliot Rice 741 in fifth. So those are your championship permutations going into this round. Now, of course, it's all going to change up because we know obviously Ethan Lomax came into this race best in the points from the heats, but he's currently in 5th place, but he has just set the fastest lap. It's all still to play for, not only in terms of this final, but in terms of the championship here at Forest Edge in the senior Rotax classification. No driver setting fastest laps. Wow! Drivers have just matched it though. We have 3 drivers with the fastest lap. Ben Ballou in 4th, Ethan Lomax in 5th, and Michael Pugh in 6th, all setting a 40.86 in the last 2 laps. That's fantastic. That just shows the class here at Forest Edge, the absolute talent on show. The drivers can be that close in terms of pace. Top 8 still line astern here. Mason Perrin, winner of heat number 1, still at the back of the train. 2 teammates in 6th and 7th. That's Michael Pugh and Dominic Cousins. So they'll be hoping to work together to try and press on through the rest of the drivers at the sharp end of the order. As oh dear, out of this race, is that Aaron Full? It is the 28 of Aaron Full. A driver we're so used to seeing near the sharp end, out of the race, parked up at the final corner, chucks his cart to the ground and marches off to the marshal post in frustration. Not the way that he wanted to end round number 6 here at Forest Edge. Gutted for Aaron Full. But he'll have to call this one there and collect his thoughts in the marshal post. On to lap number 12 go the leading drivers, and still unchallenged at the front is Matt Jones. Started this race in 2nd place, quickly dispatched Ethan Lomax, who's now running in P5, but has not cracked under the pressure here, has Matt Jones, despite no one ever being more than half a second behind him. He has been cool as a cucumber up in the lead of the race for now, and he still is as they round the final corner onto yet another lap. Now, Aaron Full might have really had a part to play in this race, not from battling with the leaders, but where he has left his kart on circuit now means that the final corner is under yellow flag until we get to the checkered flag. So that now means there's no opportunity for anyone in this race to go for a last corner dive, because that area of the track is totally neutralized to racing or overtakes. Any action is not allowed, and you'll get a penalty if you do that at the final corner. Matt Jones, the gap might have closed ever so slightly, visibly anyway. But still, it's Jones ahead of Ray at the front 2. The 49 of Roger's in 3rd, followed by Lomax now in 4th. He's got past Ben Ballou, who's dropped to 5th place. Then Dominic Cousins, Michael Pugh and Mason Perrin. Still that top 8. All together, someone's had a big off out the first corner. How's that one happened? I think they just touched the grass with their right tyres. They smashed the steering wheel. It's one of the Coles Racing drivers who's off from around the sort of mid-pack. I can't quite tell what number that is. Now he's taking the car to the middle. Oh, the wheel's come off. The wheel's broken, sorry. The wheel's still attached, but it is broken. I did wonder how that was such a weird place to go off. The steering has sheared on his kart. So to no fault of his own, that Coles Racing driver out of this race. And now the first corner, the Haynes Loop, also neutralised with a yellow flag due to a driver parking it up at the side of the road. It was Zach Burke on the number 55 who has gone off there at the first corner. As I was saying, I thought it was a weird place to go off. Like, it's not really a place you're under a lot of load in terms of the car. It's not a difficult corner to get round. Suddenly he went too wide off on the grass. He spun round and out of the race. But you could see the steering wheel pointing to the right and the front right wheel very much pointing to the left. So something has gone majorly wrong there with that car. Right, leaders coming around the final corner. Last lap of the race about to begin here, and this is the closest that these drivers have been all race to Matt Jones. Into Hainsloop we go then. No yellow flag. They are racing down the inside. Is that Ethan Lomax slipping through to third place? Yes, it is. Shuffles the 49er Bobby Rozier out of the podium places. I've just seen as well, one of the drivers here has a Rotax Max Grand Finals overall on. The 88, fair play. Who is that? That is Cameron Crockett, was down at the Rotax Max Grand Finals. Fair play. Oh, nearly the move for the lead there. Matt Jones covers off the inside, up at Midget's corner. Down through Climate they go then. There is still a yellow flag. No, it's not out. Into the final corner. Argy-bargy into the final corner, but Matt Jones will just about hold on to that one. Whoa, that was close across the line. I think the drivers in behind there were sort of willing to do anything there to try and force Matt Jones out of the way, but he remained firm, held on, and takes first place. The drivers in behind, though, need to be worried now. Hopefully, they don't have a nose cone penalty, because that won't be ideal with how close the entire field was in that race. If you're in the leading squabble and you got a 5-second penalty, you're out of the top 10, no questions asked. Right then. Matt Jones, William Ray and Ethan Lomax, your provisional top 3 in that senior Rotax final. Well done to Ethan Lomax, despite having that difficult start and dropping out of the top 5, fighting back through there to the top 3 at the finish. Bobby Rozier, Dominic Cousins in the top 5. Of course, don't forget as well, this will be slightly wrong, as I'm not quite sure where Kieran Ives was in the finishing positions there, given that his transponder fell off on lap number 3. So take that with a pinch of salt. If you want to see the full results, results.alphatiming.co.uk/FEKC. That's where you can see the results after all of the finalisations of penalties and whatnot. Outside of the top 5 then were Ben Ballou, Michael Pugh, Mason Perrin, Sam Harrison and Ben Hicks. That was your top 10, followed by Neville Tatum, Elliot Rice, Oliver Smith, Liam Natey, Finley Patterson, Aaron Asarkos, Tom Parry Williams, Cameron Crockett, Daniel Fazone, and Toby Street, your top 20. Then Ryan Mills, Aidan Blair, Emily Davidson, the last of your finishers. We sadly lost Zach Burke on lap number 14, Aaron Full on lap 10, and Kieran Ives on lap number 3. So senior Rotax, done and dusted for the day then. How many finals do we have left? I think it's 4 finals now left to go. Yes, it is. We've had a slight change of schedule, though, as to what you would expect from the results Alpha Timing page. Up next is actually going to be the 177. So shortly, once we clear up the carts that have been left at certain areas of the circuit, we'll be heading out for the 177 and 177 Masters final. That'll be up in a few moments' time. 4 finals left to go then, ladies and gentlemen. We kick it off with the 177s and the 177 Masters. Chris Thomas from the Masters classification lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Joshua Pickford. Guess your pole in the 177s. He is. Archie Elliott and Colin Davis behind them on row 2. And then Neil Hemming and Gary Cox are there on row number 3. Now we've seen Chris Thomas, Joshua Pickford and Archie Elliott so close on pace throughout today. Now our battle between those three slightly scuppered by an accident on the first couple of laps in heat number 3. Let's hope that doesn't happen here in the final. Looks like we're already underway and racing. A bit of an interesting grid start, that one. But we do get it started nonetheless for the 177s. And already taking to the lead quite considerably is Chris Thomas. Joshua Pickford still in second then. Archie Elliott. And then Colin Davis. I think Gary Cox might have got through on Neil Hemming though. In behind them though. It's been a quick start through sector 1 for Gary Cox. And we'll see as they come through to finish lap number 1 then. Once again, just like all the other finals, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this one. And indeed, across the line they come then. And no, Gary Cox hadn't got through on Neil Hemming. I think potentially Neil Hemming just held up a bit through the first sector. And Gary starting a little bit further behind him than maybe he should have been. So despite doing faster sector 1 and 2, we're still actually behind him on the circuit. But already on that first lap, Chris Thomas a good few tenths of a second quicker than Pickford and Elliott. And if he can extend that gap early on in this race, he's not going to have to think about the drivers in behind. And thus he can have a pretty relaxed final as finals go. Around the final corner they come. Lap number 2, done and dusted. However, pendulum might be swinging back the way of the 177s. Joshua Pickford a little bit faster than Thomas on that last lap. And to be fair, Archie Elliott marginally faster as well. Chris Thomas did a 43.31. Archie Elliott did a 43.30. And Colin Davis did a 43.30. So we could see 4 drivers starting to get involved with this one maybe. Or will it be the same as a couple of the finals we've seen earlier where drivers are so close on pace, it actually means you don't get too much racing because they're just so close on pace every lap. None of them can find a chink in the armour of the driver ahead to use to their advantage to then make a move work. So swings and roundabouts of drivers being super close on pace out there on the Forest Edge kart track. Speaking of which, Chris Thomas sets a new fastest lap of the race, so a 42.96. Joshua Pickford does an identical time, a 42.96. Archie Elliott does a 43.02. Colin Davis, a 43.03. So it does look as though, by the finest of margins, Thomas and Pickford slightly drawing out the gap back to Elliott and Davis. As they carry on round then on lap number 5, Pickford again with a new fastest lap. Takes it back away from Chris Thomas. That pendulum swinging back and forward between those two. And Archie Elliott and Colin Davis not far off of that pace too. Gary Cox and Neil Hemming setting pretty close pace as well. There's only about half a second between those two. They're a good 2 or 3 seconds off of the rest of the squabbling nearer the sharp end of the order. And this time, new fastest lap goes back the way of Chris Thomas. Extends the gap by another couple of tenths of a second. Back to nearly half a second separating Chris Thomas and Joshua Pickford at the sharp end. As we tick below 6 minutes to go. Oh, visibly you can see on this lap how much time Joshua Pickford has lost on Chris Thomas. There's a good 3 kart lengths now between the two of them. And now our main focus is on Archie Elliott and Colin Davis, really. As Archie Elliott might be needing to start defending soon enough on the Masters driver behind of Colin Davis. And again, yet another fastest lap from Chris Thomas. Over half a second the gap now between the leader and second place. So as they flew through your camera shot once again, they crack on with lap number 8 of this race. Once again, pace so close between those top 4. But actually, Colin Davis in 4th place now takes the fastest lap. And he's thinking about it into midgets. Nearly sticks the nose in down the inside of Archie Elliott. Luckily, thinks better of it this time. Just wasn't quite close enough to get involved there on his Cosmic Kart. He's got a good exit though, down into Hainsu. This is going to be it. Down the inside goes Colin Davis. Snatches the opportunity from Archie Elliott. Slows Archie down on the exit. Forces him out wide. Jobs are good, and 3rd place goes the way of Colin Davis. So a change in terms of podium positions then. Not change in terms of class, because despite them swapping positions, Colin Davis is still 2nd in class. Archie Elliott is still 2nd in class. But they've swapped for the 3rd and 4th position on the road for the moment. So still some good battling being shown in this 177 and 177 Masters final here for round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Chris Thomas leads us on to yet another lap of this race, lap number 10 to be exact. And Chris Thomas did take the fastest lap of the race, but it was immediately snatched back by Joshua Pickford as they go within 0.03 of a second of each other on that last lap. Through Sector 3 they go once again. Still Chris Thomas leading Joshua Pickford, Colin Davis and Archie Elliott. Since making that overtake though, Colin Davis set a new fastest lap on the last lap, and he goes even faster again on that last one. Hold on a second. We've still got 2 minutes left to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. Do not count Colin Davis out here. There's less than a second now between the top 3. And over a second then back to Archie Elliott in 4th place. He just hasn't quite been able to keep the continued uptake in pace at the leaders' house. To be fair, actually, he lapped the same as Chris Thomas and Joshua Pickford on the last lap. It's just Colin Davis that has found a new lease of life there now that he's been released from being stuck behind Archie Elliott. And already he's closing up to the bumper of Joshua Pickford here. Is it going to be too little too late, though, for Colin Davis? What can he do on that last lap? Down into the 42.4s for Chris Thomas now, but now Colin Davis goes into the 42.3s. Where has this pace come from our 2 Masters drivers, both getting considerably faster? And to be fair, Archie Elliott now matching the fastest lap of Joshua Pickford. Quicker than Joshua Pickford on that last lap as well. The 2 Masters drivers, wow, they have found some unbelievable pace. Through the last corner they come once again then. Chris Thomas has led from lights to flags so far. What can Colin Davis do? He's already through on Joshua Pickford. I've missed that on the last lap. Apologies. Colin Davis has already managed to find a way through. He shuffled Joshua Pickford out of the way on that last lap and takes second place for himself. I was too busy checking the YouTube back end. That's my fault. Apologies, viewers. But Colin Davis then makes it a 1-2 for the Masters class. Relegates the two leaders in 177s to third and fourth overall. Both Gary Cox and Neil Hemming, though, in a bit of no man's land. Gary Cox 7 seconds off the lead. Neil Hemming 15 seconds off the lead. Last lap board is out, though. There's only 1,100 metres here for Colin Davis to try and do something. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Chris Thomas on the last lap. He's 0.2 of a second behind as they go on to this last lap. I'm not counting this done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Colin Davis could go for a cheeky move here and upset the party and take the win here on the final lap. He gets a good exit off of the bus stop chicane, but not quite good enough to think about it into the midgets. Climber, he's a little bit too far away again. It might be a dive into the last corner, but might just be too far back. Chris Thomas leads us around the final corner to finish off a fantastic day and take the win in the final. Just ahead of Colin Davis. What a drive through the field in that final for Colin Davis. Impressive racing from him to take P2. Joshua Pickford finalises the overall podium but wins the 177 class ahead of Archie Elliott. And then Gary Cox and Neil Hemming round out the 6 drivers who all started and all finished that race. Well, 177s are done and dusted then for their day. Hopefully in the next couple of rounds we'll see a few more entries there in the 177s, because we've had some great entries throughout the year. It's just tapered off as we got through to the midpoint of the championship. But 3 finals now left to go, 2 slightly shortened ones. Up next will be the Superkarts, then the 210 National to decide their O-Plate champion. And then onto the Junior Rotax A final. That one's going to be crazy. Don't go anywhere. Up next is the Superkarts for their final. Three finals left to go then here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. And 2 of those 3 are going to be standing starts. Firstly, we kick them off with the Superkarts for their final. Let's run you through the grid then for this one. Aaron Powell, what a day it's been for him. As I mentioned at the end of heat number 3, with Spencer Trahorn not here today, I thought it would open the floodgates and we get a few different winners. Nope, Aaron Powell's come in and just dominated it throughout today on the number 85. He takes pole position coming into this one with 0 points. He's won Heat 1, Heat 2 and Heat 3. He's going to want to make it the quadruple here in the final. Mark Smith is alongside him on the front row, with Daniel Hammer and Callum Smith on the second row. Fraser Everett and Graham Payne are on row 3, with Daniel Buckland and Matthew Duncan on row 4, and Martin Smith and Frank Bourne round out the top 10 on the grid for this race. The 10 drivers taking to the start, as we often see with Superkarts. It's unusual that all 10 will make it to the end. So, any guesses in the live chat of who you think's going to conk out in this one? Won't be saying anyone. I will not be commentators cursing anyone in this Superkarts race. Thank you. Sorry, I've got the two Spencers mixed up. I said Spencer Trahorn. I meant Spencer Chappell. Sorry, Spencer Chappell. And sorry, Spencer Trahorn, for getting you two mixed up there. It's Spencer Chappell who we're missing here from the Superkarts, who usually races. You'll see Spencer Trahorn later on in the Junior Max A final. Well, here we go then for the Superkarts. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. We're underway in racing. It's a poor start off the line for the 86, but he does finally get going. Daniel Hammett loses 3 or 4 places, I think, off of that race start. But it goes as well as it could have done for the 85 of Aaron Powell. He leads us through lap number 1. And down through Winger's Dip they go then. They're now going to be heading up towards... You see them fly past your shot in the top right-hand corner of your screen. As they side through down into sector number 3. They now find their way into Climate around the final corner. And here they come then. 85 leads us across the line. Aaron Powell still in the lead of the race then as they come across the line. Mark Smith in second. And then it's a bit of a gap already, back to Fraser Everett in 3rd place. Good start, though, from Fraser. Had some good racing throughout today, has Fraser. I've been very impressed. I think it was heat number 3 where he was battling well up, right near the sharp end, but just trickled down the order in the last couple of minutes. Oh, they're getting a bit close up into midgets there. Was that a move round the outside, or was that someone holding on to a position? If it was a move round the outside, that was a brilliant overtake. It was the 58 of Fraser Everett holding on to the pace. He'd already been overtaken by Callum Smith earlier on in that lap. And it was the 86 and the 32, Daniel Hammett and Graham Payne, trying to find a way past Fraser. Daniel Hammett's made up the place on Graham Payne in the last lap. Actually was up 2, past Graham Payne and Matthew Duncan. Matthew Duncan's lost 2 places, down from 6th to 8th. And losing out there on that second lap of the race. Now, as I mentioned, 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Slightly less than we're used to in the finals. Usually they're 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Well, at least today they are. Often they're 11 minutes plus 1 lap when we're not so behind schedule. But the Superkarts, of course, having shortened heats and finals anyway, as someone spun at the final corner. Lucky to not be collected there. The 77 of Mark Smith. From, Callum Smith, sorry it is, on the 77. He's carried on going now. But just a bit of a spin there into the final corner, as I say. Lucky to not get collected there, but he drops out of 3rd place. Daniel Hammett's the one that takes that for himself. He says thank you very much as he goes through on Fraser Everett and then gets a free position for his troubles as well, up into the podium spots. So despite that difficult start for the 86 of Hammett, he's made up for it, I think, throughout the first half of this race. And we've still got over 4 minutes left to go then. Fraser Everett is at the front of a 3-kart train. He's got Matthew Duncan and Martin Smith in his figurative mirrors as they head through Johnny's. And there's the 77 trying to make up some ground that he lost with that spin, taking 9th place away from Daniel Buckland. Again, it's looking like no one can touch Aaron Powell. He's driven away with this race for now anyway. The 73 of Matthew Duncan has slipped past Fraser Everett on that last lap, dropping Fraser down into P5. And now he's under a lot of pressure from the 56 of Martin Smith. As there we go, there's the move up into midgets. Martin Smith down the inside of Fraser Everett. Shuffles Fraser outside of the top 5 now. And Fraser has had glimpses of brilliance here today. I still think that seating position he's in looks wholly uncomfortable, but each to their own. But either way, just in this final, he's slipping down the order ever so slightly. So with less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock now, a 38.03, the fastest lap of the race, set by, you guessed it, Mr. Aaron Powell. Will he get into the 37s in this race, though? It's obviously unnecessary. He has a 5.2 second gap now in the lead, so not really necessary to be setting purple lap times, but I want to see it, Aaron. Do it for little old John in the comms box. Thank you very much. But he's looking pretty comfortable at the front of the order then, isn't he? Aaron Powell with quite the sizable lead as we head into the final 2 minutes of today's action. Now, as this race continues to bubble along, we'll just give a quick, I'll obviously do this at the end of the stream as well, but a big thank you and a big shout out to everyone watching the stream at home. Appreciate you tuning in here on these first Sundays of the month for the Forest Edge Kart Club stream. I hope you've enjoyed the action so far. We've still got 2 races to go after this one, so don't be going anywhere. But I hope you thoroughly enjoyed it. If you have, firstly, if you enjoyed the commentary, make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I'd really appreciate that. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel so you don't miss any of these future live streams. Now, there won't be one for the next round, as I am not in the country for that one, so sadly not able to be available. But I will be back for the final round, for round 8. In October, that'll be, isn't it? Yeah, September I'm missing. I'll be back in October for that one. So there'll be a stream for the final round where we'll crown all of the champions in every class for 2024. So you're not going to want to miss that one. Make sure you subscribed, and if you have enjoyed today's stream, make sure you drop a like on the stream as well to show your appreciation and support of the fantastic Forest Edge Kart Club. Big shout out to everyone who's here today in a professional facet and making all of this making this club run so smoothly and be such a fantastic and welcoming club to so many karters. Right then, less than a minute left to go on this Superkart final. Aaron Powell still with a comfortable lead. I saw Martin Smith get through on Matthew Duncan on the last lap, so that's a change for 4th place. Now, you've already seen Aaron Powell come across the line. I think he will have done it in just enough time there where we're going to get this lap and 2 more after this one. It will be close. But I think it will just about be 2 more laps after this one. Here comes the 80 arrive round the final corner. Nope, he won't get to it. Last lap board is out then for Aaron Powell. And he leads us on the last 1,000 metres of this circuit. And what a day it's been for Aaron Powell. Simply untouchable today in the Superkarts. As I'll get it right, Spencer Chappell not here today. But he's simply been replaced by the number 85 of Aaron Powell. The domination has been unbelievable from the number 85. He's going to round the final corner to cap off a perfect day in the Superkarts. A win in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, a win in Heat 3, and now a win in the final. And here comes the rest of your podium. Daniel Hammett closes down Mark Smith there, and they cross the line, only half a second between them. But Mark Smith holds on to P2. Daniel Hammett finishes with a 3rd place trophy. Mark Smith and Matthew Duncan are your top 5, with Fraser Everett, Graham Payne, Callum Smith, Frank Bourne and Daniel Buckland, your 10 finishers there in the Superkart final. Well, 2 more finals left to go then, ladies and gentlemen. First up, the Invitational Series for this round. The 210 Nationals, the Retro Gearbox Karts will be up next. They'll also have a 7 minutes plus 1 lap final, but the key thing is the winner of this final will get to run the O-Plate, not only for the rest of the season, but until they hold the O-Plate event again next season. Now, I have a seeking suspicion it might be Lionel. But hey, who knows? Anything can happen in karting, particularly in retro karting. Let's wait and see what happens. The 210 Nationals are up next for their O-Plate final. second to last race of the day then. And as I mentioned before we went to that very short break, it's the O-Plate final for the 210 Nationals. Let's see how they line up on the grid. Just like in the Superkarts, it's been a perfect day for the driver on pole position of this one. Lionel Seifleet lines up on pole, the number one seeded driver. You kind of expect him to be there on pole position. What a day it's been for him. A win in every heat today. He's going to want to convert that in the final because this is where it really matters. The winner of this gets that all-important O-Plate. Robert Perkins is the first driver trying to challenge him there on the front row of the grid. Behind them, Dan Berry and Chris Callaghan are on row 2, with Thomas Stone and Nathan Caddick on row number 3. Stuart Henry and Russell Hopes are on row 4, with Ray Sloan and Mark Shepherd on row number 5. They round out the top 10 there, with Paul Fowler and Oliver Shelley on row number 6, Tony Berry and Peter Mason on row 7. Sadly, Peter couldn't make it to the race start at Heat 3. He parked it up outside the comms box. Hopefully, he gets it underway in this one. Anthony Cox and Sean Stonier are on row 8, with Michael Owen and David Scull on row 9, and then William Shelley rounding out the last row of the grid. 19 drivers should be taking to the grid in this 210 National O-Plate final. A big event for all of the drivers involved, and you can see them as they pull up to the start-finish line. The number 3 of Robert Perkins using that last bit of time to get a bit of heat in the tyres and get his foot used to smashing down on that throttle pedal as he drops the clutch, ready for the races to get underway. Well then, Lionel Seifleet on the number 1, Robert Perkins on the number 3. They'll look to the start gantry for the lights, but we're not going to get it underway this time. We're going to go around again. Chevron flag is out. And just as those nerves all start to build on the start line, you have to suppress them once again. Take a deep breath and go for another run around this beautiful Forest Edge kart circuit. It's been a little bit cloudy so far today, but the clouds have parted quite nicely for this afternoon. It's been quite a bit more sunny. And this is where I will say drivers probably really should be wearing tinted visors, especially in a kart as quick as these. You don't want to be coming up to a corner, suddenly find yourself blinded and you go straight on. That would be less than ideal. I see a few drivers out there with tinted visors, quite a few as well though with the clear visors. I guess trying to remain in the retro look with some retro helmets. Or retro style helmets, I should say, all still up to the 21st century safety standards. But here we go then, as you see on your cameras on screen, drivers pulling back round to the grid then. And they'll get them into 2x2 grid formation, hopefully this time ready for the race start. Great to have so many of you along with us again for today. Thank you for joining us. The 210 Nationals here at Forest Edge for one round only. They're completing their O-Plate here at FEKC round number 6 in 2024. Lights are on, lights are off, we're underway and racing. It's a great start from Lionel, but it was a great start as well from Robert Perkins. Only just did Lionel chop across the nose there of Robert and take the lead into the first corner. Really close between those two at the sharp end. But I feel as though, barring any issues, Lionel might have just signed, seal and deliver that O-Plate for himself now, as we've seen him battling through in previous heats, gaining like 19 positions in heat number 1. Or sorry, I think it was 16 positions from about 17th or 18th on the grid, through to take the win in all 3 heats. He's looked dominant out there today. And 7 minutes plus 1 lap of the clock then. I'm sure the drivers will try their absolute hardest to make sure that the number 1 seeded driver does not also steal the O-Plate. But he's already looking to have one hand on that plate. As the rest of the drivers in the 210 National file their way through to end lap number 1. Few moves throughout the field. Russell Hopes managed to get through on Ray Sloan for 7th place there on the first lap. And then behind them, Paul Fowler through on Mark Shepherd. So a change for 7th and a change for 9th on circuit in that first lap. And also Oliver Shelley and Peter Mason swap places. Shelley up to 12th, Mason down to 14th. And through comes Lionel to finish yet another lap. Find some more pace. About 0.6 of a second quicker than both 2nd and 3rd. Side by side for 4th place though. Callahan down the inside for the first corner, but that becomes the outside for the Haynes loop. And has to sit back in behind the number 2 once again. Thomas Stone just about fending off from Chris Callahan there as those two round out the top 5. And actually that was an overtake on that lap from Thomas Stone. It was an attempt at a re-overtake from Chris Callahan that just didn't quite work out on the number 30. Big loss for Nathan Caddick though. He's parked it up somewhere on the circuit and he's out of this race on the number 27. Only person gaining a place on that last lap otherwise was Paul Fowler up to P7. The 30's back through though. Chris Callahan has re-overtaken there on lap number 3. So fair play. Great little battle in place there for 4th. Callahan versus Stone. And for now anyway, it's gone the way of Callahan. Lionel Seifleet with nearly a 2-second gap in the lead of the race already though. New fastest sector 2 of the race though from Dan Berry in 3rd place. He's right in the wheel tracks of Robert Perkins. They're battling over P2 in this race. Now of course, only the person that finishes at the front of the field will be getting themselves a plate to pop on their cart. But still, finishing in the top 3 is nothing to scoff at, and you still get to take home a cheeky trophy for yourself. So we'll see which one of them gets to take home 2nd and which one takes home 3rd. Currently Perkins doing a great job of fending off from Berry. Berry had that fastest sector 2 on the last lap, but actually overall did a slightly slower lap than Perkins did. So we're over halfway through the race. We've just hit half distance now. 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And still Lionel Seifleet looking totally comfortable out there at the front of the order. Another half a second he gained on that last lap with a new fastest lap of a 43.2. These two going at it again. A change for 4th place. Back through has gone Thomas Stone. He gets a much better run there through the Haynes loop as well. And leaves Chris Callahan in his dust a little bit there on the exit as they head down now into sector number 2. Leader through to finish lap number 6. Not another fastest lap that time around. Drivers in behind actually nearly matching him on pace that time, but gap already at about 3 seconds. I don't think they're even thinking about Lionel out front now. It's just the battle between the two of them as those two are still battling fantastically. Side by side round the first corner again from Thomas Stone and Chris Callahan. I want to try and see if I can pick them out as they head up towards midgets this time. Top 3 come through. And soon they'll fly through into your camera shot, right at the back of the camera shot. There they are as they head up towards midgets. Thomas Stone with a little bit of a gap actually this time. The one time I decided to try and look, he gets a nice little gap over Chris Callahan. And exit the final corner. They start lap number 8 of this race now. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. And it's looking like not only does Lionel Seifleet have one hand on the O plate, he's almost got 2 on it now, barring any mechanical issues. He's been so consistent throughout today's racing, has Lionel Seifleet. There we see the number 8 just getting overtaken there into the final corner. Anthony Cox through into the top 10 on Ray Sloan. And they need to be a little bit careful now as the leader comes up behind them. 52 of Oliver Shelley, 72 of Michael Owen, 31 of Peter Mason, 25 of William Shelley have all been lapped now. And oh dear, looks as though Peter Mason is out of this race. Yes, I can see him out of my comms box. He's just at the entrance to Climber. You might just about be able to spot him on your camera. But poor lads didn't make it to the start of the third heat and now doesn't make it to the finish of the final. I guess that's kind of what you have to accept when you're racing retro gearbox karts. That they're probably not going to go for the full race distance a lot of the time. And Peter Mason pulls it off to a safe place at the side of the circuit and gets himself to a safe place at the marshal post as well. 20 seconds on the clock then. A leader already scything through, so Lionel Seifleet, I think now probably on his penultimate lap of this 210 national final. And of course, any result I call here will be provisional in terms of who goes where in this race and who wins that O plate. Of course, everyone is subject to the scrutineers and the clerks post-race in terms of penalties. But unless something has gone majorly wrong in terms of passing a back marker, I think we can be relatively safe on Lionel Seifleet bringing this one home. There is the last lap board then for the number one of Lionel Seifleet. And he can just cruise home to a nice win here in the 210 National O-Plate. Second and third still going at it. Perkins now starting to defend from Berry as they head through the last lap. And here's the two heading through. Where's his mate gone? Thomas Stone has pulled quite a considerable distance now on Chris Callaghan. There's 3.3 seconds between them now. And only a few laps ago, they were racing side by side pretty much every lap through past my comms box. But here comes the number one then into sector number 3. Lionel Seifleet caps off a perfect day. He's won all of the heats. Now he's going to take the win in the final. And he secures the O-plate for himself. Lionel Seifleet, take a bow, son. He pumps his fist in the air, shows off that number one finger, and says thank you very much. A win by almost 2.5 seconds there for Lionel Seifleet. I think he took his foot off the gas a little bit over the last few laps. Knew he had that one covered and pockets the O-plate for himself. Now, the first world problem he's going to have in terms of karting is whether he runs the 1 plate or the O-plate. Both fantastic numbers to be running on your kart. Now, Lionel, you have that tough decision to make for your next round in the 210 National Championship. Robert Perkins and Dan Berry join him on that podium with Thomas Stone and Chris Callaghan. Your top 5. Paul Fowler, Russell Hopes, Tony Berry, Mark Shepherd and Anthony Cox. The top 10 with Oliver Shelley, William Shelley, Ray Sloan, the last W14 finishers, but sadly Peter Mason and Nathan Caddick. 2 drivers not making it to the checkered flag in that one, sadly. But that's it for our gearbox karts out there on circuit today. 210 National O-Plate. The champion is crowned here at Forest Edge. And it goes the way of Lionel Seifleet. Right, 1 race left to go here at the Forest Edge Kart Club round number 6 in 2024. And oh boy, is it going to be an exciting one. The Junior Max A final is coming up next.
Do you remember how it used to be?
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Last race of the day here at round number 6. Junior Max is always exciting. It's even more exciting when there's a few trophies on the line. Daniel Amore starts on pole position alongside Charles Cheesy Green, Oliver Gussman and Freddie Worlock on row 2. Then it's Ethan Griffiths, Milo Manderson, Leo Basterfield, Noah McNicholas, Callum Sims and Travis Rozier top 10. Then Jarek Methers, Jack Price, Aidan Clark, Dylan Morton, Jesse Whitmore, Danny May Reid, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Luca Cook, Daniel Gurley and Finley Hands your top 20. Then Harvey Murden, Spencer Trehorn, Chase Rainsbury, Rebecca Chalice, and then Madison Chappell, Matthew Grove and Lewis Joyner and Jensen Collins. Those last 4 up from the B final. Right, Daniel Amore on the 43, Charles Green on the SC. We're underway and racing, and they lead us to the lights here at Forest Edge. 10 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Who's going to take the win in the Junior Max A final? Great start from Daniel Amore as he holds on to the lead, but Charles Cheesy Green has fallen down the order. He's no longer in the top 4 even. I'll wait to see as they come through into the bus stop chicane where exactly Charles Green has ended up. He is back into 4th. He was in 5th through the first few corners. Retakes 4th place. Oh, he tried it there up at midgets, but the door was closed by the 88 of Freddie Worlock. He's now tried it down into climate late on the brakes from Charles Green. Nearly a big accident between those 4 drivers. That was a cheeky move to the inside though from the 82 of Milo Manderson to retake a couple of places. So end of lap number 1. It's all still going at it. Hammer and tong as they go through the first sector. Battling tooth and nail there. No room given. As all the drivers know, if they give a bit of room, they'll get done by the rest of the drivers in behind them. So Daniel Amore leads us through. Oh, we got a driver off on the final corner. He gets back underway. That's Harvey Murden rejoining the circuit. He smashes the steering wheel in frustration there, but I didn't see what happened to him at the final corner. So through comes Daniel Amore. It's Oliver Gussman on the 38, who's his closest challenger. Charles Green still stuck behind Freddie Worlock there outside of the top 3. And confusingly enough, Freddie Worlock has a race suit that says Lambert across the back as well. Cheers, Freddie. That doesn't make it difficult for me at all. In behind, though, one of, it looks like a KR Sport kart, potentially a Cosmic kart of Ethan Griffiths on the 91, who's pressuring Charles Green. Charles seeing if he can get through here into 3rd place as the front 2 drive away with this race. What's happened there in the middle section of the circuit? It looks to all potentially changed again. Yes, Charles Green is through into P3. Finally, he's released, but already a huge gap has formed between Amore and Gussman and the rest of the field. What is it as they cross the line? 1.5 seconds. So Charles Green now leads that next charge. Of course, he is the SC plate, the Southern Champs winner at round 4 in 2024. And Charles Green has been dominant throughout this season. Charles Green leading the championship by quite some way. A good few points ahead of Zach Burke in 2nd, Freddie Worlock's in 3rd, Danny May Reid in 4th, Dalton Hayward 5th. That's your top 5 in the championship. Also, great to see Danny May Reid, after taking that win in Heat 3, after crashing and going to hospital in Heat 2, is out in this final once again. Let's watch how Danny May Reid can get through in the order in this one. She's up to 15th so far in the race. We'll see how well she can press on throughout the rest of this final. They fly through onto lap number 5 then. New fastest lap for Charles Green. Now that he's been released from that secondary pack, Freddie Worlock now holds up the rest of them. Charles Green in no man's land in 3rd as he chases down the leaders. Worlock and Griffiths together in behind for 4th and 5th. And then we've got a few drivers in a big group behind as well as they all now start to draw away from each other. Drivers still making dives though up into Midget's corner. Leaders come through to finish lap number 5. Daniel Amore still running a perfect race at the moment. And Oliver Gussman can't quite hang on to him. But it was a 42.05 on the last lap from Daniel Amore. 42.04 from Charles Green. So Green is quickly catching Gussman. He's got to then get past Gussman as quickly as he can. See if he can begin to close the gap on Daniel Amore, or will it just be too little, too late there from the 2 front row sitters. Couple of contact warnings, but it's been pretty respectful so far in this Junior Rotax A final. One for Ethan Griffiths, one for Rebecca Chalice at the moment. New fastest lap from Daniel Amore. Oh, and a big reply from Charles Green. 2/10 quicker from Charles Green. Closes that gap even further. He's nearly onto the back now of Oliver Gussman for second place. Still 5.5 minutes left to go on the clock. 1.3 seconds separates the top three. 4/10 separating second and third. But as I mentioned, Charles Green needs to get this overtake done early and quickly, but he can't do it. He tries it down the inside at Midgets, and that's going to lose him time. That's exactly what I was saying he needs to not do here. Every attempt at a move that doesn't work out, the 43 of Daniel Amore will continue to extend that gap, and that's exactly what has happened. They're now 1.5 seconds off of the back of Charles Green, and despite Charles still being in the 41s, only Charles and Daniel are in the 41s. Daniel, that time, 0.2 of a second quicker, 41.76. New fastest lap from the number 43. Battles galore in the mid-pack, though. I'm struggling to keep an eye on this race. We've got one driver off on the entrance to Midgets there at the top of the circuit, and throwing their arms up in frustration there. Who is that that's not come through? Oh, it's Madison Chappell. Madison came through for the B final. Was having a great race in this one. And Madison Chappell out of the race then, up in sector number 3. Charles has got through on this last lap. That's big for the race. Side by side over the line though. 3 wide as they go down to the first corner. This is slightly further back. This will be the battle for 4th place, I believe. So it's just behind Freddie Worlock. I think it's 5th place. Jarek Metters, Leo Basterfield, Ethan Griffiths and Noah McNicholas going at it there through sector number 1. Oliver Gussman actually got a contact warning at the last lap when Charles Green got through. But the gap that's been pulled out now, nearly 2 seconds between Daniel Amore and Charles Green out there. I think it might be too insurmountable here for Charles Green. We know how quick he is, but can he chase down Daniel Amore over these last 2 laps? Daniel Amore, sorry, not Daniel Amore. Charles Green, don't forget, has won every single final this year in junior Rotax. Oh, there's been a crash down at the Haynes Loop. 3 drivers are off as they've gone through there, I assume trying to go through there together. They managed to rejoin, but they'll be tumbling down the order. I'll update you as to who exactly that was when they come through to finish this lap of the race. But as I mentioned, Charles Green has won every final here today. This will be a huge upset if Daniel Amore can stroll in and take the win for himself here at round number 6. Less than 3 minutes left to go. Battling for 4th place, and I'm watching out of the window. Oliver Gussman, no, it's Freddie Worlock and Jarek Metters there, 4th and 5th. Danny May Reid just pipping up into the top 10 then. Her and Spencer Trahorn were close on the grid. They've sort of worked together here through the order to get up near the top 10. But gaggles forming throughout the pack now. And actually your leader coming up on a back marker now. That was Harvey Murden who went off on those opening few laps. Someone's got a bit wide there out of the bus stop chicane. Kicks up a bit of dust into the face of the drivers following in behind. And here are the top few drivers now. Worlock has been caught by Metters and Basterfield. McNicholas trying to hang on to them as well. So that's the closest battle near the sharp end of the order, up in the top 10. In behind, Milo Manderson with Danny May Reid, Dylan Morton and Spencer Trahorn all in a line as well. Those 4 battling near the bottom end of the top 10. All 4 setting personal best on the last lap of the race. So as they fly up in towards Midgets, we've got the back marker of Harvey Murden just trying to get out the way now. I see Callum Sims has also gone out of this race. Out of this race goes Callum Sims then. And with only 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock, we're nearly at the end of racing here at round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. And although Charles Green has been a little bit quicker over the last couple of laps, that gap has remained stagnant at the front of the order. Just less than 2 seconds between Amore and Green. It doesn't look like Green is going to be able to close down and continue his perfect run here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Less than a minute left to go on the clock then. We'll see 3 more laps, I imagine, of this Forest Edge Kart circuit. to complete the Junior Rotax A final. Top 3 come across the line then. There is Jarek Metters and Leo Basterfield in 4th and 5th. Then Freddie Worlock and Noah McNicholas together in 6th and 7th. Then that train of 4 in behind. Danny May Reid, Milo Manderson, Spencer Trahorn and Dylan Morton all around that bottom section of the top 10. That is your closest battle out on track at the moment. Harvey Lee Winters and Ethan Griffiths battling as well over 14th and 15th place. Then there's a 3-way battle for 16th as well. Chase Rainsbury, Lewis Joyner and Aidan Clark. Lewis Joyner has come up from the B final there into P17. Great race so far from Lewis Joyner. Looks as though Jack Price and Harvey Murden might be out of this race as well. They seem to be showing that on the timing screen at the moment. So we're losing a few different drivers from this race then. Harvey Murden is defending down into the first couple of corners. Timer hit 0, but it was only after Daniel Amore crossed the line. So this is the penultimate lap of the race. And now from 6th place backwards, they've all closed up. We've got a gaggle now from 6th down to 11th. That's Freddie Worlock, Noah McNicholas, Danny May Reid, Spencer Trahorn, Milo Manderson and Dylan Morton there. A huge group going through the bus stop chicane. Freddie Worlock has been the cork in the bottle of plenty of battles here in the A final. And let's see how it all plays out as Daniel Amore heads on to the last lap of the race. Moves down into climate though. That's a bold move from Noah McNicholas. And he gets 6th place away from Freddie Worlock. Spencer Trahorn trying to squeeze his nose in. He'll be forced to the outside though. That might lose him out a few places down into Hainsley, but it does. He drops to the back of the train there. An initial attempt at an overtake means he gets overtaken by a few more carts. As Danny May Reid slips back through, and I think so did Dylan Morton as well. Through into Sector 3 though, go our leaders. It was a good attempt for Charles Green. He battled back through to 2nd very well. But it's going to be the end of his perfect run here in Junior Max at Forest Edge, because here comes Daniel Amore round the final corner to take the win in the Junior Max A final. And he was simply untouchable. Charles Green and Oliver Gussman round out the top 3. Look at this gaggle across the line. Who's going to end up wearing that one? We had Jarek Metters and Leo Basterfield just ahead of that group in 4th and 5th. And then that was that gaggle from 6th place downwards. It ended up with Dylan Morton in 6th, Freddie Worlock in 7th, Danny May Reid in 8th, Milo Manderson in 9th, Spencer Trahorn in 10th, Travis Rose in 11th, and Noah McNicholas in 12th in that gaggle. 6-7 drivers all in a train there across the line, pretty much all side by side. It was 11.16 off the lead, down to 12.26. 7 drivers separated by 1 second across the line. That's why we love Junior Rotax racing here at Forest Edge. To run you through the rest of the finishers: Jesse Whitmore in 13th, followed by Ethan Griffiths, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Chase Rainsbury, Lewis Joyner, Aidan Clark, Daniel Gurney, Finley Hans, Rebecca Chalice, Matthew Grove. Jensen Collins was the last of your 23 finishers in that race. Sadly, we lost Jack Price, Harvey Murden, Callum Sims and Madison Chappell. But wow, all drivers involved in today's racing, give yourself a round of applause. That was fantastic. Some of the best racing I think I've seen at Forest Edge here today at round number 6. And that Junior Max A final, well done to Daniel Amore. A perfect showing there throughout that 10 minutes plus 1 lap race. And he ends the dominance in Junior Rotax of Charles Green. Properly exciting stuff here, and I'm so happy that I've been able to bring it to you here on the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel. If you've enjoyed it, firstly, make sure you subscribe to the Forest Edge YouTube channel so you don't miss any of the future live streams, but also make sure you go and drop me a follow as well if you've enjoyed the commentary at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. That's at Ratters Media. It says it in the bottom right of the screen, I believe, if you want to know any of the spelling. But my name's been John Ratcliff. It's been an honour, as always, to be bringing you the coverage here from Forest Edge as we head now into the last 2 rounds of the season. As I mentioned, sadly, I won't be able to be at round number 7 next month. I'm not in the country, but I'll be back for the final round, round 8 in October, to crown the champions in each class here for the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. for. Well, a big thank you to all of the staff here at Forest Edge that make this event possible, and particularly today, I will say, to the medical staff as well. They have had to be running around. We've had a couple of red flags, some big accidents, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job to make sure that everything keeps running, and also to all of the staff to making sure that the timings all work, everything gets sorted out as it should, and making sure that the meeting runs as smoothly as it always does. They always do a fantastic job here at Forest Edge, and I take my hat off to everyone that has an involvement. A big shout out to everyone who's on the stream, watching at home. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed, and also to anyone who's down here in the South Coast enjoying the racing from the sidelines and enjoying probably what's going to be the last bit of sunshine in the UK, I imagine, as we head towards the end of the year. As I say, 2 more rounds to go. It's going to be very exciting. I'll be rejoining you at the final round for the stream down in October. But thank you very much for joining us here for round number 6 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. My name is John Ratcliff. I have had a fantastic time here at Forest Edge. I hope you've had a fantastic time watching. We'll see you very, very soon. I won't. The rest of everyone will see you for round 7. I will see you later on this year for round number 8. Have a lovely rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Do you remember how it used to feel? Do you remember how it used to feel? I've been searching. Do you remember how it used to feel? Do you remember how it used to be? I've been searching for that feeling of love, but it's gone, for that feeling of I've been searching. 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 It's